the shadows from your skin and cast them aside. Black out the windows above us and cover the lights. The feeling of an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps on calling till I find you, the fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude. Sky, I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head, it's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever. Forever, forever, let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to another wonderful night at the DPC. We've got a long day of fantastic Dota lined up, and to bring the action is going to be myself, Art Cryptic, and I'm joined by the lovely Nomad and Lizard. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. I've got to be very quiet, though, because I've got a sleeping dog, so ASMR cast from me.
I'll speak extra loud to try and wake him up then. I think that'll work, right?
Wow, you're a bad person.
I'm just kidding.
I
You
just
have a beautiful dog.
I just noticed the dog actually. Like I noticed it before, but then I couldn't any longer. It just blended in. Now, what breed is that?
That's a Jack Russell.
Oh, looks very cute.
It's very cute, yeah. When it's
Just
asleep.
Nomad, yeah.
When it's awake,
Yeah.
it's very annoying, but that's okay. I like dogs.
Don't we all? I'm super excited for today. We've got 3 series lined up, and we're going to start it off in the lower division here today. It's going to be Sparking Arrow Gaming versus YBB. So I'm curious about you guys. Who do you like? What are your expectations for this series, Lizard?
Well, I've watched YBB a little bit. Was it with you or Black was there for sure? +1. They looked all right. Sparking Arrow Gaming as well. We've seen what Division 2 teams can do in the Chinese region. Both of them can match up versus even Tier 1 teams from Division 1 on a good day. However, if it's not a good day, things do tend to look a little bit rough for SAG and for YBB. So what can I expect? I expect a 3-game series. I expect a bloodbath. I expect games that are going to look completely in control for one team and then swing in other team's favor. All in all, I expect a big mess here, but a very interesting one.
Nice. I love to hear that, honestly, because that's kind of what I was hoping for the series as well. So, let's hope that we actually get to see that. SAG and YBB both currently sitting at 1-0, which is right in the middle of the pack there. But last season when they did play each other, it did go all 3 games, and I believe it was Sparking Arrow that did end up taking the series just slightly. And this was YBB's first season in the Division 2. So Nomad, you think maybe it can go the other way? You think they're feeling a little bit cockier now?
Possibly. I mean, it comes down to experience when these two teams are battling each other. Last time that's what we noticed is that the team with these older players who've had much more experience just kind of made the better decisions in the game. And in these like long kind of drawn out games and 3-game series especially as well, that's when that really comes into its own, where, you know, when the skill is kind of evenly matched, if you like. Sparkling Arrow Gaming, of course, did get a much more convincing win this season, at least in their opening game, over IGV. Meanwhile, YBB, they really battled it out. I mean, that was one of the longest series we've had in both divisions of the China
Every
DPC.
game was 60 plus minutes.
It was
that was rough.
It was insane. So yeah, definitely favoring Sparkling Arrow Gaming still. But you know, YBB, they might have been infused by their win, and of course, you know, they're a young group. They've got the passion, and they need to capitalize upon that and find their play style and yeah, slap down SAG and prove they're a better team than last season.
That would be amazing to see, right? Like just this kind of bit of a role reversal from last season. But I think a lot of people like a good underdog. But, you know, YBB, like you said, struggled a little bit, but did pull out the victory, at least in their first series. Maybe, you know, this one going to test them a little bit more as going up against probably one of the more tournament favorites. As they're like, we just saw some of the player cards come through. But, you know, one thing I'm curious, Lizard, what are you like? Do you have any like expectations in terms of like draft or play styles we're going to see from them? Because, like you said, we saw a very long series out of YBB, but Sparking Arrow, both their games pretty quick. So a little bit of polar opposites here.
Yeah. So when two worlds collide, what will happen, right? Like, which one of these two strategies will come out on top? I feel for YBB, like you can already see some of the. Well, now you can see some of the bans that have been aimed at them, the Viper and the Kotl. I think those two heroes looked pretty strong in their hands. And Viper is one of those, okay, let's just get 3 lanes that are really strong. And, well, look, I have to say this. Even though their games went long and far into 60-minute mark, their drafts didn't look that way. You know, like some of their drafts look like they're made for 15 to, let's not say 15, let's say 20 to 35 minute mark, and that's it. And Viper was, I believe, one of those heroes, so it gets banned out. What was the question again, Ricky?
The main question was, you know, what happens when, you know, one team kind of plays more for the late game and the other team plays more for like that early game strategy? Because YBB, like you said, super long series, Sparking Arrow, really quick series.
Okay, now, sorry, Nomad, I'm gonna continue talking. Now I can answer the question. I bought myself time like some politician that doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, basically, if the team that plays quicker is much better, they will win the game, right? But if the team that's late game oriented is kind of evenly skilled and can hold on and just survive that early game onslaught from the enemy team, then more likely than not, they will take the game. So it comes down to... I believe that early game aggression is a little bit perhaps harder to play, but Anti-Mage in the first phase...
Woo!
Whoa! Black is cheering somewhere. I can hear it, actually. We're not even in the studio anymore, but I can still hear it.
All the way from Singapore. Yeah.
Someone's got to explain this one for me. An Anti-Mage in the first phase. This is very rare.
Well, I mean, if you look at both of these two teams playing in their previous matches, you know, SAG, they picked up the Anti-Mage once, and I don't think YBB picked it up in their series, but they did play against it twice, so a lot of Anti-Mage exposure. Out of the 5 games these teams have played, Anti-Mage was played in 3 of them. So clearly there's a lot of anti-maging going on, and yeah, the heroes rising in the stock slowly.
Yeah, but okay, when you're looking from the distance and you see it like that on the paper, right? It looks like there's a reason, but when you actually look at those games, the anti-mage lackluster, maybe that's the word that would describe the performance is the best, in my opinion, at least. And you first phase it, okay, SAG can make it work, but you know, it's not your standard opening. It's not your standard AM plus Grimstroke opening.
very non-standard, right? Like when you see Grimstroke, it's normally one of these like spirit heroes. I think the Ember Spirit has been probably the most common that we've seen picked up with this hero. But I mean, technically, Anti-Mage can blink and get on top of heroes. So
That's what he does.
Definitely there. That's what that synergy's there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it goes. It's moving into the second phase of bans. What's still left in the pool here that both teams are gonna be looking for? Because right now I see all the spirits, right?
Yeah, because you see all the spirits because SAG picked AM, so they're just banning out everything that's strong against him because they have to, right? And there's a bit too many things, I would say.
I mean, what do you think of the two heroes they've got already on YBB versus Anti-Mage? Is this reasonable matchups?
Yeah, it's all right. They don't truly do a lot to AM, I guess, right? If Queen of Pain gets a really good timing on some more kid, then perhaps okay. But if she doesn't, AM is fine. You get the blink versus the shards as well if Tusk is position 4, so you're not a hero that actually gets threatened by him that hard. But you can see SAG, they banned out like 3 probably strongest ones at the moment. My brain, by the way, is not working. Like I'm trying to think about all the other heroes. There's just way too many. There's even
a lot.
There's even a Meepo that you can pick. I feel like when you see
your brain's
AM.
definitely not working. Jesus. Meepo suggestions.
I mean, that's the thing. Like we're so unaccustomed to seeing a mid lane a first phase anti-mage. Mid lane would be even worse. But yeah, a first phase anti-mage that like there's, like you said, too many heroes that you can pick to actually respond to it.
Yep.
And they're gonna start rolling them out. The Night Stalker, the Dragonite in response.
Yep, I don't think the Dragonite is like a response to the Night Stalker, right? It's just that both teams are picking what's necessary for them. Night Stalker is really good versus AM, really good versus Grimstroke. Early on, you get this hero that gets a Blink Dagger, gets on top of you, silences you, works decently well with tag team during the night. Meanwhile, SAG, they're just getting the staple of the meta, this Dragonite that can lane versus co-op. It can be offlane DK as well. It synergizes really well with Grimstroke too, and it gives you that offlaner that if he's an offlane, whatever he is, he provides you that early game aggression and objective taking. So AM can free farm, on paper at least.
Alrighty, we got ourselves.
I want to point something out really quick. This draft from Sparking Arrow is eerily familiar because the last time that they picked this anti-mage, they also ran it with DK and Mirana. Now, the Grimstroke was replaced with an Ancient Apparition, but their last phase pick was a Kunkka. So I'm curious, do you think that serves the purpose here? Like, is that a hero that YBB need to be careful of, or is Sparking Arrow looking for something else here?
You want to take this one home, Matt?
Nope.
No? Okay,
Absolutely not.
I know, I think Kunkka is alright for SAG, actually. Like, it would be decent versus Quap in the lane. It's alright versus Night Stalker as well. It gives you one of those heroes that does not care about AoE silence. It's like Spirits could... Ember even is alright. Storm is alright, but they all can be harassed by the Night Stalker later on, right? Meanwhile, Kunkka, I feel like he just does not care at all. So if they decide to go with that hero, I wouldn't mind. I think it would be solid. You get a setup with X marks the spot into Arrow on mid lane too. Overall, it's I believe, why not? If you picked it already, did they win? I can't.
Yeah, they won in 23 minutes.
There you go. If you win in 23 minutes, just do the same thing again.
Do it until you stop winning at 23 minutes. That's a good idea. Yeah. Wise words. Coach Lizard coming in clutch. And now we have the Hoodwink coming out from YBB. So again, just making sure that all the picks they grab have some form of, non-targeted disable, which is really good. Of course, the break as well, pretty good against both the Anti-Mage and the Dragon Knight. Yeah, really big fan of this Hoodwink pick.
Yeah, there's no... Also, those spirits that are usually good against her, there are none of them, at least so far, in the pool, and Hoodwink just looks very strong.
Do you want to know the best synergy in the world? It is Hoodwink and Tusk when you pop the tag team and the Acorn shot. Oh my god, so much extra damage. It's insane.
It is brutal.
Okay, so it's going to be like Sand King on the offlane Dragonite mid, right? That's what you're looking at.
That's what I would guess, right? We're going to see them lock in just a moment, but that would be my guess as well. Yeah, it is going to be Phoenix mid, so he's I'm not really sure if he's like considered the stand-in or like the permanent player for the side of Sparking Arrow, because I know it's been D-Stones and him kind of filling that role, I think even all the way back to last season as well. So we'll see. But in terms of the draft, Nomad, I want to hear your thoughts here. What do you like? What do you not like? Which team do you like?
I mean, I think they could be punished for this early anti-mage, honestly. I kind of like the way that YBB responded to it. I like a lot of their picks. It doesn't look like an easy anti-mage game at all. Is the hero strong enough to still be good in this kind of game? I don't think so. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go for YBB in this first game.
All right. I like it. Lizard, what do you think?
I'll go against Nomad because I hate his predictions. He's always wrong. Just like Kyle or something. I'll go with SAG. No, in all honesty, I feel like this AM could have been countered harder. Like, they do have what it takes, but it's not like one of those games that I look and instantly, oh my god, this AM won't be able to do shit. Like, I think he'll be able to have a decent game. Night Stalker can get on top of him, sure, but if your team is creating enough space, you will be able to farm. So I'll actually go with the AM, first phase AM.
All right. Bold prediction. Like we said, I do want to just drop a little tidbit of fun fact. Nomad yesterday was spot on with his predictions and made myself look like an absolute fool. So I'm
like
not going
to...
I'm going to say I do kind of agree with him a little bit. I don't want a first phase anti-mage to win just out of principle. So I'm going to go for YBB here. And to bring y'all the action of our first game of the day, it's going to be Nomad and Lizard. Have a blast, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, our Cryptic. What a lovely guy. Indeed, we are in to the first game of this best of 3 series. Both of these teams really want to grab that 2-0 and cement themselves as one of the top leaders of this Division 2. And getting this win here would be a big deal in doing so, because, of course, as we know with this DPC format, every single win counts so damn much. So we're going to see both teams playing on 100% here, that's for sure.
I feel like you guys, 100% for sure, but I feel like you guys hate the AM first phase just because you're afraid of it. You're afraid it's going to come to your bracket.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm terrified of first phase AM because they're either a Smurf or they're rubbish.
The battle begins.
And let's be honest, even when they're a Smurf, they're rubbish. If it's a first
Not
phase
to me.
AM. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Like top lane, Night Stalker Tusk, I feel like this, at least early on, this should be fine for Ghost. Should be fine for Grimstroke plus AM. Later on, perhaps, around that nighttime, it can get a bit rougher.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do when it doesn't get to night. But 928 did actually manage to go in and steal the bounty rune from them. Didn't even cost him that much. I mean, quite a lot of health, but he's now tagging himself up. So starting with a little less regen, but getting that bounty rune for his team, definitely worth it.
Yeah, it's basically, if you steal 4 bounty runes, everyone knows the game is over. So stealing one of them, you know, it's not as good, but...
75% win rate, though. So,
75%, yeah, exactly. And he has a very low win rate, by the way, or at least had it a few days ago. Is it still the same? I believe so.
I believe it lost yesterday, so it might even be less, at least in the China game it lost, yeah. So, Tiny's... I don't know, why is he getting picked so much, even though he's got a pretty low win rate?
There's always this thing in which... look, first, Tiny is still strong, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe if people have figured him out, but I still feel that he's strong enough. However, one of his weaknesses right now is the low armor that's being really abused by most teams. Like, even if you look at this lane down bottom, Mirana has a raid band. That's what she started with, on position 4. So she just wants to hit hard, really. And it's not bad, by the way. This is a PSA to all my Mirana players out there. You're not only an arrow, you're more than an arrow. You should stand in lane and hit people. You have one of the strongest right clicks in the goddamn game as a position 4, so please stop hiding in the trees. Yeah.
Preach.
Sorry. That's it.
It's true though, you know, it's very, very true. You wanna just hit them. You don't need to be the 420 Dota top 10 plays of the week, Mirana. We don't need that. We just need you to harass, get them low. And talking about harass, Phoenix is receiving a lot of that in the middle lane. Luckily, he does have that 2 points of Dragon's Blood. He's also got a stick as well, so being able to survive through the absolute barrage of damage which Storm keeps throwing out onto him. And this is very confusing. We've got 2 players in the middle lane who are both named after heroes, so great nickname choice, guys. Good job.
It's good. Phoenix and Storm on the mid lane, not your not your normal matchup, but no, it works. Like you said, Dragonite just has way too much region, so it's extremely difficult to deal with him. Even as a Queen of Pain, you max out Shadow Strike, you get a couple of extra levels, but he still just trades with you.
Do you think she should be? Oh, Arrow coming in from the sidelines here. Great setup there by the 2 of them. That's going to be first blood, going the way of the Dragon Knight.
I feel like when you a great first blood, by the way, but I feel when you see a Dragonite manning up like that against you and he is very low on everything, you kind of should guess what's coming your way. But sadly, they didn't put a ward in the race. Wait, they did. Never mind.
Yeah, there's no excuses here.
There's absolutely no excuses.
Maybe there was a smoke. I mean, there wasn't, but...
Oh, there wasn't. He just picked up the bounty rune, yeah. Sure. It happens, you know. It just happens. Gotta let it go.
The Tusk is rotating in here. I don't know if this is going to work. Alright, 928 just kind of drives by the middle lane, says hello, and now is gone his merry way, so is what it is.
He did secure the rune, at least. Meanwhile,
Arrow. Dude, there's another one. Son Goku just turning up the moment.
And he actually bought another raid band, so this kitty is about to hurt. Like this Mirana, she is going to really hurt with the right clicks. Already on around 70 damage, the base attack speed is really strong on her too. Yeah. Fun game for Mirana.
Definitely, yeah. Playing Mirana and getting the first 2 kills of the game, I mean, yeah, your potential is very, very high.
Especially when you start this way, right? Like he's literally going to become a real core. Mid lane again. Oh, they kind of
I mean, they do
stuns.
throw both stuns down together, and that's going to mean that the Queen of Pain just narrowly escapes with her life. 928 having to come in here as well just to try and help out. But yeah, SAG putting so much emphasis on shutting down this Queen of Pain in the middle lane.
Yeah, Phoenix had no fate. He had no fate in the arrow connecting, so... Hey, Queen of Pain getting really low now.
Ooh. Snowball, is it going to save him? He does have to blink, but he's not going to use it. He is just going to tick out though, so yeah, maybe could have gotten away with the blink there, but chose not to. Meanwhile, Son Goku, are they going to deny him? I don't think they will.
Yeah, I felt like I felt like he could have blinked out, like he could have survived, but yeah, these rotations that are happening from SAG are really well timed, and I love the fact that they're playing this way around it. I love the fact that they even drafted this Dragonite. It just makes the game so much simpler for teams that are perhaps not in the same, you know, bracket like Aster and IG and who not, because it just gives you a cooldown to play around, and just so easy. Dragonite, do you have ulti? No, but I'm gonna have it in 10 seconds. All right, we're coming, and then you just collapse on the mid lane and do it every single time he has ulti. It makes the game simpler.
Yep, and the middle lane tower of the Queen of Pain already down to 1000 HP. So that is very good news for the side of SAG as they're off to a flying start in this game. And meanwhile, because of this, you know, the side lanes have been left as sort of 1v1s. Oh, bottom lane, Fishman is going to fall. They're going to be able to grab the kill down here. The first retribution here for the side of YBB.
Yeah, like you said, some of them have been left alone for a really long time. But this is the first thing that they got out of it. Like, Anti-Mage is having a decent time on his lane. Sand King as well, when you look at the CS, he's not really struggling. So, overall, when you look at SAG, like, they're fine with all these rotations. They haven't truly suffered on the side lanes.
I mean, is this kind of partly due to the draft that they were able to leave the Anti-Mage in a 1v1 versus this Night Stalker?
100%. It comes down to like your draft. It comes down to your 3 versus 1 and 1 versus 3 situations on the side lanes, but it also comes down to the way you laned in the first few minutes and who's got that one extra item, right? And who can bully out or not bully out your heroes.
Yep, and Anti-Mage had a good enough of a start to be able to grab himself a early Ring of Health, which he's now turned into a Vanguard. Night Stalker, unfortunately lacking in the magical damage, especially when you're getting all your mana drained. So
is this normal?
The Vanguard rush?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't. It
Used to be,
was.
like in like 2015.
2008, you mean? Like
maybe even earlier, yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's interesting. He won't be having to leave the lane ever, I guess, with the Vanguard.
Well, leave me alone and just grab himself a Vanguard for the sustainability, just to make sure he's going to be absolutely fine without XCJ here. So this Grimstroke's really free to do whatever he wants because of this build. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, but again, every time you do something like this, it means that you're lacking in the farming department, right? So that Battle Fury will be delayed. My question is only, will he maybe even join the fights earlier, now that he's got his Vanguard? Maybe we'll see this Battle Anti-Mage or something like that, you know?
You mean the Vanguard Power Treads Diffusal Anti-Mage? The stuff of
Sure.
legends?
Sure, why not? Just join the fights.
Everyone was doing on like the first day of the patch because they were like, oh my god, Diffusal stacks with mana burn?
Yeah, let's
I
do
must
it.
build Diffusal Blade.
And then you realize you can't get any farm because you have a Diffusal Blade AM. But
Yeah, we can slow people, so, you know, checkmate. I know which one I'd rather have.
which one? The slow
The farm. Definitely
mid
the
lane?
farm.
Is there an arrow?
It's a bit too ambitious there. I think, did Son Goku have to leap to get into range even for that in the first place? Yeah, a little bit jumping the gun there, Mr. Phoenix.
Yeah, I feel like this one was actually on the Mirana. He had a great time so far, a great place so far, but this one was on him. He needed to be, like, he didn't need to leap into range, he needed to leap outside of the creeps blocking his horizon. So.
Again, another arrow coming out, and now Fishman comes in for this one as well, so they are really doubling down on this middle tower they want to take, and they probably will through this, but there's heroes turning up from YBB. They're not going to let us go without a fight, as a Tiny is the one to move in here. The Inkswell's going to come off, though, and stun him up. Fishman still alive, but now Sonic Wave comes blasting on through. It is enough damage to take down the Sand King. That's going to be it for now. Can they get any +1s? Jump forward here onto XCJ, and that is going to be another kill going the way of YBB, so they do get a couple of kills for their rotations, but this is 5 heroes into the middle lane for them, and they didn't keep that tower alive.
Yep. Where's the Battle Anti-Mage from SAG? If he joined, everything would have been different.
AM, AFK, GG.
GG. How do you play AM like this?
Yeah.
Not joining every fight. No, I guess both of these teams can be satisfied with what happened on the mid lane. If you were YBB, you can't really expect to be defending that tower forever. And if you're SAG, you know, if you keep on throwing bodies at the tower just to take it, eventually you will take some losses. So they didn't lose any any major ones, Dragonite most importantly. And he has that Link Dagger now, so...
Yeah, pre-12-minute Blink Dagger, Treads, Soul Ring, Bracer. My guy is having a absolute whale of a time. They want to use this Blink Dagger down the bottom side. They're going to jump forward here. Big target here. If they can take this tiny, this would be absolutely huge. The Bushwhack fails to connect, which means it will be a kill onto Ehome as they bring him down. My god, this is looking so crispy from SAG right now.
Yeah. Straight up towards the bot lane. They smoke up. They use that next Dragon form, and they will take down the tier 1 tower. You can't stop this. This is probably one of the main reasons why taking the tier 1 on mid lane was so good for them, as it allows this next Dragon form to be instantly used down bottom. So, yeah, I like what they're doing really a lot at the moment. By the way, did you see how tanky that Tiny was?
Yeah, he took a bit of a beating before he actually fell.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Battle Fury, by the way, on the anti-mage. Nothing crazy from him.
Queued up, yeah, no bot. Just to clarify.
Of course, yeah.
No, is this just Dead Tusk? Death by 1,000 cuts, I guess. That was awkward.
Yep, it's this neat little addition to the mana break that slows down targets after you take out all of their mana. That actually managed to kill off the Tusk. If he didn't take all of his mana out, probably Tusk just runs away with it. But, it gives AM some extra kill potential.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe Tusk just forgetting that fact, you know, easy to do, and getting caught out, but did look a little bit unfortunate, just walking into the jungle, you know, oh, I'm going to disrupt the carry's farm, and then you died to the carry. It's a classic.
Are they going for the last tier 1 tower, it looks like? Mirana ulti, smoke up, going top lane. If they jump on the Tiny, it's going to be
great positioning
huge for
from
them.
the Hoodwink. Oh, never mind, she gets revealed here as they stun up the Tiny once again here. Soulbind out as well. Anti-Mage jumping on in here. They're going to be able to take down one, but the damage turning around. The Anti-Mage's in trouble. Punch into the air. Toss is there as well.
Battle Mage!
Tiny going down at the same time as well. Look at this Epi, though, ripping through the fight. That's going to get themselves a kill onto the Tusk. And they'll turn around and they'll take down the Night Stalker as well. But Storm jumping in to finish off the DK. The DK will fall, and the Night Stalker finally going to drop as they move across. They really want to catch out Storm here. Arrow does connect. Fishman's ready with the stun as well. They chain it nicely. Is it enough? Storm gets a blink down to the low ground, TP away, and they won't be catching that. The Queen of Pain is going to get herself out. It's not the play which SAG were hoping for there, but yeah, I mean, YBB, not bad, but they do lose a Tiny again, so...
Yeah, I feel that killing that Tiny is something that saves the full play for SAG, as they lost the AM and the Dragonite. But they take down 3 heroes, so again, the trade favors them, and they're in a good position. Son Goku actually going for a mech. I'm disappointed a little bit. It's definitely what they need. Phoenix.
Ooh, stun gonna come down. Yeah, that's a dead Hoodwink. Nice little catch there.
This combo is just so good. I feel it's even better than the one with the Sand King. Just feels more natural, gets up close and personal with the Inkswell, uses Dragon Tail, you're stunned forever. Queen of Pain.
Oh, there you go. The timing is so damn nice. This Queen of Pain cannot do a thing. Lockdown forever.
There's just, like, on the side of YBB, they're just playing this standard game of Dota in which, okay, I'm gonna go here and farm, you defend the tower. You can't really, like, when you're playing versus this combo on the side of SAG, you have to do things a little bit differently. We'll probably see a smoke on mid now, yeah. They go straight up. I feel like maybe the moves from YBB are a bit too...
They managed to find the Sand King in the trees. Yeah, good spot out here from the side of YBB as they get that kill. And this should turn it into their first tower. But not without a price as they jump in here on the DK, looking to bring down the Tiny. In comes the Anti-Mage as well. Once more, Ehome is going to fall. And on the sidelines, they pick out the Hoodwink as well. So a 2-for-1 trade. I mean, they get the tower, but SAG do get themselves a little bit of... they make them pay a price for it.
And a big price, really. On one side, I feel like you have multiple possible cores scaling into the late game. Oh. they're just not having a game really.
No, this is looking like a bit of a stomp from SAG at this point here.
Yeah. What would you say? What would you do? What would Nomad do at this point? If you're YBB.
I'll be on delivery and be ordering, maybe some donuts or something. Cheer myself up.
What kind of donuts do you like?
Depends on the place. If they're really good donuts, I'm more than happy for just like plain or maybe just like a dipped in chocolate, something like that. But yeah, I'm also good. I like a nice one filled with jam, something like that. I'm very easy with donuts. Easy to please.
I was in Hungary like 15 days ago. Well, 10 days ago, more or less, and there was a donut place. That's the first time I actually saw a place just for donuts. Mid lane, Night Stalker.
Yeah, they're jumping in here, but they're not going to get their target of the DK. They'll turn around and just take down XCJ instead. Now they look towards the DK. They have the break, which means they have the damage to get through that tanky skin of his. And that's going to be another kill. All right, YBB showing signs of life here.
And when I asked you what would Nomad do, that was an easy ball, low ball. I expected you to say, they should group up and go, but no, you started talking about donuts instead.
What can I say? I want donuts.
It's fine. We all do, I think. Anyways, this place has some really nice donuts. I never ordered them, but it looked pretty cool. They looked pretty nice.
It's the first time you've seen a donut shop.
First time in my life, literally.
Have you been to America?
That's the thing, I haven't. So.
Get my guy to America, goodness. What do you think of this Queen of Pain? Is this usual to go for the Sange first?
Yeah, it's the build from the old patch, right? Like you get Kaya Sange and you're just very tanky in that mid game with all the talents. Like you get 11 strength. Hard to get picked off, but so far it hasn't really worked out for her.
Yeah, not really. One thing I find interesting is how many of the shards which have been... we'll hold the phone here. We've got a Tusk who is in a spot of bother, and by spot of bother I mean he's absolutely dead. Hoodwink charging up a big one, not going to land unfortunately. Now, let's talk a jumping in here. They found themselves the Grim, but do they have detection? Doesn't look like they do, and the Epicenter coming in, landing onto a bunch of heroes here. Double burst strike coming out as well. This is carnage. They're going to be able to take down 3 in the blink of an eye. 4 heroes dead on the side of YBP. That did not work.
And Queen of Pain, actually, if she shows herself, she can easily fall down here. Maybe even some blind arrow, yeah.
Ooh. Little Epicenter pulse. Scary. Yeah, I mean, so many of these shards, which were previously thought to be an absolute joke, just with changing it so you can get them at 15 minutes, have become, like, very, very strong. Sanking, DK, two of the biggest examples.
Getting them at 15-minute mark can be a game changer. Like for a Dragonite, 15-minute mark shard means you farm way faster, as he's demonstrating right now in the jungle. Meanwhile, Storm, yeah, his shard is also decent. I mean, Queen of Pain's shard is also decent. There's like Bounty Hunter that I feel his shard is amazing. If you get to that early on, you just get an additional stun and you're pretty much unkillable with 35% damage reduction. But
Often does, yeah.
Yeah. But so far, coming back to this game, I feel that YBB has been doing every mistake, has been caught out by every mistake in the book, right? Like first they get picked off by this combo of Dragonite, Grimstroke, left, right, and center. Then they don't have detection. Then they eat every single smoke. And the only thing that worked for them so far was when they grouped up. I'd like to see more of that. I really would.
Yeah, it's kind of getting past divide time where you kind of need to make things happen because this game is just spiraling pretty damn quickly. This anti-mage is now sitting in the jungle with a Vanguard Yasha Battle Fury at 21 minutes and also got 1,100 gold to spare as well. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. At this point, it's even really hard to group up. You need those BKBs up first. So perhaps once you get that on at least the Night Stalker, it looks like the Tiny is buying a really early one too. He's going to disassemble the Echo Saber just to finish off the BKB. So
Okay.
usually when this happens, a smoke should come next. I don't see any
Yep,
smoke.
I got one.
Yeah. On both sides.
All right. Clash of teams. Let's go. Will this BKB pay off? Fishman immediately jumping here onto the Hoodwink, but jump in with the silence here, trying to bring down the Marana, but the AM's jumping in immediately, and the leash comes out of the Queen of Pain. That is not good. Queen of Pain in trouble. She needs some help, and she's not going to get it. She's going to fall Omo, unable to do anything in the middle of this fight, and it is just once again an absolute wipe from SAG. No shot at YBB being able to fight this one.
They're TPing bottom to catch the Night Stalker.
They want
Stun
it.
is there. Yeah. Yep.
Good
Sadly
thing.
for YBB, SAG just looks a little bit faster. They've been in full control of this game from the get-go, and all their moves are just crispier, faster. Even on the side of YBB, they managed to build that BKB on Tiny, but it just didn't do a lot really. And when you think about it, now his farming speed is even slower, as he doesn't have that Echo Saber. His damage output is lower, and SAG are in full control of the map, really.
All right, so Lizard, if you were YBB right now, what would you do?
I'd buy myself some donuts.
Yeah. That's right.
With frosty donuts.
Delicious.
I've never had those, but it's certainly try.
You've always got your tasty bureks, don't you?
Oh, bureks are amazing, but they're salty. It's not the same, you know. But bureks are so amazing. Now that you mentioned them, I'm definitely getting some burek today.
Oh, lucky man, lucky man. Fishman being jumped on here, but he's actually the one going for the play. Well, no, 928 jumps past him and snowballs it. So, Zanking, not the play he's looking for, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're still going to be able to turn around and get the kill onto 928. Sun Goku dies as well at the same time, though, as the Tiny just kind of tanking the damage here, popping the BKB, trying to turn it around, looking for the kill to Phoenix here, but the BKB comes out from the DK as well. That's going to get him away, and the Anti-Mage is just ticking away at this Tiny. He doesn't have a way to fight into this Anti-Mage. This is so one-sided. My god, the Tiny fighting with the Anti-Mage is just... That was just sad, to be perfectly honest.
Stun. There we go.
Oh, they get it. They get it.
Yeah, the beginning of the fight was a lot of fun. Sand King first, like he saw the Tusk, but the Tusk just blinks at the same time, and then he snowballs the stun. It was, yeah. It started off as a mess for SAG, but it doesn't really matter in the end. There's just 13k ahead at this point, and the items that they've got, they're a bit more useful on their side than the items on YBB. YBB at the moment doesn't have that oomph. They don't have that one item that just really changes the state of the game or the fight. Perhaps a BKB on Tiny, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is the Tiny just doesn't have the damage to solo carry these team fights, you know, it's not a Medusa.
Yeah, he doesn't have the damage. Overall, none of them does. You have a Midas on the Night Stalker as well. I don't blame him for getting that. I feel that it's not a bad choice if you get an early Blink and Midas versus an AM, but definitely not working out this game.
No, I mean, it's recovery Midas, I guess? No, not really. He had an okay time in lane.
He's really on the edge of the smoke.
Nice timing on the Yules there, unfortunately, and now they move across to the Queen of Pain as well. She does blink herself out, but Fishman, he is chasing, and they don't even need to. Dies to the damage. Meanwhile, Omo Jones are going to go onto the support here. XCJ will go down their leash together, and the Anti-Mage again just tapping away at this Tiny the entire damn fight. 298 will be able to get the snipe from the sidelines onto the Marana, but I mean, GG is cool because there is nothing which YBB can do in this game. This is an absolute roasting and toasting from SAG as they take game number 1.
Yeah, but I was lied to. It wasn't a 23-minute game. It actually ended up being a 26-minute game with a first stage Anti-Mage.
You know, you hate to see it sometimes, the first phase anti-mage just getting a win like that, but it was a very reminiscent game to what Sparking Arrow did the previous time they played this almost identical draft. So it's, I guess, not all that surprising, but pretty wild game all around. I mean, is what's got to change here in game number 2? Like, how do you adapt to this?
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's not really a way you can adapt to that. Don't get stomped, I think, is the best thing you can say. I mean, it really came down to the learning phase, right? Like, one critical mistake from the Queen of Pain in not seeing the Mirana gank, which is telegraphed by both a ward and by the rune being picked up, and she still gets arrowed out from that. I mean, unfortunately, that one's a little bit unforgivable, and from there on out, like her lane just falls apart. They just play around this DK. This guy just becomes a wrecking ball who flies through the. I mean, I think they probably just banned DK in all honesty because that looked so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, he dominated from
everything
the
from
minute.
him, right? Sorry.
No, I was gonna say he just dominated from minute 1, right? It felt like there was just no slowing down this hero.
Yeah, like Dragonite, Mirana, like, all of them. Just the whole team did what they needed to do, and they also did it a bit faster from YBB. Also, the fact that they could just abandon Anti-Mage who bought Vanguard on top lane, just leave him be, and he wasn't even contested. I was a bit worried here when he dies in the first fight that he joined, but it didn't truly matter in the end. They just forced the Steiny to get a really early BKB. And with that early BKB, if you don't get that first fight going your way, most of the time you will lose after that, and that's what happened. Like, he disassembles Echo Saber, they instantly fight. It just doesn't pay off in the end.
Yeah, doesn't bode well for your late game prospects when, you know, DK anti-mage the top net worth at like 16 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah. But it comes down, you guys agree, to the Mirana rotations early on, right? Later on, Soulbind did so much work for SAG. Like all the double stuns, all the leashes that would prevent the Queen of Pain from running away. It was really on point.
Yeah. I mean, every single time they tried to make a team fight happen, the Queen of Pain just gets leashed, as you see here. And there's really nothing she can do when she's leashed, you know, especially against this lineup with an anti-mage just taking away your mana and slowing you down with the Frost Dragon as well. Like, you're leashed and you're dead. And that's a very, you know, usual situation for the Queen of Pain, and there's not really a counterplay to that for her either. I mean, don't be with your team is probably the best answer you can get to that. But then, of course, if you jump to the backlines, you know, you might just get jumped by the air anyway, and then you're dead anyway. So, yeah, really, really hard game for Storm to play. I think if they take this Queen of Pain again, they'll make sure not to pick it into the Grimstroke.
I just have just one extra thing is, like, SAG played really well. At the same time, YBB, they gave them too much. Like, there are some strategies that need a certain playstyle to work, and for SAG that was, we have this Grimstroke Dragonite Mirana, we need to get pickoffs left, right, and center with them, right? If you know that's their playstyle, perhaps you shouldn't be farming all the time, all alone. Like, they got picked off way too many times on the heroes like Queen of Pain, right? Early on, and then it kind of snowballs out of control. Yeah, Tiny too.
It's just kind of the nature of that Dragonite hero, right? And why we've been seeing him get so much attention lately. You know, he is the king of setting up these like blink initiations, right? There's very few heroes that do it better than he does, and well, it seems Sparking Arrow Gaming have that one nailed down.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they knew as well. Like, they knew how dominant they could be in this game. If they got this DK into the point where he got this early Blink Dagger and he just plays as Grimstroke. Like, they had a very clear plan for this game, Sparking Arrow, and I appreciate that a lot. And it seems we're missing a hero from the... Someone just left.
He just doesn't get a fifth hero, actually.
When you get beaten that badly, yeah. But no, I mean, this was a very clear game plan from Sparkling Arrow. Like, I don't want to say, you know, they were just like fell into this position, or, you know, they drafted well and then the game just played itself out from there. It didn't. They made it work. They made sure they put pressure. You know, they were rotating two heroes into that middle lane when they'd already won it, because they knew that they didn't want to just win it. They wanted to get that blink dagger as soon as possible, take the tower, move around the map, open the map out, and just completely dominate from there out. Like, their game plan was so clear, and it just looks so obvious now in retrospect that that's what they were going to do. And yeah, I mean, great plays from them.
Yeah, I love it. Nomad, any other thoughts on the game, or is there not much left to talk about at this point? It's
Nope, brain empty. I'm in my lane, focused, flourishing, hydrated, and ready to go next.
right on. All right. Well, that being said, we're going to go to a quick break, everyone. We've got game number 2 between Sparking Arrow Gaming and YBB coming up after the break. We'll see you then.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink, yoink.
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna live and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost nighttime, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that, I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby. town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces. Static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces. Static in my blood.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the DPC. It's going to be another fantastic game. We got game 2 of Sparking Arrow up against YBB, and it's going to be Nomad, Lizard, and myself once again bringing you that action. And, game 1, a little bit of a rough start for YBB. We'll see if they can bring things back here in game number 2. But we do have a draft underway, and before we start to talk too much about it, what do you guys think has to change for the YBB draft?
I think it comes down to communication, honestly. I think it comes down to, you just got to wake up and play crispy, make sure you guys are leading each other in. And, yeah, just open it. I mean, you can say, oh, Queen of Pain should have seen Marana coming on the ward or on the bounty or whatever, but, let's be honest, there's 5 players in the game that could have mentioned the Marana, and the 3 heroes which probably should have mentioned the Marana at some point. So you can't put it all on the Queen of Pain. Dota's a team game, Ricky. I know you don't think that because you just play solo like a gremlin, but trust me,
What?
it is.
That's so wrong.
Oh, is it? Okay. I just made a baseless play and then hope that I was right.
No,
You could have.
I am the most. I am the most only party queue gamer. It's so bad. This is not a game that I play solo anymore. But
Smart.
yeah.
You could have just exchanged his nickname for mine, and you'd be right. I'm such a goddamn gremlin. For as long as I've been playing this game, solo MMR has been my life. That's it. No party queue ever.
I used to
recently. I recently started playing a bit of party queue, and not even just normal, but turbo party queue. And
it can be fun,
yeah.
It can be fun at times.
yeah, it can be.
Pace,
It can.
do something new.
Yeah. Experiment a little bit. YBB is experimenting with Grimstroke and Pangolier going back into the draft as Grimstroke covers you from being countered a little bit by the Soulbind. The combination of heroes is really strong. I love the Pango. And if something normal doesn't work for you, just pick the goddamn most broken hero in the game, which isn't Pango, but in Black's thoughts it is. That's only because he gets disarmed in the lane and then he misses CS. Makes sense.
Very tilting and when that happens. I personally like the opening here from YBB quite a bit, but we kind of jumped in the draft here with a little bit of time under the belt already. So what are we looking for in phase 2 here? Could these be all 4 supports? Is one of these are we going to be seeing a core Pango here? It's a little bit different than some of the openers we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think it's just flexible. You can move the Pangolin around. I don't think they're too worried about that one. On the side of SAG, I think their draft is a bit more clean cut. Clearly it's going to be a POS 5 Hoodwink and a POS 4 Tusk. We have seen some people run the Hoodwink in the mid lane, but I don't think that's going to happen. Question is, do they want to go for the same things as last game? And the answer seems to be yes, as they grab themselves a Mirana, at least to start with. And you do have to be thinking, are they considering going for this anti-mage again? And I think YBB would be wise to grab themselves just something to make sure they have an answer in case that happens.
It's kind of different though. Like Ricky's question, when he first asked, I'd say 100% at least one of them is a core. I think it's a Pango. But now with the Mirana on SAG, it makes things peculiar for Tusk and Hoodwink. Like one of these will be a core. I'd actually like to see. I wanted to see a Tusk offlane. Tusk Mirana offlane is pretty strong. Like you get that tag team, you wail in with the right clicks. It can be difficult to deal with, but YBB, their draft is looking way better. Like you have the Kotal Pango lane, you have the Grimstroke Wraith King lane. The game, they're making it very easy for themselves. That's how it looks like.
Much more of a straightforward, easy to execute draft this time around. And Sparking Arrow grabbed the Tiny for themselves. So a pretty decent matchup, I think, overall into what we see already for YBB. Then they just need to make sure to protect it. But looks like both teams looking for mid laners now, right?
Yeah. On SAG, any sort of spirit would be amazing. Like just what's left? Storm. So I feel that Storm would be pretty good. Void Spirit is also in the pool, not perhaps as great, but all of these heroes that get on top of Kotal and Grimstroke, really. Like it doesn't have to be a Spirit, but their backlines are extremely squishy. Maybe even a Puck for SAG would be good. Like you get that ulti versus Pango, you can get on top of Grimstroke and Kotal. Would make a lot of sense. They could also opt to go for something like an Invoker versus Wraith King, right? And with Tiny, you get that Electricity early on. It's an option.
So I actually saw something very interesting earlier today, and it was an interaction with the Pangolier because this hero is getting picked a lot more. Did you guys know that the Nature's Prophet 20 leash talent pierces BKB and stops Pango's roll immediately?
Wait. It keeps him in spot. It doesn't stop it, right?
It doesn't stop it. He's just he's like coiled essentially. He just can't move.
Yeah.
He just literally stunned in place during the sprout. And you don't have to like hit him directly on it. As long as he's like touching any of the trees, he's just instantly rooted. It's very funny. Yeah, he doesn't have to be dead center. He just has to be like any part of the ball has to be in the center. Or like on the inside.
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy to hit. So I saw that earlier today and I was like, we might be seeing more like NP as a response to Pango one of these days.
You just gotta get a lot of levels, right, for it.
Yeah, get a Midas. True. Bring back the old days of Nature's Prophet.
By the way, I'm just worried that SAG might roll some Mirana mid. That's also an option. Like,
okay. Wait, we saw a Tusk mid actually yesterday. We saw a Tusk mid, which was very interesting. So we could be seeing something along those lines. They did the classic Aghanim Scepter rush.
Oh my god, why didn't I hear about this? That sounds amazing.
Oh my god, instant last pick anti-mage. Okay.
These guys don't care. SAG. Offlane really anti-mage. Oh boy.
It's Tusk, you were right. Yeah.
What is this draft, dude?
Okay, like last game, I liked their draft, even though anti-mage was first phase. This game, I don't like their draft that much, and anti-mage is last phase. Like it looks like when they throw themselves into the fiery ball of hell early on with the first pick AM, they make their draft kind of good with all the other picks. But now I'm not sure. We'll have to really see the game. Tusk mid, Nomad, are you a believer?
Of course I am. I'm always an advocate for Tusk Core. I think it's amazing. I mean, this Ag's just got even better. In the last update, it was already super broken, and then they're just like, let's make it even better. And now people are realizing, oh wait, yeah, this is insane. No, super good Aghanims. Very funny against Pangolier as well, because you can literally just kick him away. So he rolls in,
Kick the ball away.
Bye. Yeah. It's very amusing. So you're basically playing football. And an anti-mage offlane is announced to the Storm. I love it. I absolutely love it. I think, SAG all the way, baby.
All right. Well, you heard it here. I'm excited for this series. It's going to be a wild one. We got to see some, wacky Tusk shenanigans yesterday, and lucky enough to get them again today. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be jumping into this one in any second here. Lizard, do you have a prediction on which team that you think is actually going to win this, though? Are you favoring one or the other?
Like, I wouldn't go with SAG, but I will. I won't go if I didn't see the game one and the skill discrepancy between the two teams. So because of that, but YBB, in my opinion at least, they've got a better draft.
All right, yeah. I have to believe in the mid Tusk. I have to believe in this anti-mage pick. I didn't want it to win last game, but I'll be honest, Sparking Arrow kind of winning me over nowadays. So I'm going to join them as well. We'll see. Maybe we can get a game 3. That'd be fun. I'd like to see this go to 3 games just because there's a little bit of shenanigans happening here. But to find out if that's actually going to be the case, we are finally going to jump into this one. And I'm going to let y'all take it away. Nomad, Lizard, have some fun with it.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, indeed. Is it going to be a clean 2-0 or a YBB going to take it back? I mean, one thing we didn't really talk about a whole lot was, of course, this Wraith King being the carry hero. Is this the same hero as he was last patch?
30 seconds.
He's still a scary little skeleton king, Wraith King. I feel that it still works.
Yeah, but... I mean, does this anti-mage answer the Wraith King as well as the Storm?
Yeah, it's a good response, I guess. But then you end up with an offlane anti-mage.
Yeah, and you can also just get the shard even earlier on Wraith King now as well. So
yeah, there you go. I feel sure. Yeah, it can be a nuisance, but in all honesty, I don't think that it's that great. On paper, we'll see SAG definitely can execute a little bit faster, a little bit better than YBB. We've seen that in game 1. So they can perhaps make it work, but they definitely didn't make it easy on themselves with the draft. Let's put it that way.
Certainly not. So Tusk versus Storm Lizard, who wins this matchup?
And the classic one? Well, usually Storm has a decent time versus any melee heroes, right? Mm-hmm. And I suppose that Storm should do all right here, but Tusk with attack team, with Snowball to dodge the Spirit Remnant, Static Remnant that is, perhaps can put up a good fight.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, really, Phoenix should be playing Phoenix this game because Storm's playing Storm, so, he's kind of broken the bro code there a little bit.
There you go, he dodges.
Beautiful. Yeah. Rage creep as well. Nice. Alright, he's owning.
Yeah, but Storm playing the Storm, isn't it like unbeatable?
Exactly, so he needs to play the Phoenix as well and face up to it, but yeah, there you go. The eponymous Storm Spirit, I guess.
They messed up, yeah.
Yeah. What's going on in this bottom lane? We got XTJ on the Hoodwink, with Ghost on the Tiny, playing up into Aenid on the Pangolier, and 928 on the Keeper of the Light.
So this lane should be pretty straightforward. You get blasted into your face as Tiny, then you get swashbuckled as well instantly after. Rinse and repeat 24/7. They push in the wave, and they try to pull the hard camp. Meanwhile, XAG, he should be constantly blocking the hard camp on his Hoodwink. So a kill can happen here, but it should be unlikely.
No, the hard camp's blocked by a sentry, so that's all good.
Yeah. He blocked it. I know. Just he needs to make sure that it's always blocked.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
And another good thing by kind of pretending to block the hard camp as well is that it's probably not going to get dewarded easily. So, and of course, if you're already there, then Why bother? Interesting bushwhack there. That could have been a kill, but unfortunately a little bit off the mark, so no kill today.
Yeah, I think the plan was for Tiny to plant the Iron Branch.
I think so. That's the only way that could have worked.
And he does have one, so it makes sense.
I would have loved to hear the comms there. Plant the tree, plant the tree, plant the tree!
Yeah. Because Mirana, sorry, the Kotl, he didn't have Quelling Blade or Tangos to use on it, so there was no way to cut it. Could have done that. Probably should have, but yeah.
Ah well. Me on the middle lane. Things still okay. Storm is about to pull ahead on last hits because he's probably going to get this full wave. Of course, you know, Storm Spirit just an excellent laner in the middle lane. He's got so many tools in which to last hit with. It's kind of easy mode.
Yep. And Tusk shouldn't really... Well, not sure really. Like, we'll see. Tusk for me was always fun as a core. I loved the One Punch Man with Dazzle and Phase Boots and whatnot.
The good old days.
Yeah. And I'm looking at top lane too. Like this time around, Mirana is leaving the AM, and he's still getting some farm because of that early Ring of Health. Like it's kind of worrying how much SAG's offlaner get versus YBB.
Yeah.
Even though the position 4 just leaves early on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Son Goku on the run once again. And we saw this last game where Son Goku got a solo kill onto the +5 of YBB. They can't let that one happen again. Inkswell is out, and of course Son Goku just going to hop away.
Is he going to do it again? Like, Grimstroke needs to be careful.
He's trying to play around the creep to dodge the arrow, but yeah, Mirana's just like, I'm just going to take a Sentinel.
Yeah, and this isn't really... Like, you're a Grimstroke here, you're running around, like, trying to prevent this Mirana from farming and ganking mid. Meanwhile, your carry is being harassed by the anti-mage. The anti-mage is getting farm. But I guess my question is, do you really care that anti-mage is getting farm? Is that offlane anti-mage? You know, like, is that a big deal? Yeah, because it's not like he's going to have space on the map to farm. Storm, mid lane.
Oh, they're jumping in and they're going to be able to get the kill. They bring him down. Successful rotation. Punch up as well now onto the Grimstroke. They want to make this a secondary kill. The Fairy Fire is not going to save his life, unfortunately, as XCJ gets the right click off. And that's going to be 2 kills here for the side of SAG. It's looking like a similar story in the middle lane, at least at the moment.
Didn't Storm have his ulti up? Like, couldn't he... I thought that he had like a small time frame there to zip around, but yeah.
Yeah, it does look like it on the death summary, but we can only we can't be certain.
He's going bottom though, on Storm, and I really don't see how they make this kill. Like the two of them on the Tiny, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, this feels like a really weird play. This feels like Storm's maybe.
Yeah.
You know, they might have had the conversation after last game, like, oh, what could I have done on this Queen of Pain? And they were like, oh, well, you know, you should have moved around the lanes a little bit more. You know, you shouldn't have let yourself be a target in mid. And now he goes this game and he's like, all right, I'm going to move lanes a little bit more. And really,
yeah, he goes on Phoenix,
though. Going on to the Tusk here. He has got the Snowball, though, to buy himself a bit of time. Turn around with a punch as well, but they've got the Inkswell out onto the Storm here, trying to kill off Phoenix. They need a little bit more. Can they find it? Bushwhacked in. XCJ trying to get the kill onto Storm now. He's looking so low. Bottle up, though, will keep him healthy. And meanwhile, the Tusk is able to get out as well. So, gank not successful, really, for the side of YBB.
Yep, Storm is going to get some stacks that Kotl was making for him, so that will ease the pain of missing that one kill on the Tusk.
Yeah, a bit.
So, the Grimstroke didn't have Phantom's Embrace, which allows Tusk to use Snowball. Also, Kotl really didn't use Illuminate over the river there to add some extra damage, so some things could have definitely been done a little bit better in that gank, but, you know, things like that do tend to happen. I like the Tiny's build, by the way. I feel that this is perhaps a bit better. Starting with a Raid Band, getting some armor, right? Like, you get that +2 armor early on, it's massive.
What about the Midas?
Midas? Sure, you benefit from the attack speed, right? Like you always did. You do miss out on that early kill potential with the Echo Saber, but you still farm kind of fast.
Interesting from TP from Tiny, and I guess this is the offlane anti-mage effect, because the anti-mage doesn't really want to leave that offlane. So the Tiny just TPs back to the middle tier 2 and hits the jungle, which, yeah, is quite unusual.
Yeah, I was thinking at one point in this game...
Bottom lane,
yeah.
XCJ trying to juke around the trees here and doing a successful job off it. Aeonid kind of wasting the roll. Oh, saying that, Toss comes in, makes him hit at least one target. Omo in a bit of trouble here, does not have the reincarnation available right now. In fact, he doesn't have the points to put in it, so he's just going to fall.
Yeah, he didn't have a point at all. Like, some of these plays are really hard for YBB to accomplish without certain heroes. And they still try. Like, this play on a Hoodwink, it's just not happening. Like, Pango versus Hoodwink, you know exactly what she's going to do. She will run around those trees and you won't be able to connect. Storm.
Nice bushwhack out onto the Storm here. The follow-up arrow does connect and they bring him down once again.
Yep. Kind of similar to game 1.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
Yeah. This is a part in which you start talking about donuts.
Alrighty, well, you know, there are so many different kinds, dude. I mean, they fill them with anything these days.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
With anything?
Anything. Well, anything sweet. Nothing savory, as far as I've
Really?
seen. I don't think I've seen a savory donut, no. Well, maybe that's an opportunity there. Any entrepreneurs listening? Oh, bottom lane. They're trying to make a play onto the Tusk here, but yeah, he's got this snowball to just dodge out like literally everything, so he's going to chill for the time being. The Ice Shard's going to protect him from the roll as well. Look at this guy, he's just playing inside his shard, so Ionid can't actually get in there. Nice roll down, finally does connect them and keep them off the Grimstroke. Phoenix should finally drop here. Omo, one more clip, and not the snowball coming out. He's not going to die. Wraith King does go. Oh my god. That Illuminate coming through, getting the Kotl a double kill. Meanwhile, Fishman needs to blink away now, and he does get himself back to reasonable safety. So, I mean, YBB, they probably won't be crying about that one too much. You know, they did manage to get themselves a couple of kills, but yeah, losing their Wraith King is unfortunately
once again
still a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal because they're losing him like in every single engagement. It's not really that great. Keeper of the Light actually going for Aghanims. Okay. Like a very early build up into that Aghs. I've seen quite like 90% of Kotlos go for one utility item and then perhaps not even Aghs. But okay.
Alright, bro. You do you. Well, Silence does connect, and the X-Well's going to land as well onto this Anti-Mage, but unfortunately, with no Wraith Fire Blast available, the AM will be getting away.
Phoenix is invis, and he does see Storm. And they're readying up the arrow.
Ooh, Bushwhack doesn't connect. He's actually jumping in here though, IBB Storm, because they've got the leash coming down to the two of them. Two-man Electric Vortex. That's looking very nice. XCJ gonna fall. Snowball gonna buy the Tusk a little bit of time, but death will come his way regardless. And that's gonna be 2 kills from YBB in the middle lane. Bit of an overextension there from SAG, getting punished appropriately.
Yeah, I feel like from game 1 into the game 2, the playstyle of SAG has not changed one bit. Let's just catch this Storm guy out and kill him off 24/7. It was bound to be punished at some point. Nicely played. Nicely done by YBB, countering that. But what do you think if the Bushwhack connected? Storm still dies, right? Probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, with a punch and the sharpshooter, they would have got the kill before they got collapsed in on themselves, for sure. It's a powerful combination. Of course, the lack of setup makes it quite difficult, but Tusk will have his blink eventually, so should be okay. But yeah, interestingly, he went for this Ograx first. I mean, at the moment, this is my build. This is the... But I go into Echo Saber now, and I don't think he's going to do that.
I think I've seen this build and I've done it myself quite a few times. Perhaps not on Task, but on heroes such as Dragonite, right? Like, you want to get that Blink, but you also want that BKB. You bite Yogurax, and then you decide to go for Blink instantly after.
Yeah.
You tank up a little bit. It's fine. It does delay your Blink timing a little bit, though, which can be detrimental to your pickoffs, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. They have ways.
They do. They do. Oh, Anti-Mage finds himself the Chip Fest as well now, so... oh, he's going for the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, because you are an offlane Anti-Mage, right? Like,
Yeah.
what do? You have to give some impact, make some impact in the game, top lane.
Oh, Phoenix going for the play here onto Pangaloo with a Hoodwink to back him up as well. The Sharpshooter will finish the job. Down goes Ionid.
But it is... you see the problem in the AM, right? Top lane Hoodwink?
Yes, this game would be over if this was another offlaner. But, SAG. Trying something new. Flexing it out a bit.
Yeah. It definitely does give them this hero that punishes Storm. And because of that, Storm isn't as active perhaps early on. Mid lane arrow does not connect.
Close though. Ooh, jump all the way across from the Storm, but doesn't get the rune as the Tusk did come in and grab it. And now Phoenix is going to be able to have this haste rune available, so that's pretty scary for YBB. Should be hesitant about taking any engagements here on out.
Yeah, it just feels that SAG are again in really in a comfortable spot, in control of the game. Tiny with his Midas is pulling ahead on the net worth. AM, the offlane AM, is actually quite ahead of carry Raid King of YBB.
Yeah. This is last game was a kind of territorial victory. This game is a economic victory.
And also a psychological one, I believe, as Storm is just way too passive. Like his last game, he got punished quite a few times on his co-op. This game, as Storm Spirit, like, did he make a move in the mid game? I don't think so.
No, he kind of turned up at the bottom lane and realized he couldn't do anything, and since then he's, very much just been relying on reacting rather than actually actively making the plays. As down bottom, the roll comes in from Phoenix, but they do have the leash out onto the 2. Double Electric Vortex once again, follow up the Illuminate. It's good damage coming through, and that's going to get them a kill onto the Mirana. And now, Fishman jumping into the middle of everything. This is a brave play from him. He gets the Mana Void out, but the Storm's leaving that low on mana, so it doesn't do much. He's going to die. Could this be the fight that YBB are looking for here? Storm very low, but he's staying around to fight, and that does seem to be the right moves. They turn back around, they'll kill off the Tiny as well. XCJ in the trees, they will find him, and YBB just like that are back in the game. How the hell is it?
And that's what I was jinxing, right? Like, can this Storm do anything? Did he? Well, he did react once again, as it was SAG making the move, but he jumps in. And the Soulbind is really well positioned. It allows him for that double electric vortex, plus the Illuminate, Keeper of the Light, doing God's work really for YBB. A ton of damage coming from him. Overall, you can definitely feel some weaknesses of SAG's draft.
9 to 8. I mean, he's very fast in this cuddle, so getting this kill is not going to be easy by any stretch. And yeah, they will just have to back themselves away from this one.
Yeah, I feel that they could have gotten the kill, but they didn't know where Storm was.
Yeah.
So they respected the positioning of YBB a little bit too much. Disciplined.
So I mean, that was like a 5k advantage they had, which got whittled down to a 1k advantage from one fight. So we'll see how they react to this. I mean, at the moment, it does just seem like SAG, just running around with a pair whilst... Ooh, nice catch here onto the Storm. Oh, where did that creep come from?
Yeah, the Storm was farming 2 creeps, so... yeah, it didn't really work that way. Basically, what Son Goku was hoping for is that Storm will kill off the creeps with the last remnant, and then the arrow connects. Yeah. But he didn't finish both of them, so...
That's why you need a Midas on Mirana, so you can Midas a creep that's in the way.
By the way, Keeper of the Light is 100 gold away from his Aghanims.
Yeah.
Now, it might not be as amazing as it used to a long time ago, but good old Will-O-Wisp, it's still pretty solid.
In this game as well, right? This lockdown is going to mean quite a lot, I believe.
Yep.
Look at how disciplined he is as well. He gets enough money for the Ags and immediately stops farming. He's immediately like, all right, Wraith King, all yours, baby. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because he was given so much space right early on. Probably feels a bit guilty for it, so I understand it. No, sincerely, like, this game is looking, after the last fight, is looking much better for YBB.
I mean, what went wrong in that fight? We didn't really talk about it a whole lot, but what actually happened there? Mistakes from SAG, or?
No, I think that YBB played the fight well. I didn't see any huge mistakes. It's just that you have an offlane anti-mage.
That was a mistake came 18 minutes and 52 seconds ago.
Exactly. No, really, like, he used his ulti on Storm, which did a ton of damage, but there's no utility coming from him. Your control comes from Hoodwink and the Tiny. A little bit, I guess, from the Tusk as well. Mirana.
Oh, she's in some trouble. The leap away mech as well. Not going to be enough to save the day. Son Goku will fall.
Sadly, he only had that one leap.
Elsewhere, they go for the Grimstroke up here on the top side, and boom! That will be the kill going to Fishman.
It's a BKB will be completed on Phoenix, by the way, for this next fight. So we will have a BKB on Phoenix, not a BKB on Tiny, but Blink Echo Saber. And perhaps you can get a decent fight, but I don't know, the Wraith King, he's getting into that dangerous area, Armlet Desolator, like, he's starting to hurt, and he doesn't care for these quick burst heroes, right? Like, you're Tiny, if he jumps him, blows him up, Wraith King, sure, he'll just fight again, right? So
yep. I'm getting a little bit concerned by his hesitance to not pick up a shard here, like...
Yeah, he has the soul ring, so
yeah,
I guess that's, you know, something.
It's something. I wouldn't rely on myself to manage to get a soul ring off in him.
That's why you talk about the game and you don't play it.
True, you know? Very true.
But yeah, you can always get controlled, right? Like, you think that you'll be able to use that soul ring and then you get stunned, so...
Yep. Or your...
There's always a way to play around that.
I mean, if you're 0 mana, soul ring still doesn't do it, right? 150 mana, yeah, 180 for reincarnation, so... It's not a
no stick
guarantee
on him as well. Yeah, usually a stick is there as well.
Yep. Alright, dangerous game. We'll see if it pays off to skip on the shard and go for the blink instead. I mean, very aggressive move from Momo. He's saying like, yep, it's time to go. We need a blink. For me, Storm's not enough initiation. Storm Pango's not enough initiation.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the side of SAG, everyone is just queuing up those BKBs. Even the offlane AM. I think, well, when I say even the offlane AM, I think that's what he should buy. Let's see if the smoke connects on anything or anyone. Fishman.
I think Fishman should have gone for pipe into shard. Oh, they've seen him. Oh, not quite on the ball there from YBB as
Storm's still going in.
Away, but yeah, he's not stopping, but he's under the tower here. A lot of damage coming out from the Tusk, and the Storm is dead straight off the bat. Ignis Spider's coming in over the top as well, but BKB comes out from Tusk as he turns around and looks at their next target as they've taken down the Grimstroke. They'll look forward for more. Blink in, but in comes a Wraith King. He's committing to this fight, and I'm not sure this is the right move. Oh dear, he's running out of mana. He's running out of mana, Lizard, and he is dead. Not that it would have made a huge amount of difference if he had the reincarnation there, I guess, but yeah. still, bit of a disaster from YBB.
That's yeah. A little bit. This is free rush pretty much for SAG straight up afterwards. That was a huge mess of a comfortable lead that they had.
Yep, I think.
Let's see, maybe they can defend the rush.
Maybe.
Or at least try to.
Well, this is a Pango going in. He's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. Ignis Vada's coming in over the top as well. They've taken down one XCJ is gone. Snowball out from the tusk to keep himself safe a little bit longer. The Roshan,
Storm is back.
It's so low. You need to kill it. The Storm comes in. He gets the Aegis. YBB, they're back in the game again. The turnarounds upon turnarounds here as now they look towards the Tiny. Tiny, he's invisible. That's not going to help him though as he gets taken down by Storm. Oh my goodness. YBB, I mean, they had the heroes to do it. SAG, they just didn't respect that.
Yep. Was this YBB's plan all along? Storm jumping in top?
The long con.
Just to get easy Roshan, easy Aegis, that's it, right? Makes total sense.
It all comes together in the end. They're chasing the Storm, but they're not really finding the Storm, and now the Storm might be finding you. Fishman actually jumping in on this one. He wants to take the mana away from Storm, but unfortunately, it's going pretty wrong for SAG at this point, as it's just going to grab himself 2 kills instead.
Yeah, I think they need to respect the strength of this hero a little bit more now. Or just put some respect on YBB overall, as they're playing a little bit reckless. They missed the Hoodwink Bushwhack. They still try to go on the Storm. That Storm also has an Aegis. Fishman?
Going for a play here. I mean, if he can get off this Mana Void, then Grimstroke might be dead. Oh, never mind.
If he doesn't die,
given, and it's going to be the AM dead instead. Can't do anything. That lockdown was really well timed, honestly. Things looking, yeah, just, I hate to say it, it's coming from me of all people, but picking this Tusk mid and this anti-mage offlane, they just don't seem to be too confident with the way in which, you know, they're making plays around each other. They've had this lead, well, they had this lead before for quite a long time, and yeah, just never really made much of it. And YBB just seems to be so much more comfortable playing with their heroes.
Yeah, because their draft is just good. It's good, normal, standard stuff. They don't have to outperform. Yeah, it's comfortable. They don't have to outperform. That's the thing. Like, when you look at SAG, you feel like they need to outperform. They need to make the magic happen. Ehome.
Bonk. He's still got a decent amount of health and another life remaining, which will now be popped as they move over towards a Grimstroke here. Grimstroke being brought down. Anti-Mage, he doesn't want to Mana Void this, but he's going to feel like he has no option as they now want to get themselves away. Tusk just being locked down and taken out. The Anti-Mage, he needs to get out of this one, but he doesn't seem to be able to do so.
Nice
locked
bushwhack.
down forever and a day as Fishman will fall as well. And there's going to be, yeah, 2 big kills for the side of YBB as they invade the enemy jungle successfully.
That was what, 2 for 3, right? Or 2 for 2? I mean, with Wraith King dying, if you can count his, yeah, if you can count his reincarnation. Yeah. Overall, again, another play that doesn't really benefit SAG that much. They lose the offlane and the mid, so, and they don't get control of this side of the map again. Like, they're really forcing some things super hard. They're just trying to outplay YBB. Son Goku top lane.
Up, yeah. This is
should be fine.
JK.
Yeah, he just heals up. It's a bit difficult to kill off this Mirana with the mech and the sticks.
Yeah, and he burnt a lot of mana jumping up here as well. He zipped all the way from like the middle lane up to the top lane, so didn't get the damage off, unfortunately.
I was expecting perhaps SAG to take their triangle while the enemy side is in their jungle. You know, take the triangle, ward it up, wait for the Aegis to expire. Nope, they just went straight into their own jungle to try and contest it. They got punished for it once again. 7k lead became a 10k lead now. They need to stop making these super rash moves and just try and kill off the Storm once the Aegis is gone.
Not that easy though. The Storm does have himself the BKB, of course, and the response from YBB has been very severe from every fight so far. The Ignis Fatuus gives you an insane amount of response. You've got the leash from the Grimstroke as well, like two very defensive supports. I actually think they need to go and kill the supports before they can kill the Storm.
Yeah, I agree. Unless Storm just jumps in. Storm, by the way, is losing his Aegis in 15 seconds, but nice Mirana ulti to get everyone away.
Ooh, just
Storm
out of
again.
Yeah, they might time this one on the side of SAG if they're not careful. But the rest of YBB are joining in for this one. The BKB pop from Fishman really early here, but he's going to jump past his team to make sure that leash doesn't connect. So two ultis kind of wasted at this point. And Fishman's going to be the one to get that with a kill. Tusk does get cleaved down in the backlines here by the Wraith King, however, and now Wraith King looking for his next target. He gets on top of the Mirana. Mirana being sliced up by Omo, but she's leaving them on a merry chase here. Oh my god, you gotta keep your distance, and she doesn't. And there's gonna be another kill for the Wraith King in this one. So they do kill those supports, but unfortunately they lose their mid laner and their position 4 in response. So once again, seems like YBB just coming out a little bit better.
Yeah, Tusk just kind of jumped in there and got locked down before he could even use his BKB. So a small little, you know, unfortunate event for him. Tiny also getting closer to his AC. Overall, you know, SAG with the state of the game, they are keeping their hopes in. They're not getting completely destroyed one team fight after another. And actually, Tiny switching up into a Silver Edge. That crit will, you know, help out with the damage department early on.
Yeah, definitely. No really good break targets though, are there? I mean, I guess disabling Immortal Strike is pretty big.
I mean, yes, but it's not amazing. I think the build-up is just way too nice. It's one of the reasons why Blink Dagger has been not as picked up recently as much as before. Well, it has been, but Silver Edge definitely lowered that build rate a little bit.
Yeah, on position 1s for sure.
Yeah.
Some very nice neutral items picked up from SAG though. They've got the Titan Sliver on their Tiny, which they're really going to like. And the Mindbreaker on the Anti-Mage, so you've got the Silence as well as all this Mana Break.
Yep. Can they catch him? They're smoked up, they know exactly where he blinked, but they might need Storm to YOLO in first.
Yeah, I don't think he's willing to risk that.
He does have a BKB though, so it's not as difficult for them to engage.
Oh, look at this Tusk positioning here. He sees everything. SAG, they want to take this. They believe they've got the advantage.
Maybe they can jump Storm.
This would be
before
huge.
the BKB.
They need to keep him locked down though. Hesitation. They jump in. He does manage to get the BKB off on the Storm, but they've got to punch off regardless. But then they turn around, but the Snowball comes out to buy them the time. They need to get off their BKBs. They are leashed together on the Tiny and the Tusk. They're going to have to try and stand their ground here. The rest of SAG trying their best to back them up. Fishman looking for a spot to get engaged, to get into this fight. But he's not going to find it, and they will just back themselves up. So no one actually dying here. Very interesting.
Yep, Storm has healed up, and they shouldn't be aware of this.
Where are all these sounds coming from?
Storm, Inksweld. Doesn't jump anyway.
Waiting for someone to show at mid. But SAG are being very, very careful. They know how important this triangle area is for them.
Yeah, they're just keeping the high ground and defending Wraith King as he can start pushing in the mid tier 2. I believe there's no Fortify any longer, so maybe they can jump the Hoodwink.
They're really not interested in supports, are they? Son Goku and XCJ have been showing themselves a lot in this middle defense, but they're not interested. They're not taking the bait on YBB, but now there's something to fight over. Roshan is up. And I believe if Storm gets its Aegis, this game is just going to get very difficult very quickly.
He might die.
They're going for him.
That.
They're going for the play here. Can they bring him down? It's a question. The answer is no. He gets off the BKB again. But he's sticking around. Jesus, dude.
Yeah, that was very dangerous. He did, min-max. He did min-max the time spent from Tiny and Tusk, and because of that, Rush is easier to pick up, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. He's going to have to zip here for the Aegis, though, if he wants it on Storm. Oh no, you don't have to. There's a Shard on Kotl.
Oh, excellent, excellent. So, wow, that was a great couple of minutes for the Storm here in the end, and it might even get even better. Oh, never mind.
Never mind, just pulls himself in. All good.
Just vibing. Passing the vibe check. Yeah, Tusk, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? He really does not accelerate. His farming potential is weak. Oh, well, we're going to find themselves an anti-mage here. The Pangolier here, but now the anti-mage going to have to pop the BKB as he gets silenced up and turns around onto the Storm Spirit. Of course, does not have the Mana Void available, but Aegis still available on the Storm regardless. He's getting these heroes low, but unfortunately they're heroes with 2 lives remaining. The double pull coming out once again. The Invisible Tiny, he's ready to turn around here. He's going to be able to take
pushback.
1 Aegis, 2 Aegis, but no kill, which is the issue. And now he's so slowed up, and now he's so stunned up, and now he's so deaded up, as they're going to be able to bring down the Tiny, and that is going to be YBB smashing down the enemy carry. Oh dear. I mean, you get the Reincarnation, you get the Aegis. It's maybe not the worst trade in the world for SAG. They get most of their heroes out, but yeah.
The Tiny got deaded, like you said.
He
so
did.
He died. It's the problem. Yeah, it's a small problem. Tusk is getting closer to that Desolator, so maybe they'll get some extra burst damage potential from now on. And they did force a buyback on Pango, so that's a small upside. It gives them a win condition if they manage to kill him early on in fights.
Whoa, big zip coming on through here. Phoenix trying to save the day, but they're trying to get revenge, but the BKBs are out, and they're just fighting. They're just turning around and blowing up the Tusk as well. It's another kill going their way, but Fishman does come in the backlines and get himself a cheeky little kill on to the Pottle, so there's some kind of retribution here. Are they going to be able to defend the base, though? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, like that kill on Kotl is actually pretty important. But Tiny is still dead for, what, 20 more seconds, and because of that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, killing the Kotl usually prevents them from pushing, as you don't get that Illuminate Spam Blast that heals everything, right? So... But it didn't matter, Tiny dead for way too long.
Keep the range racks alive. Good job, team. It's something. Alright, well, I feel like now's the time for SAG. I mean, wait for your Tusk to come back and go, but yeah, as I was trying to say before, like, the Tusk core is really nice, but if you're not getting the kills, then you fall behind very, very quickly, and you can see here, you know, he is the weakest core in the game when it comes to
Look, don't flame my boy Tusk that way, okay? Like, yeah, sure, he cannot farm that well. Yeah, sure, he is a one-punch man. But he has a bloody anti-mage on the offlane, like, I'm surprised even this Tiny has got as much farm as he did. But
Yeah.
he bought Midas, he knew what's gonna happen, he was like, okay, I know you're not truly gonna be offlane.
Well, what's going
I'm
on?
gonna buy myself Midas.
Yeah. Just to make sure he's got the most net worth, because you never want your offlaner to go ahead of you in net worth. That always feels
Just to
bad
make
for the
sure
guy.
he gets any farm, really.
True.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, bottom tower being traded for, looks like it's going to be the range racks at mid. No one here to defend it right now.
But they need to def top, so, you know, top tier 3 will be pushed in.
Yeah, they're coming back slowly but surely. Fortifications out from both teams. Rolling Thunder coming in. Oh no, they see the anti-mage. He wasn't aware. He does manage to just about get off that counter spell, and that's going to buy them time. Actually, it was a Lotus Sword, but their Storm's now in trouble. They're taking him down. Do they have the damage? I don't think so. He's still sticking around and fighting here. Again, playing on the precipice of life here. And now they jump in onto the Wraith King. Wraith King, he doesn't have a reincarnation available here. Can they take him down? I think they can. Go slaps him in the butt. And that's going to take down the Wraith King and eliminate any chance YBB had of going high ground here. And they might not be done. Fishman looking for more. Won't
They
be able to
recall-
find it. Let's see. Spider legs across, Snowball on through as well. So much catch available on the side of SAG, but also so much escape on the side of YBB. Catch the old man on his horse. think we need.
I thought that they might try and recall the storm, but they're not. So the old man has been left alone, and he'll be able to TP
Oh my
out.
goodness.
Just your casual 520 movement speed with the 4 staff. You're not catching this old man. But you know, all these fights I feel should be way easier for YBB, and this game is showing once again that perhaps
What?
yeah, Storm Falls.
All right.
Yeah, this game is just showing that SAG is definitely a little bit stronger of a team. Like when it comes to executing fights properly. The fact that Storm jumps the AM together with Pango, they still don't manage to kill him off before he pops that BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, it's a little bit of a lesson being taught here from SAG. But you know, YBB, they are an academy team, so they're used to learning lessons.
Dire's middle tower has
It's the whole point of existing. It's all the point of any of us existing.
Dire's top tower.
Do you think like Chinese academy teams, they have like lessons between games? Like, do they sit in a classroom?
Yeah, and the players from the main team come and take the seminars. And they do that thing where they like spin a chair around and then sit on the back of it and say,
Someone should make like a series, you know, exactly with that premise.
They should.
Academy team boys, and then paparazzi comes in and gives them some lessons. And Burning is the principal of the school.
I don't want you guys to call me paparazzi. I want you guys to call me Pappy.
Yeah. ROTK is that angry parent that always fights with teachers. Or he can be, ROTK can also be gym class, the cool gym class professor that's actually good. No, I don't know. Who would be the cool gym class?
They're Dota players. I don't know. Faith Beyond.
Okay, yeah, sure.
He only does forearm exercises though. It's weird this game, isn't it? There's,
I only meant in a way of being friendly and cool with all the players, you know, with all the students.
Faith Beyond's
But we
definitely
have
cool, but yeah, I don't know. He's kind of like the, you know, the anime cool guy who's kind of like, you know, a bit back talky, sassy cool.
Sassy?
Kind of thing. That doesn't sound like a thing. Anyway, yeah, it's a strange game because there's a 5k gold advantage for YBB, but SAG were previously...
Storm Spirit! Oh, Phoenix!
Alright.
He forced the BKB, it's
You can
quite
punch
big.
him here, and he's going to pop the BKB of his own. This is an advantage for SAG to start off this fight. Let's see what they can do here as Ghost immediately jumps in on the backline. Storm dead as well to Fishman. Oh no. YBB just get torn apart instantly. Aaron not going to connect here as the Ion Disc is popped, but that doesn't make a difference. He's all out of mana, all out of health. Double cores from the side of SAG are just doing way too much work at this point.
Yeah, like, you know, this situation, it literally stems from the fact that Storm goes on that road. I could see it. Like,
You could. You've
And
been
I'm
calling
su-
it a long time.
yeah, and I'm sure SAG could as well. Like, when you're smoked up, you don't see anyone. Jumping on top of that rune is just so dangerous, even if you're a Storm.
Yeah.
And they got punished hard for it. Like, that was literally the worst case scenario. Plus, he pops that BKB early on.
Great
His
to-
BKB disappears. Yeah.
Great to watch Coddle get one shot by Tusk. Zion.
It's happening, isn't it?
Oh, it was so close. It was so close. It would have been as well, but the buyback's coming in thick and fast. They want to kill off this Tusk, and they will be able to do exactly that. Fishman backing himself away with the cover of the BKB. YBB will defend their base, but it costs them 3 big buybacks. They want to get this Tusk buyback, I believe, but I'm not sure they can without risking their entire game.
Yeah, perhaps
about
they
Rosh.
can... Rosh and top lane is being pushed in. Let's see. I think Rosh would be a much better idea for them to give it to that Storm.
I don't think they should give this away. No, they won't. Tusk buys back. They want to try and do something about this, but they need to get over here now. Like Shadow used. YBB, you can see the hesitation here. This is just not looking like a team which is confident in what they're doing right now. And they shouldn't
Yeah.
be.
you could see the Wraith King was kind of pulling into the pit, Storm was pulling out of it. This is probably the more disciplined and better approach. Smoke up and try to go for a good team fight before you try to take that rush.
They do have buybacks on the side of SAG. That is the only problem as they move into Fishman here. Great pick off to start this one off, as they might be able to take him down. The Lotus Sword buying him a decent amount of time. Doesn't make a difference. Will still fall. 100 seconds, but has the buyback. Gem on the deck as well.
I think you buy back.
I think you do.
The BKB has been used, yeah.
And he thinks he does as well as they jump in. They find the Storm. Huge target here. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. The Storm is dead. That is big. And now they move up towards the Pangolier as well. He's got the own disc to buy himself the time. Blink Dagger available now as well. The Son Goku comes jumping around the sidelines here. They're looking for a target. Grimstroke will be that target as Yaret's follow through as well. But his own Inkswell perching off that stun. And now he will go down. Oh, dearie me. 2 heroes dead. 1 with a buyback, thankfully. They move in. Not sure they're going to find... Although Fishman is just on the high ground. He did just buy back here, but Ghostin's here to back him up. The whole team's here. This is SAG are just not pulling out of this point. They are pulling no punches. As they take down yet another dieback coming out of the Brave King. He's going to lose his first life. Or maybe not. He's got some toggles coming in. There we go. Finally drops. Meanwhile, Pangolier still rolling around. Somehow surviving through this one. But Fishman is just bullying the supports in the back lines. None of these supports can get into this fight because there's an anti-mage, position 3, just stopping them from ever getting close. And that is the problem here. YBB with only 2 heroes left. And SAG make the call to get back and get themselves Roshan.
Yeah, do you see where the creep waves are, by the way, on the map? There was no way they pushed even if they killed all 5 of them. The creep waves were literally at their pace. So, yeah, they had that bloodlust on them a little bit.
Oh, Mango Tie, baby. Tiny is getting his 5 a day. He's like 9 mangoes in a row.
Yeah, he's ready to pretty much end this game. AM as well, 6 mangoes, cheese.
Good
antagonists.
What a diet. Mangoes and cheese.
Yeah, sounds kind of like it could give you some stomach problems, really, but...
What, 6 mangoes in a row and then a wedge of cheese? Nah.
You think not?
Nah, you'll be fine. Have a great day. Wow, those barracks did not last long. Oh, he just eats the... just eats the cheese in front of them. Okay.
Yeah, because he likes the Wraith Band.
Yeah.
You know?
Some emotional attachment to that Wraith Band, you know. It's been with him all game. It's his lucky Wraith Band.
Actually... He's testing out your diet as well. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes for him. He just ate 6 mangoes and the cheese instantly after.
This blink fragment is super obnoxious as well. I always mention it, and I'm going to do it again because it was probably one of my favorite plays. I believe it was last season in the China DPC where we saw an anti-mage build of Aghanims and then just constantly throw blink fragments in, and then one fight he just blinked into like 5 heroes by himself, and because he's just been throwing blink fragments at them all game, they don't realize.
They ignore it.
They ignore it for like 2 seconds, by which point he's already blown up like half their team with a huge mana void. It was very funny.
So, yeah. Whenever you have a hero, first, like the fact that it's kind of new, right? Like, no one has been building it for a while.
Yeah, it's niche.
It confuses you because of that as well. So there's so many options, so many plays that you can make. It's pretty cool. I like it.
I agree. Wraith King, he wants to get himself a Divine Rapier. Does need a bit more gold to get there, though. He's still about 2k off.
They got some nice things now for themselves. There's an Aghanims on Grimstroke as well, so you can use that on the Tiny or on the Anti-Mage as well. Get yourself a nice little illusion, which might help. That Rapier on the Wraith King as well. It's last-ditch effort, obviously, but at this point I feel like you have to go that way.
Very all in here from YBB, as it kind of has to be. They've, I mean, their buybacks will be coming back in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes on some.
What's the age timer? 2 minutes. So
yeah, I really think it's time for SAG to try and take this one. I mean, I'd be happy for them just to run down this bottom lane, but they had to get their lane sorted out first, of course.
Yeah, Tiny has what 400 gold from buyback, so
Okay.
he can get that first. And
Why has he got a
then they can
backpack
roll in.
Reaver? Is he,
For the overwhelming blink. I believe.
I see. Of course.
Not sure why he didn't go for Swift, but yeah, this one is fine too.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual one, but
The Rapier has been picked up, by the way.
oh, we got it. Must have sold something for it. Alright, they've got good vision here. I mean, if YBB are going to take a fight, this might be it. They're going to try and find the Tiny as they jump on him. Stuns out. Rapier coming on down here. The Tiny, he is going to be losing his first life. Now, this was a big commitment for one kill, and Fishman, he's on the side here, but Aenid's actually going to catch him out and say, no, sir, you will not be creeping in the jungle. And they've got great vision to try and take this one, but at the same time, they are a little bit hesitant, but they're going on the Tiny once again here. Will they be able to finish him off? Omo closing the gap. The Rapier target coming on in, but the Tiny's just turning around and fighting up into him. Punches out. He's lost his first life. And meanwhile, Fishman once again jumping the backlines, trying to find the target as he jumps onto the Cottle here, but he has got an illusion of himself being made, who's just running into the fight by himself. It's such a split engagement right now, but the Wraith King's going to be the one to fall.
Rapier.
Divine Rapier on the deck. This Grimstroke, for some reason, is trying to take it. It was very, very, very ambitious. And now the Rapier will go into the hands of the Tiny. But this game is over, my friends. There is nothing left in the tank for YBB here. Good game.
Yeah, that's really it. Last-ditch effort. You know, they went all in. They went all in with an attempt to kill a Tiny with the Satanic plus Aegis. It's very unlikely. Maybe if they waited out the Aegis, they could have. But then again, you're thinking about it. Yeah, but if they won't wait, they'll go on us. Maybe we can surprise them at the tier 2.
All right.
I can respect that move.
That's it's an attempt. You know, we've seen crazier things happen in Dota. They make the effort. Unfortunately, this Tiny is still pretty much undeterred from...
and the fortification, man, they're just not giving up. Like, they'll fight until the last man.
I respect it so much. I always respect it when teams do this. They fight until the bitter end. No GG's called by anyone, in fact. There's just no chat here at all. This is just cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah,
Interesting.
It's work. They came here to work, you know.
All right,
games,
well,
so that's it.
That's it. The series, it goes to SAG. They take the victory 2-0, Ricky. We don't hear
my
Ricky,
apologies there.
unfortunately.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. How you doing, guys?
Hello.
That's the first time in a while, honestly, that I have seen utter silence, much like myself there at the end of a game. Like, just both teams just say nothing. They just watch the throne explode and are like, all right, job done.
Yeah. Must have been some emotional game.
Yeah, I mean, it was, right?
Yeah. A lot of tension you can feel in the end, and I feel it for YBB. I feel that this game should have been theirs, and you don't call GG. You're playing versus a Tusk mid and offlane anti-mage. Man, losing to that, you know, it's some emotional damage right there going on.
It is indeed, yeah. I mean, it feels bad. It feels like, oh, you know, these guys are clowning on us. You know, they think we're bad. Let's show them. Let's beat them up. And after this fight here, you know, it felt like they were going to win the game. I was pretty sure that YBB were going to take it. They just felt so comfortable. But then the clock ticks on, you know. Time's arrow does not stop flying. And eventually SAG just have basically 2 carries. And it's very, very difficult for YBB to really take the game when you've got Tiny on the front lines just battling into this Wraith King who can't really fight into this absolute monster. And then the Anti-Mage in the backline just eliminating the supports. Like, it just comes very easy when you hit like this late game for the side of SAG to just kind of... They literally have 2 characters. What can you say?
Yeah, that here on Storm, I feel like YBB had... Look, YBB had this game like 3 or 4 times. And 3 or 4 times they managed to... It managed to slip out of their hands. A little bit because of the way they played, a little bit because of the way SAG played. But here as well, Storm comes back in, takes this Aegis. Like, even here you're thinking, okay, they can't possibly lose this game anymore. And then, yeah, you know, ways have been found. unfortunate, but SAG definitely showing that they're better of the two, and not by a small margin, I would say, even at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I get from this game. Like it definitely seemed just that, you know, YBB, like they had the ability to win this game, but it just didn't end up working out. And gotta give credit where credit's due. Sparking Arrow, a unique draft for sure, but it somehow end up making it work. The mid game, I honestly thought this game was done. Like the Tusks seemed a little underwhelming, and then I was like, okay, YBB's hitting their momentum, but yeah, that just didn't work out, and Sparking Arrow take the series 2-0 here.
Yeah, I want to say, I mean, I'm a pleb, I know that, but I still feel like not going for the Echo Saber on Tusk makes it way harder to play this as a core, because you don't have that mana regen, you don't have the double attacks which work with your tag team talent and all that stuff. It just feels like
you just buy mangoes.
So
Who needs mana regen? Come on.
True, just eat 6 mangoes in a row. Who needs mana regen? Exactly right. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a small thing he could have done to make himself a little bit more independent and not have to rely on his offlaner playing the game, because that was never going to happen when you're playing with an anti-mage offlane.
Yeah. You just have this offlane anti-mage that, as the game goes on, you're obviously super happy about. And in the final fight, I'm sure we'll see in a little bit, he just completely burned all of Storm and Coddle's mana. It's like, what do you do at this point? You're just playing 2 heroes down in these fights, basically.
Yeah, eventually, obviously, if you get to the late game, that anti-mage does make sense, but let's not fool ourselves. It made the game way more difficult for them early on.
Yeah.
It really didn't have to be that hard, and it takes a lot of space, like we talked about. Your mid laner, which is, let's be frank, a Tusk. He didn't get a lot of space to get any far. Questionable if he would be able to get it with a different offlaner, but yeah, SAG definitely, like, all these dives as well. Look at the creep waves. They have nothing here. They're still going in. At this point, I think they had full control, so they could afford that, but they did have a few undisciplined moves, like towards their own jungle as well, onto the high ground, that might have lost them the game. But luckily for them, they found ways to come back in it multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the last-ditch Divine Rapier here didn't end up being enough, and Ghost just way too tanky on the Tiny for them to deal with. And then, of course, here's your anti-mage. Yeah. That is fun to play with.
Do you guys feel bad for YBB, like losing to an offlane AM mid lane Tusk? It truly is something. Yeah. It's some emotional damage right there. It doesn't feel great.
I didn't feel bad for them until they didn't GG at the end, until just dying in silence like that, where they just don't say anything as their throne crumbles, and they're just like. That's when I started to feel a bit bad. That's when I was like, "Oh, this is
a quiet reflection."
yeah, this isn't and we're not talking about the walking on the lakeside and looking into the waters kind of quiet reflection. We're talking about seething in the dark corner of your room.
Yeah, it was a rough one indeed. But we're gonna take a look at the standings here, see how this changes things up. Very good for Sparking Arrows. They move up to 2-0 to tie the likes of IG and Dandelion. Unfortunately for YBB, they're going to go to 1-1, sit in the middle of the pack here. And this is, kind of what we expected to happen with these groups, right? There's going to be a couple front runners, but that's going to change up later this week. So what do you guys think between IG, Sparking Arrow, Dandelion? Do you guys have any favorites among them?
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this team IG that's on top. Like,
new kids.
There's some new guys.
There's honestly, I'm not sure if you've heard of them. They have a couple like newer guys. Some guy named Emo in the mid lane. He's done some pretty wild stuff in the past.
Oh, I think I heard of him.
Yeah.
I think I heard of him. He's like this upcoming new star, right? From the CN region.
Yeah, mostly undiscovered team for the most part.
Mm-hmm. I see.
But what about you, Nomad? Do you think anyone can dethrone them?
I mean, Dandelion have looked good, honestly. And I mean, all right, we just said it, but these are some new guys coming in, some fresh faces off the scene for this time, actually. And yeah, they're looking good. These guys are looking clean. They're looking crispy. They've been taking some big games. And yeah, I don't know. I think Dandelion versus IG could be an interesting one. I still think Aster Ares, when they're playing at their full potential, could be an interesting one as well. They have such good players, but yeah, it's been it's been not as clean as I would have liked from them.
Yeah. And as y'all can see, we have finished up our first series here, the 2-0 for Sparking Arrow, but that does not mean we are done for the day. We have 2 more best of 3s coming, both in Division 1. So VG Gaming taking on RNG. Meanwhile, after that, it will be Ehome taking on the likes of PSG LGD. So some pretty sick games coming up. We do have a little bit of a break, though. So thanks to the 2-0 here, it is going to mean we have to wait for that next series to begin. Should be back in about 50 minutes. Before we send it to a break, you guys have any final thoughts before we send them away? I know you guys will be back, but I won't. I'm not going to be, lucky enough to be blessed with your presence.
Nope, no real final thoughts as we're gonna continue casting, right? So
yeah, we'll save our final thoughts
Just
for the final cast. Thank you, Ricky.
No, well,
hype game coming.
Yeah.
Hype game coming up. Like we have RNG versus Vici Gaming, so
that'll be a good one.
Really, it's gonna be a good one. So make sure to stick around.
Right on. All right, right from Lizard himself. Stick around. We'll see you after the break, everyone. Should be about 50 minutes. We'll see you then.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nothing's gonna stop me. Hey, yeah. Nothing's gonna stop me. Feeling so right. Nothing's gonna stop me. Hey, yeah. Nothing's gonna stop me. Feeling so, 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 feeling so.
we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's why this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you up an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Did I find you? A fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude. Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't
get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost nighttime, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that, I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Feel spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces.
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby
Hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I'm. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel like I do whatever I want. No fear, no harm when I stare at the sun. I feel so noble with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like away, but now every day you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
Tell me I can count on you. Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, strength unknown, don't you bail on me now. I got the world on my back and my head on the crown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. No, I won't do this alone. Without my strength unknown. Without my strength unknown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. Tell me I can run to you. Promise me a rendezvous. Just tell me I can stand the truth. For everything we hope to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, no, I won't do this alone. No, I
I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. they've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me Was there something in my walk, how I talk, giving up the wrong energy? Was there something in my stride, too much pride, telling you to back down? Slowly, slowly you became my enemy. But you can't seem to get enough of me.
this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give them my all. If this is
Time for a love potion, a little sweet and spice. Throw it all in a cauldron, mix it up real nice. Fire in my eyes, stir counterclockwise. I dream of you all night. Feel with emotion, follow the signs. With this love potion, you will be see. I got what you want, what you need. Before you know it, you are falling deep in love with me. Little sweet spice. Made a love potion for you. Little sweet spice. Made a love potion for you. This is the moment, no turning back. One drop on your lips and the spell will take effect. Under the moonlight, stay close to my side. We're burning so bright. Oh, oh, oh. Feel the devotion, follow the signs. With this devotion, you will be all mine. I'm pulling you closer to me. You're finding it harder to breathe. The magic is taking over your mind entirely. I'm the only one that you see. I got what you want, what you need. Before you know it, you are falling deep in love with me. Little sweet spice. Made a love potion for you. Hey, hey. Little sweet spice. Yeah. Made a love potion for you. Feel the devotion, follow the signs. With this love potion, you will be all mine. Feel the devotion, follow the signs. With this love potion, you will be all mine.
take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold
keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps on calling till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent, such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, Dota World, here to the spring tour of the China DPC. We are going to be continuing with the action. The road to TI starts to build up right now. After a bit of a delay, the best things in life are worth waiting for. We finally have a game on our hands. We have RNG taking on the side of Vici Gaming, and it's an interesting matchup here. Vici Gaming, of course, have already played some Dota, and it's been an interesting thing seeing them after their rebuild with the reintroduction of Yang back into the team. On the other side of things, RNG have yet to even touch Dota on this new patch and this new spring tour. It's going to be quite exciting to see how the games themselves are going to unfold. And of course, we're going to be bringing you the action. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Lizard and Nomad. And Nomad, this RNG team, they have yet to touch Dota. This is their first matchup. What are you expecting to see out of them here in this inaugural tie?
I mean, it's a hard question, RNG. What can you ever expect from this team? I think the answer is never the same. Like every series, a different RNG seems to turn up, but they always have that consistentness of Somnus and Chalice, in their 2 and 3. But that's very much balanced out by the inconsistency of God King and Felix, who are either absolute game makers or unfortunately game breakers. And they're a hell of a fun team to watch because they will do crazy stuff. They'll throw you some curveballs, and that's, I think, what makes them a hard team to play against as well, because it doesn't seem to be up to you whether they win or not. It seems to be up to them.
Definitely is up to them half the time whether or not they are going to be incredible or not. On the other side of things here, Lizard, we're seeing Vici Gaming on screen right now. Obviously, the last player that we just saw on screen, Irving, has been replaced, and they've reintroduced Yang into the mix. Now that the prolific offlaner is back into the team, right? We were always concerned about this team being in a rebuild phase. Is this the missing puzzle piece that they needed to fully solidify themselves as a proper new roster?
I think Irvine is playing again.
Yeah, I think it's
by the way. So yeah. So it could have been Yang just switching things up a little bit, but not for definite, or they might be changing.
Officially, I believe they said he was a stand-in, but they could have been trialing him. We don't know. Yeah.
So Irvine will be back on. They looked really good with Yang. I would argue that they looked even better than with Irving, really, but. We'll see what they can do again with their good old normal standard offlaner. I believe that these two teams are very close when it comes to the skill level. Perhaps I would value RNG a little bit higher on their good day, like Nomad said, and maybe a little bit lower on their bad day. But in any case, RNG perhaps slightly favorited by me. A little bit, just slightly.
A slight favorite indeed, as right now, this is their opening matchup. They are 0-0 in terms of the leaderboard, as Vici Gaming, they played a game, against PSG LGD in the opening tie, ended up losing a very close loss. And game 2, I think they played really, really well. Erstwhile, against LBZS, they just demolished them and they looked really good. But that particular game did have Yang in it. Will be interesting to see how things look right now with Irving back in the mix. And it's interesting about the roster overall here, Nomad, because historically, Vici Gaming has been the team that's taken most of the wins between the two. I think it's like 11 and 22. But stats can sometimes lie. And if we contextualize those stats, they've actually not won a single map even since TI, since reforming this roster against the side of RNG. So do you think that's going to be playing into their minds coming into this matchup that, guys, we really need to prove ourselves today?
I don't know. I don't think teams get super fixated on that kind of thing if they've had unless there is a kind of interpersonal rivalry there. But what we don't see is the scrims and stuff, and we never know how much. Maybe they lose all the time against them in scrims as well. So maybe there is that. This is their hurdle they need to clear. But Vici is a team which it has loads of potential. It's a young team, I would say, honestly. Despite these names being around for a long time. I've been waiting for them to kind of step up and come together and be a real challenger for international events. I think the China DPC should be within their grasp easily, and I think they should be looking beyond that. But with how they've been playing this year so far, that hasn't been the case. But I'm a big supporter of Vici Gaming, and I believe that we will see them eventually come up and be a fighting force within the international scene. But first you need to master the fundamentals. You need to master this area But anyone that comes out in like the top 3 of this region is probably going to be, you know, top 6 at major, because that's just how good this region has proven to be in the past.
Yeah, the degree and level of competition in China has always been just incredible to watch over the years. And there's a reason why half the time when you get to those big international lands, you do see Chinese teams occupying the pole positions at the top of the leaderboards. But whilst we're talking about pole positions here, and he was mentioning it here, Nomad, when you were talking about how we've seen Vici play, that's one thing that's very important, right? To actually get play time. And we don't know what's happening in the scrims, but we've often known, Lizard, that sometimes a team will do really well in scrims, somewhat falter when it comes to the actual games themselves. We've seen games from VG, right? On the other side for RNG, does it matter that they're coming into this one 24 days without an official match? Is that going to be a huge detriment to them? Or does a team like RNG actually benefit from having that much time to rest, think about how to create better synergy as a team, and just come up with better strategies for winning the games?
I don't think. Okay, let's put it this way. Like, there's definitely cold feet involved when you're starting something very important off, right? Like DPC season, majors on the line. Those first 5-6 minutes of the game, probably you are a little bit tense and nervous. But once the blood gets into the fingers, once it's all shaken up and ready to go, I think you forget all about that. If you're a completely newer team, if you're someone, I don't know, from a Division 2, let's say, then for you it might take even a couple of series, couple of weeks perhaps to really get the groove on and relax and realize, okay, this is just Dota, we're just playing games, doesn't matter. But for Team of RNG's caliber, 20 days more or less, they've been screaming every day. They played that Dota Pit tournament as well recently. I really don't think that it truly changes things a lot. At least it shouldn't. Maybe some of the players is like, oh my god, I didn't play. Maybe. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. You know, we've seen a lot of good stuff. I was actually about to ask you, Nomad, right? Because of the fact that we've sometimes seen teams come in a little bit with the cold feet there. This meta right now seems to be very dominated, at least in the games we've seen so far in the Spring Tour, by what happens in the mid lane, right? Game after game after game, that particular matchup seems to have a huge difference. We have XM here going up against Somnus, and for a while, I think, was it the year before? XM spent a little bit of time at the top of the leaderboard in China, so obviously he has mechanical skill to be able to hang with the big boys here. But when it comes to this particular matchup, right, from what we've seen with the team so far, obviously RNG seeing nothing this tour, what do you think about what's going to happen mid? Who wins this one out, in your opinion?
Who wins mid? I think it's a safe bet to say Somnus is good. I mean, XM's very good. He's actually an excellent laner, and I think Somnus is kind of more of like the carry style of mid laner, and I think that's going to be really interesting, especially with this patch, because they have punished the mid laners, which liked to not really care about their lane and just hit the jungle, but the jungle isn't as forgiving as it used to be. So this is going to move all these kind of, passive mid laners into a position where they have to be more active. But that won't be an issue for Somnus. Like, Somnus is one of the best mid laners in the world. He's very adaptable. He's been great for a really long time. He was amazing when you could not play passively in mid. So I think adjusting back into that will be absolutely fine for him. So I will favor Somnus in most regards here. But, XM, as I said, he's an excellent laner. But I think overall, we'll probably see it very focused on how they choose to draft around these players, who they decide to put in the more dominant position. And yeah, I mean, I do just love the changes to mid, though, because I think, why the game has been so determined upon the mid lane recently is because players are struggling to adjust. Everyone's fallen into this play style where we do just rely on your mid laner to kind of be an active force regardless, and sometimes you need to play around them. And I think actually in the last game, that's what we saw some teams do really well when their mid lane suffered. They just bring in 2 supports and just run around the map together and try and make something happen. And that's a lesson which these guys are starting to learn. And I think it's going to lead in the long term to some much more interesting Dota than the previous patches mid lane was.
So the lesson of friendship.
The lesson of friendship. Thank you, Lizard. Exactly that.
The power of friendship, the power of supports, man, not just the power of friendship. And, he's speaking about this mid lane. Lizard, last season, we saw that the mid lane was incredibly important for RNG as well because, the God King, much to all of our chagrin, wasn't the most stable player in the world, right? And things would it was a bit up and down in terms of his performances, and Somnus definitely helped with the consistency in that regard. What do you expect of God King in this particular tour? Do you think he's finally found that stability, right? Because he definitely has the skill of a world-class carry. So is this now the time where he finally gets to solidify himself into that realm of the superstars?
Hell no. I mean, yeah, sure. You can solidify yourself in the superstars, but hell no when it comes to stability. Get that stability out of here. Let this man shine. Let him be crazy. Let him pick weird heroes and let him do weird item builds. That's what we know him for. I don't think he's ever gonna change. Just master that, man. Just go all in. Embrace it.
Completely agree.
Oh, God King. I want him to embrace some of this chaos, and let's see if they're going to be embracing it here as we finally have a draft on our hands. Game number 1 of VG Gaming versus RNG. And here we go with these picks. One of the things that we were complimenting VG Gaming on, Nomad, was the fact that, especially in that series against PSG LGD, their drafting this tour seems really, really good, and they seem to have improved quite a lot. So I want to see if they're going to be picking the meta heroes and seeing how far they go with that. Of course, RNG has the first pick. We've been seeing this hoodwink more and more, but the hero of the patch, I think, right now, DK, Grimstroke. Why on earth did RNG not at least get one of those?
I mean, yeah, they're the most popular and probably non-banned heroes at the very least over the last couple of days as these things progress pretty quickly. There you go, mate. There you go. You ask and they do deliver. As we get Grimstroke and DK picked up by VG Gaming. But hoodwink is something which RNG have always liked playing with, so I wasn't really surprised to see that as like their first pick, but yeah, definitely not like a hero which is super popular across the board.
No, all three of them are extremely popular, right? Like Hoodwink, Grimstroke, and Dragonite. Maybe DK and Grimstroke a bit more, but Hoodwink is also picked all the time.
Yeah,
I feel like you know what you're letting go through when you pick a Hoodwink like this. I'm 90% sure RNG knows that Grimstroke and Dragonite will be picked up, and they open up with the second. Okay, Tidehunter. Interesting. Not even that great versus Grimstroke, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about Tidehunter. It has, at present, a 0% win rate here in the Division 1 of the DPC in China.
Not good.
Seen it being picked. Not good! Generally not good when a hero's not winning at all. Of course, we have seen Chalice do some amazing things on the hero in the past, but I don't know, y'all. Compared to some of the other teamfight heroes that we've seen emerge, the Pangos, the Brewmasters, I don't feel like this Tide really fits the meta right now. The cooldown just seems like it takes too long and it only does that one thing. And BKBs are so prevalent right now, Nomad, that at some point in the game, you just have to expect that you're not going to get the good ravage that you need to win these fights with.
There's something to be said about doing one thing well rather than doing many things badly, though. I like Tide. I won't hit on my boy. Yeah, he's got a 0% win rate. I mean, how many games is that out of though?
4.
154.
0 to 4. That's those are fine odds. I take those odds. Also, this is Chalice Tide, okay? This isn't anybody else's Tide. This is Chalice Tide. This is something special, My guy, he's got Ravage on autocast. When Chalice is playing Tidehunter, you forget that Ravage is an ultimate ability because he uses that shit so much. Like, it's insane. And that is kind of just testament to the way that he plays his hero. I mean, he's going to be down your lanes, he's going to be casting his spells, he's going to be causing trouble. If he sees an opportunity to Ravage to kill a support and then probably die himself, he'll probably do it because he knows that in the greater scheme of things, it's the best thing to do. So I'm more than happy to see his hero picked up.
By the way, why are you guys talking so much about his ulti? Has the Aghanims on Tide been changed? Let me see. Aghanims.
I think it was
touched. It's still the same. Yeah,
so that's OP Gush. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need the Ravage. It's all about the Gush really with this guy. So overall, if you're a Tidehunter, yep, Ravage is all great and fine, but like Nomad said, put it on autocast. It's all about that Gush. Control that properly. And Chalice is like, I can see where he's coming from. I don't know if you noticed Snare, but Chalice, he likes. We'll see. I'm just gonna let you watch this game and you'll understand. You'll understand on your own.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I want to see exactly what Chalice is going to accomplish on this Tidehunter. Of course, the rest of the team needs to be good around him as well. TA getting banned out, no Terrorblade, no Razor. It's actually been interesting, right? This Razor hero gets banned a lot, but most of the times that it gets picked, it's very unsuccessful. It's sometimes weird to me whenever that ends up happening in a meta, right? Where these heroes that you kind of have to ban, no one wants to play against them, but conversely, because you never end up playing them, everyone just gets bad at it. It's really hilarious to watch. Where do we go from here on the other side for Vici? I would like to see another Inkswell carrier, not just the Grimstroke. Oftentimes that has been one of these Spirit heroes in the mid lane, in particular Ember Spirit. Is that the direction they go here, Nomad? Or are we just going to have the DK instead be the one to push the envelope in the same way that they did when they played LBZS?
I think they should leave it open. I don't think they should take their mid hero yet. If they want to take a mid hero, they can see what RNG pick up, because they'll be able to see a couple of picks first. So yeah, ban out Ember, pick up the Rubik, cool, and now they can make that decision based on the double pick from RNG here.
They want to be able to perhaps steal that Ravage a couple of times, use it for themselves. What do they have? Double Fable, double Lift, nothing too crazy. Not really an Inkswell carrier. But yeah, if this is the way they want to play with their two supports, sure, why not? I generally don't enjoy drafting similar 4 and 5, but when you have, let's say, a DK on offlane and another frontliner on mid lane, you can make it work, definitely. Some playmaker, whatever it is. Like you mentioned, some spirits wouldn't be that bad for Vici Gaming. I'm thinking, is there something crazy against Tidehunter? I guess Monkey King has been already banned out. There's a possibility of
Monkey and Razor, yeah.
An Ursa, Razor, yeah, banned out as well. Like some Ursa on safe lane, but even that doesn't feel too comfortable for Vici.
I'm usually with you as well about not liking the two supports that occupy similar roles, but it can definitely work. And with really great ultimates, not just the Ravage being online, but Hoodwink, being able to get yourself access to her spells can be actually pretty good on this Rubik hero. And we see now RNG going for this Enchantress. I don't know if it was you, Lizard, who was mentioning how we're going to be seeing, it was either you or Neff, I can't remember, was talking about how he's going to see a lot more Enchantress and Chens going forward. It seems like Enchantress has been the big winner of that Nomad. Practically, at the beginning, it was rare to see it, but the more and more this tour is evolving, we're seeing this hero emerge all the time. And Anti-Mage, a hero which we also saw on day one quite a lot, not as much since then. But talk to me about where this AM is going. Is this going to be obviously the safe lane AM for Gwen Experience, our boy the God King? Is Enchantress enough protection for that lane?
I mean, Anti-Mage is a very good laner. Enchantress, they'll probably block up a hard camp. It's going to be a battle at the hard camp, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that AM should do fine. I think this is the fine. I mean, AM's just seems very, very strong right now. We saw him earlier today as well, doing work. Yeah, no, I'm more than happy with this Anti-Mage pick. I think the Enchantress is an interesting one, though, as well. As you said, Hero's going up in popularity. I mean, across the entire DPC Tour 2, she's been picked 22 times, which is reasonable. It's in like kind of the top 20. And she's got a 60% win rate with that as well. So, very damn good. And there's the Earth that we were talking about as a counter to the Tide.
Yep. Not just counter to the Tide, though, but also feels like a decent fighting hero against this Anti-Mage, right, Lizard? This way, they not just have a hero who's going to be good in lane, but once the mid-game starts to emerge as well, they don't want to feel shy about engaging in these fights. And right now, there's not really a great target for any Mana Void, which really helps a lot if you're trying to always have constant engagements going.
Yep. Ursa, in general, was a decent pick. And that's why we mentioned it earlier. Versus the Tidehunter, after the Anti-Mage pick, it became even better, really. Like, it just feels... I'm not sure if anything has changed in the new patch. I don't think it has. I feel that Ursa should still do quite as much, just dominate off of that laning stage if it goes well. Take an early rush and collapse on the map before AM is even ready to do stuff, so... We'll see. You can always hope for that super late game, or kinda late game, in which AM does well. There's like a tight window of opportunity in which AM can deal quite a lot of damage to Vici Gaming's draft right now. And even though they don't have any mid laners, like you guys noticed, with huge mana pools for AM to Mana Void, there are two supports. You have Grimstroke and Rubik. They're easy food, and they're definitely the ones you'll be jumping on first in these fights. When it comes to Enchantress in that lane, AM should not lose the lane. They will not win it. They shouldn't be able to dominate DK and Rubik. But depending on the creeps the Tench gets, they can put up a stronger or weaker fight. But in any case, they shouldn't really lose the lane.
Laning phase is going to be certainly quite important on that side of the map, and as Nomad mentioned, we're going to be expecting the hard camp to be highly contested there. Another contestation is obviously now towards the mid lane, where we have to see our final picks. Neither side have really revealed all that much about who exactly they want. What does this feel like to you here, Nomad, with how this draft is shaking out? It does feel to me like they would like somebody who can get forward a little bit before this Tidehunter gets blank or before Anti-Mage feels strong. The draft feels a little bit too static for my liking, so what'll help them in that regard? What do we have for Somnus in mid?
Yes, a lot of a lot of contestation in this draft, Snare. A lot of contestation.
Storm?
Probably a Spirit. Ooh.
Okay.
Not what I expected, but Evoker comes out. I mean, that gives you some really good control for both the DK and the Ursa. Heroes which don't really like being kited too much. I don't know. Lizard, can you explain this pick a little bit more to me?
I guess it's your classic Waswax Invoker, right? Like, of course, you're gonna have everything later on, but it gives you that playmaking capabilities. Perhaps he'll be a vessel builder as well versus the DK. I believe that could be the case. The Tornado is pretty nice versus Ursa too. There are some nice things about him, but does feel a bit greedy. They can definitely make it work because of their supports that aren't as on the greedy side, Ancient Hoodwink. And we've seen some different anti-mage builds. We've seen today the Vanguard Diffusal build too, which is an option. But in all honesty, looking at both of these drafts, I feel it's way easier for Vici Gaming to execute.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Lizard, especially with this last pick on the Void Spirit. Yet another Inkswell carrier. I love these. A way to get forward, a way for them to also get to the backline, some more magic damage available for the team. Feels like the supports are not going to have the easiest time of things from this point in time on the side of RNG. But before we get into the game, gentlemen, I want predictions. Nomad, tell me, what's the game going to be? Who's going to win it? And how long is it going to take them?
I feel you guys gravitating towards Vici, so I'll put my lot in with Somnus Invoker. I mean, it's Somnus Invoker. I don't really need to say anymore. The guy's an absolute beast, and this is a hero he can absolutely dominate the game on, and I believe that's what's going to happen, and it's going to be a long one. I'm going to go 42 minutes.
42 minutes, damn, Lizard. Does your voice have that much endurance? What are you feeling? Who's going to win and how long?
I'll get some water and I'll be fine. I feel that, yeah, if it does go that late, I understand what Nomad is saying. If it goes that late, yeah, RNG will win. But I feel that they can get really dominated early on. Void Spirit Dragonite, getting all the towers early on, Ursa, that first rush. It comes down to Somnus, really. Like, I agree wholeheartedly with my fellow panelists here. If Somnus has a good game, they can go late, but if they manage to catch him off and Void Spirit manages to dominate him, their whole side will collapse.
Well, we'll see what actually is going to be happening in the game itself as we now are underway. And to bring you the action, to bring you this hype, to bring you game one of Vici versus RNG, we've got Nomad, we've got Lizard. Take it away, boys. Make it hype, and we'll see you after the game.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, indeedy. This is going to be a good one. Two teams which are very evenly matched, I would say. Historically, RNG, they have been taking the victories, but I am excited to see this one because I think Vici Gaming have a lot to prove coming into Season 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, the Season 1 wasn't the greatest for them, especially with all the changes to their roster, right? So
yeah.
They have a couple of things to prove to all the fans, to the organization as well. Right now, like I said, I truly like their draft, but it does seem a bit more innovative on the side of RNG. They do have this anti-mage that has been picked up quite a bit recently, and we'll see if that will be the game changer, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how strong has Anti-Mage been? We've seen a lot of Anti-Mage games coming out of China so far.
Some games he looked pretty strong, but very rarely he looked like that hero that truly made a huge difference. If his team does well, he wins. If his team doesn't, he loses. I don't really see, so far at least, I haven't seen that huge amazing impact on the game that once upon a time anti-mages would bring.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but you know, this is God King, so if it's ever going to be a game where the anti-mage is either 100% or 0%, then it's definitely going to be this one. And honestly, God King's been leaning more towards the 100% recently. He's had some very, very good performances, so my trust in him is growing, and I feel like that comes kind of from RNG's trust in him growing as well. They are learning to free the God King and not control him.
Yep,
So, yeah.
I agree. For sure, he's been he's had a couple of rough ones. Definitely can experiment a little bit too much with the item builds, but when he's settled and when he's, like, all jokes aside, what we were talking on the panel, when he's actually on point with all the items and movements, he looks like a true tier 1 carry, which he is, arguably.
And then, of course, in the mid lane, we've got the epic matchup of Somnus versus XM. And, you know, it's a good matchup, I would say, for Somnus this one. I think Void Spirit maybe a little less favored into Invoker compared to the other spirits, would you say?
Yeah, it can be said. But also, the way these two teams work, like, you'll see RNG help out Somnus way more than Vici Gaming will help out XM.
Yeah.
So they put a bit more emphasis overall, whatever the hero matchup is on that mid lane, on securing all the runes and the bounty runes, obviously, and also on ganking, helping out their mid laner. I don't think that Invoker should struggle here that much. It really comes down to after the fact, like after the laning stage, when all the rotation starts happening.
So we have a quick pause out. Xnova unexpectedly disconnecting, but thankfully he's not going to be long. I was about to comment on how cursed this game's been so far, with the almost like 45-minute wait time to start the game, and then the lobbies having to be remade because of the lobby bug, and now disconnecting. But you know,
it happens. It happens. I remember the times when do you remember the DDoS times? Nomad, were you casting back then? Or is it before
I think I was
you?
casting JDL back in those days. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you even remember my team. Like, we would boot camp back then. The thing is, like, we would all be on the same internet connection. One of us would DC, and then, because of DDoS, right? And then the whole team would disconnect. Good times. There's no one even to pause for you properly. It would automatically pause.
Oh, top lane, Earth is in trouble. Erica trying to get away, uses that Earth shock to escape, and now the Inkswell coming through as well. They're actually going to be able to keep the Ursa alive for now. Aegon's shot will not be off cooldown in time to finish the job, so Erica does just narrowly live. Ooh, that was close though.
Yeah, they give him a salve and a tango as well, and he should be able to continue farming now. This lane is, like, Ursa, when you pick him versus a Tidehunter, you have to understand that it depends on that position 4 as well. And Tide won't let you just hit him, right? So
that's certainly the case, and they are going to lose their Grimstroke, and that'll be first blood going the way of Chalice for RNG. A great start to this top lane, as the Ursa really struggling to really get into this lane at the moment as his Pods 5 dies.
Yeah, it's a good build from Chalice. The skill build is on point. He went 2 in Gush, so the kill potential is really there. Also, it's perhaps a bit easier for him to die, but you know, if you do get that Gush on a hero that's a bit out of position, you get a kill.
Imagine talking up Chalice Tidehunter for like half the draft.
Chalice again, top lane.
Betting against him. Ooh. Making the aggressive plays here from America here as their as old Grimstroke narrowly survives.
Yeah, they almost got him. At the same time, Ursa is losing a lot of experience on that top lane. Like, multiple range creeps already denied, but it's alright. There are some stacks, some pulls happening by Grimstroke. How's the mid lane so far? Somnus really beating XM with 7 CS advantage, 7 denies as well, more than 6 denies more than the Void Spirit.
Yeah, he's doing very, very well for himself in this middle lane on the Invoker. as mentioned, so it's a slightly Invoker-favored matchup for sure. But even so, Somnus is overperforming a bit to start this game.
Yeah, when you when you have your own portable mobile fountain as a Quas-Wex Invoker, it's kind of hard to lose any lane. Then you combo that with 2 null talismans for some extra damage on the last hits. And the Void Spirit is a sad boy. Not a ton he can do there, really. But once you get that level 6 and you get the minute 6 rune, if it's a nice one, you can utilize that as a Void Spirit instantly to go and rotate. Perhaps come back that way instead.
Yeah, that's what used to happen, isn't it? If your middle lane was struggling, you take to the side lanes and, unlike if your sports weren't willing to come in and help you, you take to the side lanes and you help out with your team through that instead. But, Somnus, he's going hard on to XM right now, realizing that he hasn't got much left in the tank, but does get off that shield. And now, they're going back the other way. The lift comes out. XM, he's doing a lot of damage, but Somnus does get off that Ghost Walk. And now, Felix coming in from the sidelines here, a little hoodwink. Coming to join in with this one. X-Nova wrapping around from behind onto Jalma as well. They're looking for the kill onto the Rubik, and they may have just found it. That will be the kill for Somnus out onto the Rubik. RNG just bringing in the numbers towards the middle lane.
Yeah, that's RNG. That's what we were talking about. XM is still level 5.
Yep. And now he's level dead.
Yep. Enchant there. Remember, these spells, any of the Spirits' Shield, Flame Guard as well, so just easily takes down XM's Void Spirit. But that's RNG bread and butter, really. Let's help out Somnus as much as possible. Let's make him this beast. It doesn't matter if God King is meanwhile perhaps being zoned and is alone. And look, Enchantress even securing the rune. It's really how they love to play.
And this is what we've seen every time, in every AM game we've seen so far. It's been anti-mage, sit with him until he gets that ring of health, and then just leave him alone. Just let him do his thing.
Yeah, especially in games in which they don't have a lot of kill potential on the offlane, right? Like AM with that ring, you can harass him, but he'll just go under the tower, heal up, and continue farming. So
top lane Erica taking some heavy hits here, but they're actually looking to turn this one around. They get off the Inkswell, the silence is out onto Chalice as well. Jalma falls, and Chalice will die up here. And that's going to be a nice kill for Vici Gaming, finally punishing the aggression of RNG and utilizing the fact that Ursa is pretty good against the Tidehunter.
Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Somnus rotated. They went for the Rubik kill. They didn't get it, even though Rubik is dead. He got killed off by the Hellbear Smashers, so a little bit of unfortunate series of events for RNG. But that's also something about Tidehunter that we talked about, right, in during the panel. Ursa.
Yeah, look at these guys. They just pouring in the harass onto poor old Erica here. He is not having a nice time.
Grimstroke perhaps now, next target.
These two just have no chill. It's a Felix and Chalice combo, and they're going to get themselves this kill onto Victoria here. TP is coming in from XM, though. I'm not sure about this. Let's see what he can do. The Inkswell comes down onto 2. It does connect, and now... Oh, they're going to throw the Ravage down, but it's not going to be enough to save the Hoodwink, and I'm not sure it's going to save Chalice either. Somnus is in the neighborhood. He's looking to join in with this one. In comes Jalma as well. They've seen Somnus. He's going to drop down with the Cold Snap onto the Void Spirit and just start piling into him here. He's got no mana. He's got no health. He's got no life. Somnus is going to get this kill, but there's more heroes coming on in here. Tornado one out here to slow down Erica. Somnus, he's running out of space. They have the sentry down to see him inside that Ghost Walk, and it is going to be a kill going the way of the Ursa as Somnus oversteps in the top lane and does die. But somehow Chalice, despite being the one to lead everyone into the trees there, is the only one walking out. But that's Dota.
Yeah, baits everyone in, runs out, classic. Use that Ravage as well very early on once again. That's Chalice for you.
This was such a Chalice play. Every like the last few minutes was some really Chalice in a nutshell.
You know, he doesn't understand that threat play, in which, like, if you're an Enigma, you're just holding on to your black hole because they're afraid to do any moves. No. For him, it's like, if the spell is off cooldown, you need to use it. That's how it works. XM running into 2.
Ravage and auto cast. Centaur Conqueror trying to help out as best he can, but yeah, Felix still dead regardless.
Irvine. Irving, that is.
It's
Pretty
another
dead, yeah.
rotation and another kill for Somnus. So
You know,
one
this
does
is
go to RNG.
this is actually a big deal. I'm not sure why Vici Gaming wouldn't play around their Dragonite at this point, because he's truly the hero that you want to be around. Like top lane, Ursa can abandon. He can go to the jungle. Void Spirits can help out on top, whatever. But the two supports, I feel like if your Dragonite has Dragon form, you play around him. You start pressuring that tower. You start pressuring the objective and the anti-mage out of the lane. But so far, the tier 1 bottom lane is 100% HP.
All is well. Yeah, I don't know. It's I kind of feel like it's RNG dictating the pace of this game is the problem. They haven't had the chance to really sit back and go, all right, let's go play with our DK, because they're just having to respond to everything which RNG is doing.
I see. Nice excuses. I appreciate them.
Thanks. I'm just giving the Vici fans cope.
I think we all become really good at coping with this game, you know? It's one of the skills that we develop the hardest as Dota players. We understand how to cope with things. Also, we make really good babysitters afterwards.
Some of us do.
That's all.
Half of us do. And half of us make really good babies.
Yeah, more than half.
More than half, yeah.
More than half.
So as usual, it's the Vanguard into the Battle Fury, but the stun comes out near onto Anti-Mage. It could be God King in trouble as Irving comes in as well. There's so many heroes just piling onto the Anti-Mage, and they will be able to bring him down. It's going to be God King dead in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's way more like it. And now you can go and start pressuring the tier 1 tower. I think this rotation was way overdue with the first with the first dragon even, but like you said, they got occupied somewhere else. Look at the mid lane though, and the top lane. Like RNG is trading this extremely well.
Yep. They feel like they've won the trade, and then they lose 2 towers for it. It's not economy, is it?
Yeah, it's not great economy, definitely, but they did kill off Anti-Mage as well, so that was something.
Yeah, can't understate that. Delaying the Battle Fury timing on the Anti-Mage is always a really nice factor.
Yeah, he's behind the curve now. Speaking of economy, doesn't matter. Top lane, Dragonite.
Yeah, he's broken in more ways than one, and he's going to be going down. That's another kill for Somnus. Very, very active on this Invoke, which is exactly what I was hoping to see. Quas Wex, get the urn, run around the map, rustle some jimmies.
Yeah, that vessel being able to just utilize it this early on against the Dragonite. Also going into that Witchblade, no Midas shenanigans, nothing like that instantly after. Means a lot. Like having this active Invoker from the mid lane. Chalice.
Is he in trouble here? I mean, this silence is about to run off, and then he's got a Ravage, but the silence is going to be reapplied, so, well, never mind, gets rid of it, now turns around, blows up the Void Spirit, but they don't quite have enough damage. Tornado's going to catch him out just about. He's got the Dissimulate, jump across to the side, but they managed to get that urn upon him. The Spirit Vessel won't be enough by itself, but the Bushwhack comes through, and Chalice will claim in the name of the Holy Watermelon. Meanwhile, X-Nova has been left behind somewhat. The bus has left, and now he will be food for the teddy bear. Oh, never mind. A lot of kill securing going on by these offlaners.
I can't blame them. You know, that Enchantress definitely could have blinked out or gotten force-staffed out by someone, you know, so have to secure the kill whenever possible.
Definitely.
Yeah, I feel that overall RNG is really playing well, aggressive. They're punishing Void Spirit for any small little mistakes that he does, and they're preventing Vici Gaming from really playing the way they would like to, and that's utilizing every single form on Dragonite to take an objective or pressure the enemy side of the map.
Oh, Jama. Jama. It's actually fine. Never mind. Had a Tidehunter and Invoker around him, but that seems okay for now.
For now. Yeah. He's fine. Dragonite.
Ah, there we go. He's found himself a target. Somnus on the ball once again, getting on top of Irving, and Irving will fall. Somnus is just parked on the enemy side of the map the entire game. I haven't seen him leave. He doesn't even remember what his side of the map looks like.
Exactly, that's the problem. Like when you're forced to play on your own side of the map, as Vici Gaming is right now, you get picked off. Especially if they plant a couple of wards. Not only are you getting picked off, they're also taking objectives as they're doing that. I feel like there's something fundamentally amiss about having a Dragonite on the offlane farming in your own jungle next to your outpost.
Yeah, and
even even if you die on the enemy side of the map, it's better than if you die on your own.
Definitely. And I'm not sure this is a fault of Irving, because we've seen a reluctance from both Victoria and Jama to really TP to this Dragonite and go and smoke him up or play with him or anything. Ravage down to the bottom lane as they make the play onto the air, so here this will be a huge target if they can bring him down, but he manages to get off the ultimate just in time. Somehow he gets that off, and now the cavalry doth arrive. XM's going to throw out the Remnant, but I'm not sure Chalice is a target they can really get right now. They're going to go for it regardless as Somnus comes in from the sidelines here. The Heist Path comes down. That's going to slow him right down. The looks towards Jama as even Godking getting involved in this one. He's going to get leashed up to Chalice as they get lifted together, but they're not really getting much damage pumped out their way as they kill off Jama. Now going in even further. Godking, my friend, that is aggressive with a capital A. He is going to get brought down for that one, but Erica will eventually die in response. The initial target finally dropping. Irving tanking a lot of shots here. This Dragonite is a tanky boy. Chalice, he is not happy about that. I'm the only tanky boy around here. They will force them back off the tower, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any objectives here on RNG. Just a bit of a trade. Interesting.
Yep. A bit of a trade in which Anti-Mage dies for an Ursa. Ursa that has battled Irving.
Oh, he's come back into this one, and that is a big mistake.
He probably expected the rest of RNG to have left, so he goes back to defend the tower a little bit and pays with his life. I'm not sure, what do you think? I feel still that Anti-Mage dying there is perhaps more of an issue as he didn't have his Battle Fury completed.
Yeah, I would agree. He's got it coming out to him now, so didn't delay it too much, but yeah. I mean, the funny thing about that was I was casting it, and I saw that the Anti-Mage had his blink off cooldown, and I was like, oh good, he's going to get out.
And then he goes deeper.
It's goddamn God King, so he just goes under the tier 1 tower to try and kill us support. I'm like, yeah, alright, I respect it.
Worth it. Everything for my Invoker, you know, he's the true carry, that's it.
Absolutely. Just ignore the fact I'm building a Battle Fury.
Yeah, it like the Battle Fury timing for the Anti-Mage is important. But mid lane, let's just see this.
There's something cooking. The ingredients are in the pot, but is it going to be turned into anything? Yes, it is. XM being jumped, but no, Chalice just backed himself out. 3 seconds until Ravage is available. Autocast Ravage? Yep, absolutely. They throw it on down here. 3 or 4-man Ravage there. And that is 2 huge kills for God King. Oh my goodness. That is just absolutely brilliant stuff from RNG.
Yeah, and the Anti-Mage actually joining in and making a difference. Using that mana void, helping out a little bit. Like, this is RNG literally playing the game that I expected Vici Gaming to be playing. I expected Vici Gaming to be the ones that are on the offense, the ones that are utilizing the fact that they have this Dragonite, the Ursa, and they can fight earlier, but nope, it's actually the Anti-Mage joining, and it's on the back of the fact that RNG are just playing way more aggressively as a 4, as those other 4s than Vici Gaming is at the moment.
Definitely. I mean, this is kind of like Chalice and Somnus though. Like these 2 heroes together, the Invoker and the Tidehunter with these 2 players particularly, it just feels like if you let them get ahead, you don't get to play Dota anymore. And I loved in that last fight, it was literally like he was just wandering into the fight with 3 seconds cooldown still on Ravage. He was so ready to just throw that down immediately, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you could argue that it comes down to those mid lane rotations, really. And the fact that they took the tier 1 mid and top a bit earlier than Vici Gaming did. So it opens up the map, it makes it easier for them to make all of these rotations. Oh, another smoke, this time from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, it would be pretty obvious if they saw those at mid, and that is a Felix ping, so they absolutely do see this one coming, but Xnova going to tank the gank regardless. Still alive for now, but yeah, the Void Spirit will finish the job. And Chalice, he's in the neighborhood. Looking to be that damage sponge on the front lines once again, joining up with Somnus as they bring down Jammer together. The Rubik will fall, so it's just a trade, but more importantly, RNG are able to keep control of the jungle. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it really is. Like, you smoked up as Vici Gaming to get into your jungle and to plant some wards, right? De-ward it. You didn't get that control. And look at RNG, they're going into the pit.
They certainly are. I'm not even sure Vici Gaming are going to be aware of this.
They don't look like they are, and didn't they scan? Like, with that scan, they should be aware, but they just don't care to contest. They don't have the BKB completed on the Ursa. Once he gets that BKB, they should be ready to fight, but then you'll be fighting into an Aegis.
Interestingly, Anti-Mage picks up the Aegis and not Somnus, but you know what? I'm here for it. You know, if you want to join in all these fights, mate, then go ahead. Take an Aegis to help you make those backline jumps whilst you're at it. So, Manta going to be next up for God King. They're starting the aggression onto the Anti-Mage here, but in comes Chalice with the Ravage, and it's another double kill going the way of God King. I mean, we just had that play, right? We just had that exact same thing happen in that exact same spot.
Yeah, look, this play from Vici Gaming isn't to try and kill the AM. It's you're just poking, you know, you're baiting stuff out. But usually when you bait stuff out, you try not to get hit in the face by it. Which happened right there. And again, 2 heroes fall to the Mana Void and the Ravage combo.
They poked the lion, and the lion bit their arm off. Unfortunate. Middle tier 2 tower going to fall for this one as well, and it is all falling apart at the seams for Vici Gaming. It doesn't even feel like they've got much left in the tank, to be honest with you. This BKB from the Ursa has to be something they can make a play with, but might just have to be used to try and survive down here. Oh no.
Yeah.
That's not how you want your 9-second BKB to be used.
Yeah, usually that's not considered like the best usage. As you use it 1 second before you die, it can be, you know, wasteful.
1 second is generous.
Yeah, this game is falling apart, like you said, for them. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not seeing the way out. Maybe some crazy team fight with a good soulbind. You steal the Ravage on Rubik. When you're playing Ursa, usually you should be in control versus an AM. Your team should be the one that takes Aegis first. Your team should be the one pressuring the enemy side of the map. It's just not happening for Vici Gaming at the moment.
Yeah, that's a worrying thing. Man, God King on his Anti-Mage has been very impressive. You know, just... Yeah, he had that blunder in the very first fight, but you know what? He made something happen with it. And the payoff has just been pure aggression coming out from him whilst also farming up an absolute storm. It's been very, very good.
Mm-hmm. And I like the Vanguard into disassemble, make Battle Fury Vanguard again. He did make it, right? He did make the Vanguard in the laning stage, yeah.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, he did. That's why they were able to leave him alone. Meanwhile, Nervin got caught out trying to split a wave, read like a book by Somnus.
He's level 18.
Oh, interesting from Chalice. Didn't actually go for the Aghanim, but went for a Heaven's Halberd instead. Great item versus the Ursa.
Yep.
Oh my god. What I love there is that Victoria took so long to react to that because nobody expects Chalice to just blink on you like that. You know, you're under your tier 4s. You don't expect the Tidehunter to blink aggressively on top of you in that fashion, but
it is Chalice.
Chalice, yeah.
Yeah, it is Chalice.
I'm actually surprised he didn't ravage him, I'll be honest.
Probably saw Rubik or someone nearby. But back to the halberd thing, yeah, like versus Ursa, you always like these halberds, Yule, scepters, and whatnot, but I feel that Aghanim is still pretty good on Tide, even versus the Ursa. I think he has it queued up.
Yep, on to the next item on his shopping list, which I feel like won't take long to be fulfilled. Already 2k gold. What ping's coming out from God King here? He senses something.
He's expecting the smoke, but Dire are the ones scanning and double smoking. They're going all around. Let's look at Chalice.
I'm not sure if he's going for the creeps or he's going to pop their smokes. I don't know, but it's working.
He might not know that everyone is here though, but
yeah, I think has been doing this a lot, so they could get baited by this. Let's see. Be a tough bait though, as they have already taken him down, but Felix is going to die in return though, so they're going to make the even trade. Berserving finally chopped the way out here as they will finish the job, and now the Ravage comes out. They get one, they now need to turn their attention towards Erica. The whole team chasing this Ursa. He said, I had a team here a minute ago, where did they go? BKB, TP away, he will be safe for the time being, but losing two of his teammates, this isn't how they wanted this double smoke to go.
A double smoke to try and maybe come back into the game as Aegis is being reclaimed, right? Doesn't really work out for them, they lose two. Are the lanes pushed in? Yeah, from the mid lane the creeps are coming, so if RNG decide to go for more of a YOLO play, they can go for tier 3, but I feel like, yeah, they'll just continue farming, no rush.
Oh, Jama. Oh, he still was a stolen blink. Well, nevertheless, dead regardless. Somnus with a nice prediction on the Sunstrike there. Gets him the kill onto the Rubik.
Yeah, you guys were on point with the Somnus call, really. He's done so much more than XM in this game. On top of a little bit of help by his supports in the laning stage, but still, all his rotations worked out.
I mean, I expect him to do well. I didn't expect him to be literally just down the throats of his enemy the entire game. This is some next level stuff, but I'm not surprised by it at the same time. I don't think anyone should be. Skadi next from God King. Nothing crazy coming out from him. You know, no Sanjin Yasha into disassembles.
Yeah,
like he used to do on AM.
I think he does have Abyssal, right? Completed.
Oh, on the courier?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Actually, he moved away from the Skadi and into a Nullifier. Which is also right, like, I think Skadi is perhaps a bit safer, but Nullifier is cool too. Erica?
He's on top of him as the Abyssal coming out. He has got the BKB going for the TP, but the Bash is going to stop that right in its tracks, turning around just trying to tear apart the anti-mage. He can't do a thing here, unfortunately. Ursa is dead. Long live the God King.
Yeah, that was the only play as well, right, from the Ursa. BKB and try and TP out, but even that is very unlikely to really work out as you're playing versus a Basher, or Abyssal Blade, that is. So.
He also... Oh yeah, no, Mana Boy doesn't go through BKB anymore.
No.
I love the scurries coming out constantly, the decoys. It's a very cool set on the Hoodwink. I like the colours. It's calming. Oh, anti-mage being jumped upon here. It's a decent amount of damage. They get him down to half health instantly, but the follow-up is just not there, and Herping just gets a meatball thrown at his face. And unfortunately, if it can kill the dinosaurs, it can kill you. And now they jump in with the Ravage onto XM. XM was not ready for this, and he is going to get brought down as well. No buyback available on the Void Spirit. Gone for 50 seconds. The base being torn to shreds, and the G's come out. That is going to be it for Vici Gaming in game number 1. Not really showing up to this one at all.
Yeah, usually when you see these two drafts and you say the game has been pretty much finished at the 29-minute mark, you're expecting the Ursa to have accomplished some early game potential and crushed the enemy sides. But nope, it's actually RNG this time around with the Anti-Mage that managed to win the early game and take the game.
Absolutely, and of course we can bring back
Not
our
only
host
did they
Snare.
win the early game. Yeah, Snare's back. I didn't expect to be back so quickly, unfortunately, you know. I think there's a lot of things, Lizard, where if you just describe them, right, and then you describe the drafts, people would favor the Vici draft. If I tell you there's a team that takes a 20-minute Roshan, right, and I tell you there's one team that has Anti-Mage, the other team has Ursa, you're going to say it's the Ursa team. If I'm telling you that there's a team pushing tier 2 towers and fighting behind the tier 2s 18 minutes in the game, and I see the one team has Ursa, DK, Void Spirit, I'm going to say it's that team that's making that happen. But it just all fell apart. And you said it perfectly in the game here. It really felt like RNG was playing at the pace and at the level that we thought Vici was going to be playing at. What happened? Especially because, Lizard, we actually saw Vici days ago when they had Yang on the DK play at that pace. So is this a change in roster, or did something else go wrong for them?
No, I would say that it's like always a mix of things, right? The mid lane didn't go that well. XM got his level 6 a bit later than he should have. Because of that, his rotations weren't perhaps aimed at lanes where they should have been aimed, right? Like, he comes here for this dive, he gets a couple of kills, sure, but he dies afterwards. Meanwhile, no one is helping out the Dragonite, who's just waiting for support on that bottom lane to get the Anti-Mage off of the lane and also take down the tower. So, yeah, mix of these things. Mix of Somnus being really good on mid lane, him being helped out by a couple of supports, and also the supports plus XM perhaps not rotating down bottom early enough.
Yeah, Lizard.
Yeah, certainly.
You smart man, Lizard. You smart man. Me simple man. Me say RNG play around strong hero. Vici, they don't play around their strong hero. And that's it.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about strong heroes, normally we see that this Dragonite has been doing a lot of work lately, but this game just felt like a wet noodle, and most of the time it's because he didn't get the help he received, like you mentioned, Lizard. But Nomad, you were talking about auto-cost Ravage on Chalice, and Chalice, my god, what a performance coming out of him on the Tidehunter. Not only was he just using these Ravages very cavalierly, but the positioning that he placed himself in every single fight felt like he was also landing several hero anchor smashes every single time as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just always in the face of the enemies, and you know it's easy to do so when you have this kind of teamfight controller of Somnus behind you. He's kind of like this safety blanket where you know you can do this crazy blink forwards, you know, get in their faces, and if there's an Ursa which jumps on your head, he's probably just going to get tornadoed up and controlled up and maybe even killed. So he feels very safe because he just has so much trust in Somnus to be able to back him up in those situations. And even when Somnus isn't there, you still got the Hoodwink to help you out as well.
Yep. And the two of them also made such a lot of space for the God King, allowed this Anti-Mage to practically have a free game here, not have to concern himself with all that much. And he can just walk down these heroes, as we see yet another Ravage from Chalice, excellently done by him. But the counterpart here, Lizard, we thought this Ursa was going to be able to at least do something in these fights against Anti-Mage, but not only did he fall behind, he felt like he was actually a worse fighting hero. And I was just checking it out while we're in the game. This is the only 5th Ursa, not just in China, but across the entire DPC. It's only won 2 games. Is there a reason for why this hero is not as picked as we would like it to be, even in games where we thought it would be so much better?
Well, overall, Ursa has been falling off a little bit by the entail of the patch, right? So there isn't something... Has there been any huge changes to him? Let me just check. I don't think so, right? Like
No, not that I can remember.
Maybe to the items, but not necessarily to... Yeah, like he actually received 0 changes to all of his spells. So, yeah, not sure why he's struggling. Like in this game, it felt like it should be much easier to execute an Ursa strategy, than it looked like, right? But then at the same time, did it really feel like it was the Ursa's fault? I don't think so. He had an early enough of a Battle Fury, an early enough of a BKB, but it doesn't matter because your whole side, your whole team has fallen apart already.
Absolutely, and Vici Gaming will find themselves suffering this initial loss. Obviously, MVP vote, gentlemen, if you have to give to somebody, it's got to be Somnus. 12-1-9 on this Invoker. Not only is that a very high score, not only did he farm very well, but he practically broke the game from those earliest moments possible. Started rotating incredibly early here, Nomad. And look at this reflection in the damage numbers. 20k damage coming out of Somnus here. Damn, what a performance from the Invoker. And I'm pretty sure down the line, we'll probably see some bans of this hero if he still needs a mid laner at the 9th pick.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a good Invoker game, you leave yourself open to it. And I think VG Gaming kind of just let it fly under the radar a little bit. Didn't respond to it well enough. And yeah, then you get in this situation where someone's just running around your side of the map, killing your supports, killing your carries, honestly, just killing anyone he comes across. He was able to bring down the Dragon Knight as well the moment he had that Spirit Vessel online. So yeah, it was pretty brutal. I definitely agree with your claim to Somnus being the MVP. I don't think anyone can argue with that. He did an absolutely tremendous job. All that I wish was that we got late enough in the game where he could have built that new I can't remember what it's called, the new brooch thing. I don't know if he would have done it, but it would have been funny at least.
Yeah, it's really strong, I think. Would be interesting. Why not? It's expensive as hell, but dishes out a ton of damage.
We'll be seeing whether or not Game 2 is going to be long enough to get to the point where Somnus can expend his gold on more exciting items, or if Game 2 is going to be another walkover for the side of RNG. We will be answering these questions in just a moment, but in the meantime, we're going to be taking a short break here. Don't go anywhere and be back in a couple of minutes as we continue the spring tour, we continue Vici Gaming and RNG, we continue this DPC action. We'll see you then.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's why there's waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and Dota World, here to some more DPC action. The spring tour continues with Game 2 of VG Gaming against RNG. Game 1, a bit of a stomp in favor of RNG, but now Game 2, we're going to be hoping for a more competitive showing from the side of VG Gaming. I'm Sneh, I'm joined by Lizard and Nomad. Nomad, before we get into the draft, give me some hope. You know, tell me what's the conversation been like in the background? What has the coach told VG to give them the juice they need to win the game?
The coach has picked up his phone and he's ringing Yang to check his availability. No, I'm kidding, of course. Things an excellent player. And yeah, I mean, it just seems like RNG are the kryptonite of VG Gaming. But, you know, VG Gaming just generally had a pretty bad season last time, narrowly avoided relegation. And it feels like they might be heading this way again with this performance. But I don't want to speak too soon, you know. I just want to see them play a game which they feel comfortable with. And I think last game they had a draft where they could have made that happen. And it worries me that we saw so little from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to be seeing a different draft here. RNG versus VG Gaming. This time around, Lizard, things are exactly the same at the beginning.
You lied to us.
Nothing's different.
Yeah,
This is a retread.
He was like, this time around, Lizard. And then he looks at the draft.
Nope, nope.
Never mind.
Never
I
mind.
think it is different.
Say the same things again, guys. In fact, production, can you just play back the recording from the last draft, please? We can go get a snack or something.
Don't put our boys on the spot. Going back, recording, playing it. I can repeat the same stuff if you want.
Yeah, please.
Nah, I was going to actually ask a different question, right? And say, if it is the exact same draft like this, all right, is this, who's more benefited from this if they do play the exact same draft? I mean, all of us really liked what Vici had to offer, but obviously RNG was so much more confident in how they played that game out. Does it at least tell us something positive about Vici, that they at least have enough belief in their ideas to stick to them even after such a bad showing?
Yeah, it depends. It really depends on if you believe in the draft or not, and if it's objectively better draft or not. I think that's really important. Both of those things are really important, because like if the draft is objectively better, you pick it again and then you just improve on the mistakes that you've made, and it should be better, right? I would always favor the team that lost, because first you're playing you're playing the same draft again, you're improving on it, you're fixing your mistakes, plus the enemy side is perhaps feeling a little bit more lenient with everything that they're doing, and they'll be a little bit more relaxed with all their plays. So they'll be able to perhaps find some cracks in their armor and capitalize on that. So there's multiple reasons why playing the same draft after losing can prove to be good for you. However, if you lose with it, yeah, then it's some real emotional damage right there.
I'm hoping for not emotional damage, because I do want to see this Vici team start to gain some success. One thing that I would like to see change, though, I definitely don't want to see Rubik again. If they're going to play a different hero, something that does something more active than the Rubik. Did feel like they were also just ran out of damage at times. So hopefully they change it up, and doesn't fix the damage, but at the very least they have some degree of catch and team fight here. Nomad, the Disruptor coming out. We saw this hero, was it yesterday, I think, and it was Disruptor, whatever. How's it going to look in this game, especially given that it's one of the best heroes in the game against a Tidehunter?
I mean, you've also got the godly combo of double Thunder Strike from the Soulbind. Oh my goodness. But no, you're absolutely right. It's very, very good against Tidehunter. It's a silence which you can't dispel, so I imagine that's probably the idea here. Also, when Chalice jumps on your face as a support, you can now say shoo and glimpse him back. So it's something. I don't like it still, though, because I feel like last game they lacked the get up and go-ness of a support hero with some initiation, and they've done the same thing again with their two supports. It feels like 2 5s, and yeah, I mean, it can be fixed if Irving is given a hand. If whoever plays this Grimstroke, I imagine it's going to be Jama. If they actually play together this game, it'll be fine. But my concern is they didn't do it last game. Hopefully they've recognized that and they're going to do it this game. We'll see.
The last time against LBZS, they did play Grimstroke 4 that game, because they also had a Snapfire in the game, so they decided to shift that to the 5 position. Wonder if that'll happen again. But also, thank goodness, we're all going to have different heroes on the other side. They don't want to play AM into Disruptor, so going to go for this Wraith King. An Ancient Apparition here, Lizard. Okay. Been seeing this hero obviously be a lot more involved in the DPC, given the popularity of Io. But I think this is going to be the first time I've seen the hero without Io being picked up at all. So talk to us about this particular hero and what's it going to do for their draft.
Put this boy mid.
Yeah, we're talking about the new item.
Yeah, the brooch, whatever the hell the name of the item is. Put it mid. Give him that Witchblade into brooch. Man, Ancient Apparition with Aghanims and that hits very hard. However, it's not going to happen, because you're never going to get those items from the mid lane as an Ancient Apparition. Maybe 1 out of 10 games, especially maybe in pubs, in the pro scene. Very unlikely. Okay, so Ancient Apparition here serves your Invoker purpose. You don't have to buy a Vessel anymore. You have his ulti to deal with the Dragonite. You also have a pretty strong combination of heroes on the safe lane, Wraith King plus AA. If it should be the duo on the safe lane. It doesn't have to be. I believe it will be. So you have that Cold Feet plus Stun to work with, which is nice.
the fourth engine apparition that we've seen so far in the entire DPC, so far with 100% win rate. And they've also managed to finally give Tidehunter some wins. So RNG certainly playing well today, doing some amazing things on their end with the draft too. Lifestealer comes out on the other side here. Of course, they couldn't get away with not getting something to deal with the off-lane Chalice. Didn't really work out with the Ursa. Somehow we actually lost that lane, Erica. So hopefully this time around on the Lifestealer, things are a bit smoother in experience. But unfortunately, Nomad, I'm not seeing any way for Lifestealer to get easily into the fight, at least not until they get the Blink Dagger on Irving. And last game, it didn't feel like he was super comfortable with those initiations. So how does this Lifestealer actually get there and dish out the damage he needs to?
I think that's fine. I mean, you will get the Blink Dagger on the DK, hopefully at a better timing this time around. And you still have your mid laner to come. So they'll definitely be able to find a mid laner, which gives them that mobility they need. So, they've got Puck, they've got Quap, they've got the Spirits. There's no way they ban out all of these.
They take out the Puck first.
Wait, so I just want to see. So there is a Puck banned out. If they ban out the Queen of Pain, that's 2 more spirits. Ember Spirit is banned out. If they banned out the Void Spirit and the Storm Spirit, why do you lie to the people? No, man, they can ban it all out.
You still got Earth Spirit, so...
okay.
Yeah, in the
Earth Spirit,
there we go.
Sure.
There we go.
Wipes off sweat.
Speaking of this mid lane matchup, though, Lizard, given that we are at this point again, in terms of who's going to be picking mid, what do you see as the option here for Vici? I mean, doesn't feel like RNG can pretty much do whatever with this last overall pick, but Vici Gaming, this needs to be a game winner. Has to be one of the spirits, Queen of Pain, like Nomad mentioned. If all of these are banned out, what else is left for him to actually get into the fights?
I don't see many more heroes really besides the spirits. Razor is also banned out. Let's see what RNG decides to ban out as well. One of them will go through, right? Because one of those bans is on Vici Gaming's side. So okay, so Storm Spirit is still in the pool. It's a good combo with Lifestealer. I think the problem is they don't have they have last pick, right? So
yeah,
it's going to be RNG that snatches the pick first. That might be a small little issue. What did we see last game? We saw that Invoker from RNG, right? It doesn't feel like as good of an Invoker game this time around. You're playing into a Lifestealer and they banned out the Storm. Okay, so yeah. I actually thought that for some reason in my mind, Vici Gaming has last ban on first pick, which is obviously not how drafting works. But yeah.
Ice Frog's taking notes, though, Lizard. Don't worry. He's got your back. Next patch, watch out, fam. Gonna have a small change to the drafting order.
I'm sure there was some patch in drafting order in which it worked that way. No, not sure. Maybe once upon a time.
Beautiful jacket on the side of Vici Gaming. Look at that bling on the back of that man. It's beautiful.
Yo, that jacket is fire. The front and the back of it. Damn, I need to.
Yeah, he's sparkling all over.
Yo, I need to get in on that drip. That looks amazing. And sometimes they say you gotta dress for the occasion. So maybe if he's feeling like he's blinged out in real life, he can get that gold in the game as well. As the last pick here for God King, it's the Morphling.
Yeah.
Chinese Morphlings have, in the carry role, it can be very hit or miss here.
But this is mid. This is mid Morphling even.
Oh, it is mid Morphling. Yeah. Right. Yes. Okay, never mind. That's great.
Yeah, let's just see what they pick on Vici Gaming. Lina is an option perhaps for XM as well. Some burst damage versus the Morphling. Not sure what else. Not a lot of heroes come to my mind. Like you have problems versus Ancient Apparition with a lot of them. So. Let's see what they go for. They go for it's so this is a guy that I thought of before because of the Tidehunter. Like OD is one of those rare heroes that just destroys Tide, right? Like he doesn't care if you're tanky, if you're Timber, if you're Tide, if you're Centaur, OD just kills you. And now you have a Morphling as well that can get crushed by the OD. So it's a nice pick. The only question is are they a little bit too greedy, and how well will they be able to bring all 3 cores online in the mid game?
I was actually thinking at the end of this draft here that this is a really good game. It looks like it for this OD, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, Lizard, there is a lot of greed to go around. Nomad, we said this last game, right? Our last pick, we were like, this looks good for Vici Gaming, and it didn't go well that time around. Is this a lightning strikes twice situation where that's going to happen again, or are we expecting a different outcome? Is OD finally going to give Vici what they need to get the game to victory?
I said I wanted them to shake things up. I wanted them to find their own style. To me, though, they need Irving to have a really good game, in my opinion. I think Irving is the tempo controller of the entirety of Vici Gaming. OD's good. It's a great OD pick. I completely agree. But is it enough to carry them through this game and determine these team fights? And I don't think it is. I think they need this DK to be on the ball, finding the right targets, and he needs a team to play with him. And just judging from last game, that's not going to happen. So I'm going to say RNG, but I really, really hope that Vici Gaming show us something that they can play around this DK properly in this game.
We're all hoping that Vici Gaming do show us something more incredible so that we get game 3, we get some more action here in the Division 1 of the DPC in China. However, to figure out if that's going to be happening, we need to see the game play out in and of itself. So Lizard, Nomad, take it away, boys. Game 2 of Vici Gaming versus RNG. We'll see you after this.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yep, let's get into it. The nitty gritty. What is the big factor of the OD this game? What's his role within these team fights?
No, overall, it's not only the team fights, right? His damage from Arcane Orb can shoot through the Tidehunter and the Morphling, so you kind of have this one extra core from that mid lane, most likely mid lane, I guess, to count on. And we'll see what items he decides to go for. Right now, if you check his build, he's going for that Meteor Hammer. I think that's standard build, right? Like, you just
very much so, yeah.
Yeah, you take down a tower really early on with it. It's been a casual item build for almost a year now, I would say, or something.
Definitely. It's just great item stats wise as well, isn't it? Anyone who can make use of the active is going to enjoy building that. So yeah. Hey, if it goes super late, do you reckon there's a chance of a Revenant's Brooch on XM?
Not sure, really.
Damn it.
Obviously on OD it should be an amazing item. We'll see. I feel that there's just a ton of items that are really good on him before that. Like a Blink, BKB, Aghanims, Meteor Hammer, like there's just so many items that you want to get that perhaps that Revenant's Brooch is a little bit too expensive. But if the game goes late enough, possible.
We can dream.
Yeah.
We can dream. I just want to... I don't know if it's even been picked up yet at all. Might have to ask someone about that.
The item?
In a DPC game.
Yeah, it's probably too expensive for 90% of the games.
So looking at this bottom lane, we got Mr. God King once again showing up on the Wraith King, backed up by X-Nova on the AA. And same again for Vici Gaming with Irving and Jama on the DK and the Grimstroke.
Yeah. Something that you and Snare touched on and talked about a little bit. I'd really like to see Vici Gaming play around Irving a little bit more post-laning stage. Well, or at least until they take down that tier 1 tower on the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely. It's a must for this game as well, even more so than last game, I would say. Top lane Erica getting kind of low to Chalice and to Felix. Felix also taking some harassment there from the Thunder Strike, but all is well. Salve up and go again, so no real threat.
Yeah, I feel that this lane on top should even be perhaps a little bit easier for Chalice this time around than the last one. But you are getting something different from the Lifestealer. You don't have to go into that Battle Fury. You can be way more active with something like a Phase Boots Armlet build, and you can just constantly play with your Dragonite, right? Like you can actually activate him too. You can save targets with Infest, so it's a little bit more of an active pick, and it makes sense as they have pretty much 3 semi-cores on the side of Vici Gaming. No one is supposed to be that ultimate end-all hard carry.
Yeah. It's very much a team effort, that's for sure. In the same way, anyone who gets ahead is going to feel like, they're in control of this game. But getting ahead is going to be the difficult thing, especially against this lineup. RNG, meanwhile, they kind of running the 2 carries. Do you think it's a little bit greedy from them, perhaps with the Morphling and the Wraith King? Oh,
yeah.
Felix getting first blood up in the top lane, bringing down Victoria on the Disruptor.
Yeah, it is. Like, I completely forgot about it and didn't talk about it because I'm focusing on Vici Gaming as they lost, right? So trying to find the reasons and solutions. But yeah, you're right. On the side of RNG, it's this Morphling mid lane hasn't been played in a while, and for multiple reasons, but one of them is definitely that he's a greedy pick on that mid lane. And especially when you have something like a Wraith King. But we'll see. The Wraith King probably gonna go for the same build, similar to the one of the Lifestealer, Armlet, Phase Boots, maybe some Soul Ring in between, and be as active as possible.
Get a blink, yeah. I really wanted to see Armlet blink. I'd rather he doesn't stop for the Desolator before the Blink Dagger, just because you've got this Morphling on your team.
Yep, it's a good point. A Blink Dagger, or perhaps even that Shadow Blade into Silver Edge, right? Anything that gives you some ability and some surprise initiating tool can work. Blink Dagger probably the easiest and the cheapest, most reliable.
Yep. Then the possibility of Silver Edge against DK is always nice as well, so we'll see which one he prioritizes.
By the way, XM moved away from the Meteor Hammer, so he changed his mind.
Joma's still dead to creeps, actually. That's unfortunate.
Wait. They are skeletons. They're not just any creeps. Please.
Apology.
We apologize.
They're creepy skeletons, though.
Now you call them even creepy? What's wrong with you, Nomad? They're not
don't like them.
looking.
They're annoying. They're overpowered. They run around the jungle. They just kind of do their own thing. When I'm playing them, they always just run into like the enemy fountain for some reason.
Yeah. So when you run around your house and do random things, should I call you creepy, weird little nomad? No, right?
Okay, fair point. I rescind my my comments about the skeletons. I'll apologize.
Tweet longer now.
Yeah.
Now.
My apology. ... So how does this lane go with the Lifestealer into Tidehunter? Is this it's looking a little bit better than the Ursa was, that's for sure.
Yeah. Erika is I guess he's healing up a bit more with the feast, right? So they aren't able to zone him out as easily. Some of his damage is definitely mitigated by Anchor Smash, but overall he's finding his CS, which also leaves a Disruptor to just pull constantly. I think overall for Vici Gaming it's an easier, so far it looks like an easier lane.
So good. TP down to the bottom side. It's a frozen up Irving with a rotation in from Felix, but Xiama just comes in with that Inkswell and chase them back. In fact, they're turning their attention towards X-Nova. Another damage. Irving, gotta be careful. He's walking back in here, and he's gonna take a nice right click. It's not enough to finish the job. The Chilling Touch doesn't kill him off, and Irving will survive. But again, playing on the edge, using his health as a resource. Always respect it.
Yeah, he's healing up a ton as a Dragonite, so doing that is very easy for him. Keep in mind that Bushwhack did not connect. If it did, I believe they had enough control and damage to kill off the Dragonite. Sadly for RNG it didn't. And it's quite of an improvement on their game by the side of Vici Gaming, moving in and playing with the Dragonite this early on.
So you touched on it very briefly, but wait. Oh, that's a frozen Victoria, and that's a dead Victoria. The Disruptor taking a step too far, and yeah, this support duo is pretty deadly. I like the early points in Ice Vortex as well, as you mentioned.
Actually, 2 levels of Ice Vortex. Yeah. Interesting. A ton of extra magic damage being amplified.
It kind of shows you what he's intending to do, right?
Another Bushwhack missed. Okay.
That's unfortunate, so this means Irving will probably survive once again here, but not without taking a fair amount of harassment in the process.
Negative. Yeah, he knows. Top lane.
Making the play onto Chalice. Stun comes through.
Bye-bye.
It's going to be a tricky one, though, and yeah, he's just going to say peace and TP back to his tower.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to go.
Different build this game.
Yeah, he's going for a Dominator. And he's building a Dominator Irving, bottom lane. He's actually dropping real low again, but cameraman doesn't care anymore. He's been baited way too many times, you know. Observer is like, yeah, Dragonite is alive, guys. This is more important.
He knows.
Yeah,
he knows.
He knows, exactly. Usually I'm not the biggest fan of Helm of Dominator versus a Lifestealer, right? There's always that infest. But
yeah, true. Just blow up the creep.
Yeah.
So why Lizard?
Because they're quite greedy, I guess. There's a Wraith King on the mid lane, there's on the safe lane and Morphling on the mid lane, so Chalice is like, okay, someone needs to pressure this map, and I have two options. One is Helm of Dominator, the other is a Meteor Hammer. So he opted for Helm of Dom. With it, he'll be able to perhaps take down towers on his own, or pressure them a bit at least.
Definitely, yeah.
That's my, by the way, explanation. I'm not sure. That's just my. That's how I see it.
Well, I'm very convinced. Your reasoning was solid. You get an A from me.
Yeah,
Did you score good grades in school?
Yeah. Pretty good, pretty decent. What about you?
Yeah, but kind of from the bell curve, pretty much. Slightly better than average, but not by much.
Yeah. I was always like, the best grade for us was a 5, right? And I was always like 4.5. That's it.
Always the prom queen, never the prom.
Yeah.
No, always the
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
No. Yeah. I understood you.
We got it. All right, Midas completed on XM. Then he's going to get a little bit of farm coming in his way, and then going straight in towards Witchblade. Actually, so yeah, absolutely no Meteor Hammer coming out for XM.
This man wants to hit hard. No shenanigans with the Meteor Hammer. Nothing like taking down objectives. He's got his boy Dragonite for that. He's ready to instead just take kills, not towers.
I mean, I actually agree as well, because I think it's a really bad game to stand still in. If you stand still, you're going to get a sharpshooter, an ice blast, a cold feet. It's not going to be a good time, so...
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, not a way in which most think, but it is problematic for OD, right? Like, he hates playing versus a puck because of such reasons as well. You have to stand still as your dream coiled. It becomes harder to use that Meteor Hammer as well.
Absolutely. So, yeah, XM will be prioritizing other things over the Meteor Hammers game, so no meme hammers anywhere today, at least for now.
Yeah, I just want to see them. XM is rotating down bottom. I'm wondering if this will be enough, as Xnova has his level 6 already. Like,
oh wow.
Chalice, he's stealing some stacks here. Some big juicy stacks.
He is, but they're coming on over, but he's gonna ravage for this one. Oh man, Chalice, I love him. Does look like he's gonna pay the price here, unfortunately, though. That's a very timely Kraken Shell, but Death Shell comes in.
He's gonna get the kill.
But his creep, it's gonna do it! Mr. Tomato Man gets it done in style.
Wait,
does still die.
Couldn't he infest it?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah,
Did something change?
Can he not? I don't know.
Of course he should be able to. So he could have saved the Grimstroke, but he'd rather save the infest cooldown. To hell with you, Grimstroke.
A true carry player.
Yeah, like Chalice, auto cast on that Ravage, instant pop, steals the stacks. Felix, mid lane.
Ooh, yeah, he's very dead. That's gonna be a kill for Somnus. Very much appreciated, and a very quiet game for Somnus this time around as he fights up into the Lifestealer here. No real aggression though coming out from him. He's just got a haste rune. He's just being annoying.
Yeah, he gets that kill on the Disruptor. Moves back to farming really. which is something that we will see a lot from the Radiant team in this game, I feel like. Yeah, sure, there's a Tidehunter pushing in top with his little Warpine Raider.
Whoa. Look at that boy.
What made them come up with the Pinecone as a neutral creep? Like, this is...
Wow. Another kill for Somnus here. No idea what happened there.
Yeah, just got the Dragonite with the Ancient Apparition and then got glimpsed back.
Ah, okay. That was very confusing. I don't know, maybe one of the Valve employees was walking home from work one day and said, oh look, a Pinecone. Hey, you know what? That would make a great neutral creep. As bottom lane the aggression continues, but the support's doing an excellent job of just holding the tower by spamming out their spells, honestly.
What does he have? What's the Pinecone carrying? Is it like 2-3 cherries? Like on his little leaf shield? Like this creep is this creep is actually ridiculous. What the hell is this? Like some leaf with 3 cherries and on the other side...
That's a holly. That's a holly leaf. They have holly trees have those little berries on them, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. My bad.
That's okay.
Okay,
I mean,
what
it's
about
not relevant to a pinecone because I don't grow on the same tree, but you know.
What about the star-shaped pole or whatever, sword, whatever that is?
He's got a little magic wand, doesn't he? It's adorable.
It's a magic wand, man. Like
fairy godmother.
Yeah, exactly. The fairy godmother magic wand.
That's it. Warpine fan club starting now. This guy's the best.
So you know, there has to be balance in Dota. We add Primordial Beast, this guy that takes you, crashes you to the ground, destroys you. And then to balance it, we add the Warpine Raider.
My shield of holly and my magical wand.
Alright.
Perfect. Balance in all things. Charles is spamming on that speed shot, and honestly, it's helping him farm quite a bit. Like, that AoE on that thing's no joke.
Somnus.
400 damage to a creep camp, we like that, but meanwhile, Somnus has been brought down. More important things are happening, and there's the Dragon Knight has been broken. He's been taken down as well. Meanwhile, Chalice inside that ultimate. That's the counter Snare was talking about. Chalice gets brought down, and Erica gets himself a double kill. VG Gaming are very much in this one.
Yep, Somnus actually got stunned by the Dragon Knight. He wasn't able to shift to strength, so he gets killed off very easily. Then the glimpse on the Tidehunter picks him off as well.
2 kills inside of VG Gaming. They do trade their DK for it, but that is something they will take. And again, you know, it feels good to see VG Gaming make a play with their DK and it go well. I hope they keep on doing that, because they do have that Blink Dagger now available, so him and Grimstone should just be constantly looking to be best pals and make stuff happen. Yeah, make space for their lifesteal and their OD.
RNG could make a play right now, as Ravage is off cooldown, so is Ancient's ulti. The only question is, okay, they'll go into the OD.
Target. It's a very big target. Bushwhacker's going to connect, and XM, he's just gone. Ravage, I believe he was casting Ravage there on Chalice, but then cancelled it.
I wouldn't be surprised if he casted it. Gotta make sure. Gotta make sure the Ravage is used. That's it.
Bottom lane has taken a beating from this, though. Whilst they were doing stuff on the map, their bottom tower gets brought down to about half HP, so not a completely cost-free kill onto the OD there, but certainly still a beneficial trade for RNG, especially when you look at this top tower of VG Gaming.
Yeah, on top lane as well, Great King was doing the same thing with his lovely little skellies. Xnova has a 4-staff, but...
And we go, stuns are out, but beautiful bushwhack coming out from Felix there. That is just perfect. Elsewhere, Xnova and Victoria have both gone down, but up in the top lane, they have got a God King dead for the first time here. Is there any help coming for his second life? I don't think so. No way out of this one. Couldn't get the blink off, unfortunately. And now the magic damage will nuke him down. So God King is gone.
Yeah, definitely a much bigger kill for VG Gaming than it was for RNG. They killed off a lonely Soul Disruptor. Meanwhile, Lifestealer kills the AA in the enemy jungle, while the Wraith King dies top. And I guess, like, when you think about it, for RNG, it's about the Morphling, really. Like, he's the true end-all carry of their lineup. So if the Wraith King is creating a bit of space here and there and he dies, it's, he's doing that for the greater good. After all, that's what his build looks like as well. He's got a Blink Dagger, an Armlet, and now he's going into a Shadow Blade as well. So it's all about being as active as possible early on.
Yep, big fan. It's exactly what I wanted to see. And of course, when it comes to being aggressive, God King is definitely a person you can rely on in that regard.
A bit too much, perhaps, at times.
Never.
Smoke up from RNG. This combo of theirs, Sharpshooter, Ancient Apparition's ulti, Ravage. It can pretty much kill off anyone.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with that. Let's see. Moving in down to bottom. Erica. Ooh,
He's kind of
gonna
hard.
Walk around. Oh, let's see. He's gonna go farm this camp. This is bad. This is bad. But has he got the reactions? No, he does not. Tied up to a tree, blasted down. Does get off the rage, but with the frostbite on him, he is still gonna fall. Yeah, couldn't quite get to the creeping infest. Very close though. Felix gonna get dragged back into the clutches of Irving here, but I think it's gonna go for him. Meanwhile on the sidelines, Somnus, he's just blowing up too. Oh my god, the damage coming out from him is absurd. Immediately just ripping through both the OD and Victoria, and now Irving just getting absolutely pummeled. There's going to be a full 5-man team wipe from the side of RNG. They take them down in style.
Yeah, again, they kill off the Wraith King, right? And that's it. Like, they need to realize that this isn't the same hero from the last game. This is more of a sacrificial lamb. It's all about the others. It's all about the Morphling, really. He's the one that needs to be falling in the next couple of engagements. And it's weird, like... Everything was pretty much used by RNG, and they still managed to take that fight. Albeit 5 versus 4, but still, when you don't have AA ulti, when you don't have Sharpshooter, Ravage, it's difficult to team wipe.
Themselves a very significant gold advantage from all of this as well, and that is a problem when you're playing against these dual carry lineups. It can just slip away so quickly, and you find yourself playing whack-a-mole. You kill one, and the other just manages to get so much more. And the impressive thing is, you know, God King, he's died twice in a row, yet he is still the highest net worth in his team. Like, yes, the Lifestealer is highest in the game, but RNG will not be sad about how his net worth chart looks for them. That's for sure.
Smoke up from Vici Gaming, but it looks like X-Nova is... You know, like, I remember in the last game as well, they would find the same smoke, found the same player in the same spot. Like, he's... I'm not even sure if this was on purpose. The last time it definitely was. But every time you break a smoke for a position 5, it's not good. Like, you need to find a bigger target. Usually, at least.
He's a king of just throwing his body into the enemy team, you know? Most people, when they hear, oh, the enemy is smoked, they try and run away, you know? They try and get out of the way. X-Nova just goes looking for them. He's like...
Here, take my body. Here, take me. Okay, they will smoke up once again now, as they have everything that they need. Plus, you kinda know where everyone from Vici Gaming is, as they just smoked there, right? So, if they were a bit faster, maybe they could have done more.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Vici have left the building. Everyone dissipating into the night.
But that means Rush is free, right?
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Vici, they are looking to smoke up themselves by the looks of it, but they are being very, very slow about this. Far too slow, in fact, as Roshan is almost dead already. They are making their way over, but yeah, they're going to arrive to this party way too late. And they're just cleaning up the drinks at this point.
I guess you still use the smoke and try to move towards the bottom lane, perhaps? Push in the tower?
Yeah, I was thinking of baiting him mid, but realised it would just be way too obvious. He just starts pounding at the tower. Somnus, he is the man right now. Dragonlance, Morbid Mask, BKB in its entirety finished up. It's interesting that he chose to go for the full BKB, but of course you're playing into the core OD, so it makes a lot of sense, not to mention you've got this Disruptor with the Static Storm as well, and a lot of things to be concerned about, so...
Yeah, these BKBs are a huge value for them. Maybe a small concern is that both of their cores are doing the same thing with the BKBs, getting them really early on. But it doesn't matter because of this Ancient Apparition. Like, when you have Ancient Apparition as 5, you should never lack damage in pickoffs, you know? So, getting BKBs on these cores wouldn't hurt you as much as it usually would.
Yeah, and I also think it just counters what Vici want to do more than a BKB usually does here, because you're playing against a carry that has no real innate catch. His mobility is okay, you know, he's got the movement speed with the Tangent Yasha and the phase boots, but realistically, if you BKB, then you're probably not going to die to the lifestealer unless something horrifically wrong happens. Meanwhile, Victoria does get left behind, unfortunately.
Yep, unfortunately. But for Vici Gaming, as long as they lost only a support and they got out, they're fine with the way that went. However, XM, Chalice... Okay.
Chalice is on top of Ehome right now, but in comes God King as well, and they're going to be able to take him down. They just ignore Irving as well the whole time, you know, he's just stunned up, having a bad time.
Chalice actually stunned both of them with the Centaur, and because of that they were able to escape the Inkswell stun. So,
very nice.
A nice little play there.
Good catch. Refresher Orb nearly on the door for Chalice as well, so double Ravages will be available. Very interesting build from him. This isn't something I've seen before, I'm pretty sure. Helm into Ghost Scepter into Refresher, XM getting killed off. Deary me, double damage Morphling not messing around.
I feel like maybe the difference between RNG and Vici Gaming feels like the difference between SAG and YBB from Division 2. You know, difference in like execution and just the way they play.
Yeah, RNG definitely proving why they belong in the upper echelons of this division, and Vici Gaming unfortunately still do not. They've still got some things to work on. It's tough.
Yeah, there's still time, but these next couple of fights might get very difficult for them as the BKB on Braid King is also completed. So now you have a BKB on Raid King, BKB on Morphling, OD, you know, you just become a non-issue for one full fight. And you have to hunt down those supports at least.
Gaben says 92% win probability for the side of RNG at this point. Which is scary considering it's only a 7k gold advantage at 26 minutes. You know, it's not insurmountable, but just considering the heroes they have, a comeback seems very, very hard. Do you think Vici should have drafted themselves more late game options?
It was difficult. They had this last pick, right, and they picked an OD to try and deal with the PL. I'm not sure what else they could have gotten that would have done more. Like some old school casual counters to Morphling aren't that good in this game. Like, because they needed the mid laner as well. Your PL wouldn't have worked because of the Tide Hunter probably. Slark as well, not really the best mid laner, so... Yeah.
What about Medusa?
Quite too greedy, I would say, with the Lifestealer and the Dragon Knight. So I think they got a good hero. It's just the execution that wasn't there so far for them, at least. But they're still in it. They can still do it. The BKB has been completed on OD as well, so it will be easier for him to survive the AA blast and the initial initiation.
Yeah, that's something. It's been a long time coming. He's had that queued up for a very long time, but opted to go for the blink instead, which, yeah, I'm not sure about. I don't value blink as much on OD if you don't have the meteor hammer as a thing, because you're blinking and astral combos, like, a little bit underwhelming.
It's still good for mobility. It's still good to. It's good for multiple things, right? It's a blink dagger. From farming patterns to catching up to targets to actually escaping dangerous places. It's dangerous areas. It's good. Just sadly didn't work out for them this match. So far, at least, yeah.
Yeah, certainly the case. Oh, Paladin Sword and Titan Sliver found. That's a nice situation to be in when you've got 2 cores on your team, 2 big carries on your team.
You know, for something for everyone.
Exactly. Ooh,
full Skadi completed on Morphling, by the way.
That's so hard for Lifestealer to play into. I mean, when you're playing Lifestealer, you always have like this thought in the back of your brain that like the moment they get Skadis, your game just becomes so much harder.
Yep. It's
such an annoying item.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like the Skadi on the Morphling versus the Lifestealer. Dragonite as well doesn't enjoy. Well, no one likes playing against it, really. No one likes playing against this fat Morphling once he gets that. Queuing up.
The supports are just there going, phew, so glad I didn't build a shotgun.
Yeah. There's there's quite a bit of items coming for RNG. The Aghanim's as well completed on the Hoodwink. So they get that nice little boomerang on their side as well. Refresher, I believe, should be flying out, yeah. So they have the Orb as well on Tidehunter, and I'm not sure what they're waiting for. They could go for Roshan perhaps first, but smoking up and trying to go for a pick off also isn't off the table.
I'd love to see a Dagon queued up next for Felix. You've got Hunter's Boomerang plus Ice Vortex. That sounds hilarious. That's like one-shotting support levels of magic amplification.
They need Veil now as well.
Yeah, someone needs a Veil.
By the way, I just love Enchanted Quiver on Hoodwink. It's probably one of the best neutral items on her. Because it increases Acorn shot range as well.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Chalice.
Oh yeah, it does say bonus attack range. Ooh. That was close, but no one actually died. Never mind, Victoria's going to die as Somnus takes him out. Milico towards Yama. Oh, great shot there from the sharpshooter. Erica's got a bail here, but the Ravage comes through. Chalice catches him out, and now they're going to move their attention towards the Lifestealer. He's got no Infest. He's got a TP, though, and that is actually going to get him out. So Erica will survive through this one. But his teammates, unfortunately, luckily so lucky as XM's in some trouble. The supports are loose, and they catch themselves an OD.
I got killed by a boomerang in the end. The creeps aren't quite there yet, so they can't really take down the tier 2 tower. They could go for top tier 3 instead, however. That might be a bit greedy, as they don't have a single Ravage left remaining. Okay, they're going to be satisfied only with the tier 2. I feel like going into the pit as well could have been an option, right?
Yeah. Possibly.
Yeah, that's what they'll do next. Probably they didn't know if it was up yet or not, as they just finished that fight, so straight afterwards they go into the pit. On Vici Gaming, is this the YOLO smoke? Do you even have a smoke? Because if you give the Sages away, the game was hard already.
Yeah. Not going to get here in time, unfortunately. Aegis is definitely going to go the way of RNG. Somnus, he's cleared the spot. He's going to grab it. And that's also going to be a shard going for the Wraith King as well, because why not? And now RNG just running out on the aggressive. 50 seconds still until Ravage, but they don't care. They've got so many resources at their disposal. Just want to get them back into their base. Control them up. Oh! The little blast, the little hurricane there. Throwing back the OD. Oh, he gets the blink. Very close, though.
Probably the more disciplined approach would be to wait 30 more seconds to have both Ravages up. You don't really have to push your luck, right? These heroes, yeah, you're 14k ahead, but they can still put up a fight, so...
Control the map. Force Vici Gaming back onto the high ground. That's the name of the game for RNG. Beyond that, wait for Ravage. Yeah, actually, they do have that now.
And they smoke up, so they're doing something. They want to jump in the backlines. Look at Chalice. He's ready. The moment...
These guys, this is a set piece.
Oh, XM.
And in we go. Ravage committed. They want to bring down XM, and they might be able to do exactly that. Second Ravage available if he wants to use it. Not going to use it just for now. XM buying back immediately into this one, and they're going to be able to jump onto the Wraith King. They'll take his first life away. Meanwhile, the Tidehunter, he's stuck inside that Static Storm, and he's going to get brought down. Okay, they're getting some kills here, but Somnus, he is ripping through the sidelines, gets bashed up. This could be bad. Let's see what he can do. Turns around, throws some shots towards Irving, who is instead piling onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink is gone, and it's going to be RNG who will repelled from the Vici Gaming base. They're going to have to pop the BKB. Stop that glimpse, and actually Irving taking a step too far. They turn it on around here, and they blow up the Dragon. Chalice hiding in the backlines here. He is brought back into the game to get off this second Ravage here, but no one is making themselves a target. They won't be caught out that easily. Erica, he's ready with the rage, and he's just come and slap up the Morphling a little bit. We're seeing if he can get off a cheeky one using the silent stick there, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out, and Victoria pays a price. I think he's back into the game, but he's got the strength morph going though, so the Morphling's gonna be fine. Don't forget Aegis as well. They're throwing lives at an Aegis Morphling, which they can't even kill. It's a sorry state of affairs for the side of Vici Gaming, and actually it's not even over as Wraith King comes in, slapping him up. Ravage comes on down here. Erica trying to fight up into the Wraith King, but it's only the Wraith King's first life as well. Man, it doesn't matter who they kill. It doesn't matter how many times they hit. They just can't seem to finish anyone off. That is the problem here. RNG playing some beautiful back and forth Dota. Yep. The little creep carrying a precious target. Oh, all right, guys.
Perfect time to disconnect. Yeah, it was. They actually started bailing because they also understand. Okay, we kind of got what we came for: the Raxes and a couple of buybacks, but we don't have any Ravage left remaining, so we should probably try and run. This should be a gem. Oh, given to the Tidehunter in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was cute. That was cute.
That was the pause.
That was a pause play.
Yeah, that was a pause play right there, 100%.
No, don't you doubt my man X Nova. Come on.
No, for sure. I mean, you're saving that gem. You know what you're doing, but the pause just made it a bit, easier to accomplish.
I wish there wasn't a pause, and he could have shown us that he was going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, I mean, it's a successful defense in the terms of they managed to keep their ranged barracks alive, but unfortunately they had to buy back a lot. They sunk even more costs into the side of RNG, who are now 17k gold ahead. They didn't take the Aegis, and it's a lot of buts. It's too many buts to make it a successful defense, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm. Yep. For sure. There's 1 more minute left remaining on Morphling's Aegis, so perhaps they will try to use that for 1 more fight. And it's on Vici Gaming probably to just dodge it, right? Because it's already way too hard. Smoked up, plus the double damage rune. Just perfect for them, really.
Oh no, not another. Morphling DD is the most busted thing in the entirety of Dota. Changed my mind.
Okay, nice blink. Nice escape there.
Vici holding this high ground, but in the backlines, actually, it's God King who's initiating onto XM. Is he just solo killing this guy? He is. What an absolute lunatic. And now the double damage gets popped, and Irving is going to get popped immediately afterwards. It's a double kill for the God King, and now Joma, teeping out in the trees, will be able to get away with that one. Somnus can't find his prey, but what he does find is a wave of creeps, and what he will find after that is yet another lane of barracks, and I don't think they're defending this one. 80 seconds on the OD, 80 seconds on the Dragon Knight, And GG's are dropped in the chat. That's going to be it, as Xiaoma takes a very swift end. Oh dear. Vici Gaming, unfortunately, crumbling under the might of RNG in both games here.
Yeah, sadly, in this second game, some things just didn't work out well for them. Same like in the first one. It looked like RNG had a bit of a greedier draft, but that one fight in the Radiant jungle in which only the Raid King dies, but pretty much whole Vici Gaming gets wiped, changed the course of the game completely.
Changed the entire game, and it granted RNG the platform they needed to go on for that victory. And watching that game, I had to put on the GG shades because I'm sure Somnus is feeling like a GG player. Yet again, he performs to the maximum in game number 2. He did so much there. Like, you mentioned it at one point, Lizard, that although the God King is in a position where he's playing this Raid King, right? It's sort of a sacrificial hero. He wasn't integral to what they needed to do in that draft. And we kept seeing it. He would die first in the beginning of the fight, and still 4v5, RNG just wipe everybody out.
Yeah, that was really the case. You had this Raid King that was literally jumping in and asking to get killed, which they would accomplish, but it wouldn't matter as long as Morphling was getting everything that he needed, as he was the ultimate carry eventually. Keep in mind that this trio, Felix, Sexnova, and Chalice, did God's work for RNG.
Yeah.
They did just so much with all their pickoffs. Every time Ravage was off cooldown, they would find either an OD or even a lifestealer, which isn't that easy really aren't really easy heroes to kill. So very well played by them.
Absolutely, very well played by them, and this is the integral fight where everything started to change for them. Losing your lifestealer, way bigger deal for Vici than just losing the Raid King on the other side, especially with how Chalice was playing this game, Nomad. He just did incredible things with the Tidehunter, the aggression and the way he kept picking off these heroes like Lizard was mentioning. Vici, unfortunately, the only thing we wanted to see, Nomad, play around Irving, they were like, nah, fam, we're good. We're okay. We'd rather do something else.
Yeah, they managed it once, but that was still kind of like a full team maneuver. So yeah, a little bit disappointed still about how that one went down. And yeah, I mean, Vici Gaming, it feels like, for me, their biggest issue is that they don't do anything unless there is 5. And that's not really something you can get away with in this tier of Dota.
Yeah, this tier of Dota, you kind of need to be able to do more than that. This is a really great Ravage yet again from Chalice. I mean, the guy just auto-casting this particular spell. Just incredible initiation all around, though. But one thing I'm very concerned about, Lizard, I mean, although we saw RNG win, they look great, but I'm very concerned as well about Vici and the fact that there were just times where they felt like 5 players in a team rather than a 5-person team. They just had so little coordination with how they were jumping in. Even in this fight, damage, unless they're killing supports, damage is going to different targets. Irving is jumping out of the base by himself with no follow-up. Just what happened? Was this a mental breakdown for the team?
I think that the RNG happened, really. They played a little bit faster, they got more out of their lanes, and they utilized what they got a bit better. It comes down to that. You can't always blame it on one team and say that they're performing poorly when, versus someone else, if they played like this, they would have looked great.
God King in this game, he looked amazing on the Raid King. Wasn't even needed for him to win things out, but he still did what he needed to do and performed quite decently. But overall, like you mentioned, Lizard, it's the support duo and it's Chalice. Now we have a difficult question, right? After what we saw with the Tidehunter Chalice here, although the hero hasn't always been super successful, right? Does it now rise to the level of having to be considered first ban material here, Nomad? Can you let them get away with this when they look so solid on it?
Which hero?
Tide.
The
Chalice.
Oh, the Tidehunter. I mean, it's something with them. It's not something they're going to do every time is the thing. So I don't think it's first phase ban material. I just think like you can't let them get the Tidehunter and the Hoodwink through on the first phase, I believe, because Hoodwink is kind of like the best hero against Tide because you have that break, right? So that to me feels like unless you have some really good ideas on how to deal with him, don't let him get him in this specific spot where they can 1-2 Hoodwink Tide and then ban out a couple of heroes like Monkey King and such, which are bad against Tide. So it's just a drafting thing. You can let him have Tide, but you need to have a decent plan for it, and you need to have already picked something which is going to do quite well against it. And unfortunately, that didn't happen in either of these games, really. I mean, I think Disrupt is actually still good against Tidehunter. It did work, but yeah, unfortunately, not quite enough. But yeah, Chalice Tide is something else.
With that, though, RNG, that is their first game that they've played, and it's putting them with the first victory. Nice decent step here in the leaderboard. Not anybody's played that many games either. Nice and middle. Unfortunately, this does mean that VG Gaming have suffered their second loss, and it's seeming like they're going to be fighting for relegation yet again for the second successive tour in a row. RNG, though, Lizard, are you convinced from what you saw here? They're the last team to play their first game. Do you think if they were to play against the Ehome, Extreme Gaming, PSG LGD, or Team Asta, given what we saw in this game, how would you rate their chances against everybody else in the upper echelon?
No, RNG is looking strong. Like even in season 1, they looked like top contenders of that middle pack when it comes to playing versus teams like PSG, LGD, and Aster. So, they can take a game and even a series off of them. Perhaps they didn't demonstrate that in the DPC season, but they have demonstrated that in a lot of different tournaments that were going on parallelly with the seasons. So, it really comes down to how they draft and how they woke up that day, like how they're playing. They have what it takes. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and I'd even add to it, anyone that's watching this region and thinking that LGD are going to pull off another 6-0, 7-0, I'm not sure it's going to be the case this time, honestly. I think anybody could top out this group, and I think it's probably a four-way tie between LGD, Asta, RNG, and Extreme Gaming. That's the point we're at right now, where I think all of these guys are just as good as each other. I think it's very, very tight, and it's going to be fascinating to watch and see exactly how these matchups start to happen throughout the tournament. Because, I don't know, but I do know that it looks way closer than last season, which is fantastic. Mm-hmm. It's going to be hella fun.
We love it to be hella fun. We love it to be as competitive as possible. Although we have seen some 2-0s here today, Sparking Arrow taking it over YBB, RNG now taking it against Vici. And regrettably, probably many of us assuming that's going to be another 2-0 in the upcoming series of PSG LGD versus Ehome. Nonetheless, as Nomad has mentioned, the amount of teams where we actually don't know what the game state is going to look like. We don't know what the end of the league is going to look like. Just know that's going to be extremely close and extremely competitive, which is what we love to see. That's why we're here. We don't want to just see one team blowing everybody out. We want to see the whole region as a whole get stronger, and we're definitely going to have the kind of teams, the caliber of players to make that happen. So, with that next series coming up quite soon, we are going to be taking a short break. Given that this was delayed for as long as it was to start with, usually when we have these quick 2-0s, we end up with a massive break on the back end of it, but it's only going to be like 10 minutes. Awesome. So we'll be right back with some more Division 1 Dota action. It has been an incredible series. RNG, though, they took the W, but for now, we'll be seeing if Ehome can make a surprise series happen against PSG LGD. Until then, we're going to be taking a short break. Lizard, Nomad, thank you, gentlemen, for being on the panel. Thank you for your work in the games themselves, and make sure, everybody, that you go and thank them. Where can they find you if they want to thank you for all the hard work you've been putting in here, Nomad?
Yo.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I am. With you, with you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I'm. With you, with you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, some flowers from my sleeve, so caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say, girl. I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell. Answer whatever you say, girl. I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl. Don't get me wrong. I love your face. You're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl. You're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel like I do whatever I want. No fear, no harm when I stare at the sun. I've been so numb with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day. I've been like, no way. But now, every day, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell. Answer whatever you say, girl. I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
Tell me I can count on you. Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, strength unknown, don't you bail on me now. I got the world on my back and my head on the crown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. No, I won't do this alone. Without my strength unknown. Without my strength unknown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. Tell me I can run to you. Promise me a rendezvous. Just tell me I can stand the truth. For everything we hope to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, no, I won't do this alone.
I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, Dota World, here to the spring tour of the DPC as we continue with this action here in Division 1 of the China region. We've swapped out some of our casters. We've gone from our main men in Europe to bring in someone from Asia, someone from North America, with a guy from Africa. We're international out here. It's myself, Snare, joined by Nef Sensei and Black. And gentlemen, we have a pretty exciting game on our hands. We have Ehome, we have PSG LGD, and we have a big challenge, how to avoid the next few minutes not just saying LGD is the best. So Nef, you kick it off. How can Ehome come back and make a surprise showing here against PSG LGD?
Okay, that's actually pretty easy to talk about. You gave me the easiest question possible. I'm sure Black knows the answer to this one as well because he was just casting OGA Dota Pit. But PSG LGD, I feel like they're masters not of the game, but of metas that happen. Whenever a patch hits, they seem to struggle for a little bit. They're not that familiar with some of the changes, how to incorporate that into their gameplay. And things kind of fall apart for them. We saw it more than anything else when they ended up losing the qualifier after taking a break after the international. It was like, 2 years back now, Black? Yeah, 2 years back now. But it just genuinely feels like they're masters of a meta and not of the game itself. And, if you go a while without a patch like we did in 7.30, yes, they're going to perform super well, but I don't think they're the unstoppable superstars that everybody makes them out to be in that regard.
Actually, just to add on that point, you say they struggle with patches. Sometimes I even feel like they're slaves of the patches. Like at TI, they literally just lost because they just to a T followed the meta 100%. They didn't go outside the box at all. Team Spirit did. That's why they got crushed. After TI, they finally managed to adjust a little bit, pick a little bit of like offlane visages and stuff like that, just heroes that aren't as conventional, which worked out perfectly for them. But now, as you said, a lot of heroes got buffed, a lot of heroes got nerfed, and they're definitely going to need some time to get back into the meta. And I mean, they're still looking strong, of course, individually. They're still amazing players, but they are beatable for now. Like, beat them now while you can, basically.
Beat them now while you can. They're like a juggernaut, effectively. It gets stronger as time goes on. Right now, they've already caught themselves a win here. And yes, actually, So this is the Ultra Instinct squad. You got to take them out as early as humanly possible. Right now, because of the fact that Ehome did end up winning their first match against Team Magma as well, it also means that whoever wins this game is not just winning early while you can, but this puts you at the top of the leaderboard. And of course, we don't know exactly how it's all going to shake out at the end. But Neff, we've seen it, how important it is to get these early wins while you can before teams get too strong. And this feels like a great platform to start your proper road to qualifying for the major.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was talking about before, LGD, they don't adapt to the patch super well. So if you're going to beat them, it's the same sort of deal with EG. You beat them at the start of the season, not towards the end where they don't understand the patch super well. So I think Ehome have a decent shot here. And as far as their chances go, if you take just the results in the OGA Dota pit, they ended up ending up in the same place, 5th to 6th, I believe it was. They both ended up going out the same round of the lower bracket.
Yep, absolutely. It wasn't a simple situation by any stretch of imagination where they just cruise through everybody. And speaking of their competition here today in Ehome, Black, they've made the decision to change up the mid lane. There was some concerns and some questions about whether or not it was the right decision, given how good they looked as a unit in Tour 1. But here in Tour 2, after having made that change, and you were casting that game, in fact, and you got to see it firsthand, did Ehome impress you enough to make you think that this is what they needed to bring in Echo to get them to that next level?
So now here's the thing. They look good, and Echo himself individually also looked good, but not good enough where I would put them above like the 5 teams that I think are definitely going to be standing out in this season. So I don't know how far they're going to make it, but Ehome, as like they showed last season, they have some of those moments where, wow, we got this really awesome draft and we're going to execute it really well. Let's take a game of you, but then suddenly just lose 2 games. So they have a lot of work to do. Maybe Echo brings in that fresh whatever they needed, but so far the same weakness they had before, I still think it's the same weakness. That hasn't been fixed also. They're just too predictable. Like most people just know exactly what they're going to do every time.
Well, we're going to see what they do in this particular game, boys, because we have a draft on our hands here. Game 1 of PSG LGD versus Ehome. And unfortunately here, Neff Sensei, Black is correct that Ehome can be somewhat one-dimensional because we've seen this opening Ember Spirit from them practically every game since Echo's joined the team here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one-dimensional in the way that we see the opening Ember Spirit, but this one is flexible. I think in Chinese region, it's only really played in the position 1 and 2. I don't think they'll flex it to support like we see elsewhere, but the Gyrocopter, it's possible they flex that one around. Move that either to position 5 support or position 1. I don't think they'll move that over to the mid lane. So they have a couple options with how they want to run this one. I'm not crazy about that. I want to see new heroes. I was super hyped yesterday to see a Visage pick, which actually ended up being the first one in the DPC. But, Black, I think you were right. These people, slaves to the meta, man.
Yeah. I mean, there are Storm isn't as common anymore, but obviously IO Storm is a very strong combination. And Ehome did the exact same thing against the IO. So LGD definitely knew that they were going to do that, because last time a team picked IO against Ehome, they just stole that gyrocopter away from that, put the gyrocopter as +5, and it worked out until it didn't. Like, it looked good, but at some point you're just a +5 gyrocopter. You don't do a whole lot. You can't really run in and do a whole lot of damage. You're basically a, what's it called, homing missile. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, you're a homing missile, then you've got the rocket barrage attached to it. Like, you get the shot in 15 minutes, there could be a lot of damage in the team fights, but it's all single target, so if the enemies take, like, a big team fight, or go big team fight ultimates against you, you just get owned.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of these
surprise me if there's been Morphling too. Because last time Morphling stomped them, but maybe not this time.
Yeah.
Morphling, certainly an option for them as we go deeper into the drafts. Phase 2, what have we got in banned here? Tiny's gone, Snap is gone. A very notable hero that's not been included at all here. We've seen Grimstroke emerge in practically every single game, especially in tandem with the Ember Spirit. Somewhat of a noticeable thing that he's not being picked up so far. We've also seen Grimstrokes have some degree of success against IO lineups. So, Neff, is that a ban that PSG LGD should think about right now?
Super good alongside the Ember Spirit, letting you get into the middle of these team fights. So it's possible to get rid of that one right now. It's also decent against the Storm Spirit too, and against the IO. Man, I think both teams would be pretty good with it, but obviously Ehome a lot better. So I think PSG LGD should forget about banning an offlane here and just get rid of the Grimstroke.
Yeah, I could definitely see it happen as well. But I don't know. Like, Grimstroke in general is just, he goes well with almost every hero in the game. Like, even Storm, usually what he misses is like this little bit of stun or damage towards the end of his vortex. Just getting on top of him, super easy as well. On the anti-mage, we have actually seen some offline anti-mages, and it worked out really well. I was surprised by how well it worked. They went like Vanguard, Treads, Diffusal.
Vanguard, Diffusal Blade, yeah. Were you a fan of that one?
I mean, honestly, when you play it as offlane, I can definitely see like why it's strong. Because you're just this super annoying guy that's hard to die, and just keep blinking in and chasing people, right? But as a carry, I still don't think it is the build to go for. Because it's just a different playstyle, you're playing for different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, offlane AM, I'm a big fan of that, actually. Like, it looked so strong. He burned like 150 mana per hit. Once you're slowed, once you have like no mana, you can't escape from him ever. And it was also against the Storm Spirit, because, Storm can't really kill an AM with Vanguard almost ever, even with Orchid.
Yeah.
So it's a very good answer. I liked it, actually.
Game 1 of IG Vitality against Sparking Arrow?
No, I think it was YYB versus... was it IG Vitality? I think it was YYB.
There's been a lot of
Vitality.
anti-mage, but it was IG Vitality. Yeah, the offlane one with the Vanguard Diffusal Blade. That was so funny, man.
Yeah. It worked out so well.
Time.
I think they've played that twice across all the games where someone's played with the Diffusal Vanguard, but I'll check in a little bit. A question that I have for you gentlemen now, would we see this Coddle emerging here? It does seem like Ehome have the idea in mind to make sure that they can press the tempo and always fight constantly, but I don't know about this Keeper of the Light here. It doesn't feel like it's the provision of the Will-O-Wisp is that great. I mean, you already have two heroes which can either get away from it very, very quickly, or they can just jump you and kill you without being caught out in that direction. So I don't know. What's the plan behind this, Black? Where's this hero going? And is it potentially just a situation where they're trying to pair it with a different hero in the offlane so they can get some kind of chakra magic double spell combo going on that side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, if you pick Keeper into a Storm, especially, which is considered a hard counter, like, you're definitely just going to be playing to win the lanes, right? And just assuming that the Gyrocopter is a 5, that's a horrendous support, though. So hopefully they adjust it, right? Like, I don't want to see a 5 Gyro and a 4 Coddle. And that would be so weird.
So it's got to be like a 1 Gyrocopter at this point. You need something with a stun is like your position forward at this point. Otherwise, taking the fights feels so awkward with these two as your support. You just
look at
don't
that
have follow-up damage.
Like, they know they're going all in into the lanes pretty much, and they just pick heal. Io is going to sustain the off lane, Abaddon is going to sustain the safe lane. I really like this approach from LGD. It's so hard to actually beat Abaddon and Io in lane when it just comes to sustain battle.
Yep. The only issue... Oh, go ahead, Snare.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just going to say that to make matters worse, when you do have these kind of heroes like Abaddon coming out and the enemy team practically has no stuns on the lineup, suddenly a Photic Shield becomes mega value. On top of the sustain it gives you in the lane as well.
Yeah, I was about to say the only issue that I have with the draft of PSG LGD is they don't have a lot of damage on the heroes right now.
Yeah.
But they're not playing against anybody who's that tanky. Keep
Well-
the light super squishy. Gyrocopter's not. I mean, he can be tanky. I take
Well,
that
now you
back.
have a Slaughter, so now you're even
Yeah.
less tanky. Good luck, guys.
Uh,
Also,
Isn't-
Slaughter plus Storm is a very strong combo. Like, whoever is amped, Storm will just eat him alive. And the duration of the Vortex. And, of course, the lane, Io Slaughter. The classic.
Yeah, they just run you
Classic for a
down.
reason.
It is so dirty. It is
Yeah.
so dirty. Like, you get bashed once and you get stunned. You're slowed by, like, I don't know, 30% or something. I don't know exact
Yeah.
numbers. And then you just get bashed again. While Io just right-clicks you as well. It's such a strong lane. You have all the sustain from the headrest. TA. Okay. They definitely just want to play fast. But that also means there's a 5 gyro. So this support duo is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I agree. The one benefit you have from this support duo is the Gyrocopter actually has a lot of armor and a lot of movement speed, so it's not
Yeah.
super easy to just get crushed by the Io on the Slaughter. See what
Decent
I did
HP
there?
too, right?
Yeah.
He has actually pretty decent strength, I think, at 01. What is it? Luckily, we are able to check all that stuff. He has 640 health over 1, no items, and 6 armor. It's pretty good.
That's pretty decent, yeah. Not as easy to bring down as a lot of these other heroes that could have wound up in that side of the map. Unfortunately, though, like we were mentioning, because it's a bit of a weak support duo, well, now I'm really worried about their ability to respond once PSG LGD plays quickly and jumps into them. Not that difficult for PSG LGD to do so, but it seems quite difficult for Ehome to force them away reliably. At the very least, there don't seem to be that many quick ways to take out the refraction charges, but one thing I'm curious about here, because we're going to be having this IO lane with the Slaughter down bottom, what is going to be the big carry that later on is going to get the buff up from the IO so that he can also come in with the Slaughter initiation?
Honestly, there's so many heroes that can do it, right? I think at this point you're just kind of looking for a hero that has a very good matchup against the Templar Assassin, which there are also a lot of carries that have that. Like you could pick a PA could be really good with the Slaughter. You have a Troll that could be amazing. Like even the Terror Blade. They have so many good options right now against the draft of Ehome, just because they don't have stuns. Like, like how are they ever going to kill anything, honestly?
But do you think they can pick Weaver position 1 this game?
They could also, yeah. I like that. Or Medusa, yeah, sure. More sustain. Like they're literally just going for the sustain route.
And they don't really have enough burst damage in order to burn through any of these heroes. Not with the Gyrocopter and the Keeper of the Light as your support heroes. You're talking about that. These support duos just have no damage. Gyrocopter kind of, like, post 15 minutes, but it's like, if he pops off and if the rest of the team runs you over, the Templar Assassin's going to be farming up in that time. They just can't kill these heroes, especially with the bad and IO behind them.
I like the Brew ban too, because Brew is the only hero that really annoys Medusa, because you don't really want to build into a BKB. And now, Ehome, you gotta make up a lot of weaknesses with your last pick. What's it gonna be?
This is going to be the pick for Zeal, of course.
Centaur.
And Centaur. All right, Neff, you wanted a new hero. I was going to suggest that for some reason, Pangolier, first ban. Never mind, I was going to say that hero's banned. What can we see in the offlane? Sand King was taken out, and they go for the Centaur Warrunner at the end of the draft. Very peculiar. I think I haven't seen this hero at all. Definitely hasn't been played in China. I'm not sure about the rest of the world. But why the Centaur? All the heroes left in the game didn't really get incredible changes either.
Flag says no. I mean, this used to be a classic within the region. Like, this is the Chinese solution to closing the gap and getting onto the back line. Like, it'll allow you to get on top of the IO and the Abaddon, kind of, and get away from some of these heroes. But I'm not sure it's good enough here. It doesn't really solve your damage problem. It lets you play super far forward, but it doesn't tick every single box that you need to tick this game, like Black was talking about.
Isn't the lane also weird? Like, how is Centaur ever gonna, like... I mean, you have double edge, but how are you ever gonna get like a stun on the Medusa? Like, no way. Like,
Even if you do get the stun on the Medusa, do you have the damage to actually threaten her at all? And generally speaking, as Centaur,
Apothic shield comes out. It's like, oh, I'm full.
Yeah, nothing's happened. So good luck, certainly. We're going to be seeing if this very risky last pick is going to work out for Zeal. Ehome, a team that is known for being able to at least once in a while pull out some surprises from the hat. Let's hope the surprise itself goes well. We have game 1, Ehome versus PSG LGD. We've got Neff and Black on the mic. Take it away, boys, and hype it up for us all. We'll see you after the game.
Yeah, I'm not sold on some of these, Black. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think my biggest worry is this mid lane matchup. They did make a really weird change, though. I'm not sure if you saw this one on the Flame Guard. They made it so it now breaks at 121 magic damage, so it survives like the first static remnant from the Storm Spirit. There's 1 damage over it.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely when they do these changes, they always think about these balance things, right? Because that matchup used to be really hard for Ember Spirit, but now it's actually very, very doable.
Yep.
And
Go ahead.
Honestly, I don't know if I like the change too much. It made Ember very, very strong, especially coupled with the Sleight of Fist change that just deals full damage to creeps now. So he is definitely here to stay in the first phase, maybe even first phase ban at some point. Hero is just too good right now.
Yeah. I don't know how they fix the Spirit Heroes to be like not perfect almost every single game. They just do way too many things. I think the biggest thing about them is the fact that they just have like multiple charges of abilities that let them gap close.
I'm just disappointed because they keep buffing them. They're already strong. Oh my god, Coddle is just dead probably.
Yeah, they just finish him off here.
Oh, Tether's so broken.
Yeah, and just walk him down. You don't need the Slaughter for that one. You got the Abaddon here.
Tether plus Orb of Venom.
Yeah, you start with a Windlace and Orb of Venom on this Abaddon, so 365 movement speed, just end up walking him down.
Yeah. Coddle usually one of the fastest heroes in the game, 330. And not when you're perma-slow by Tether.
Yeah.
There should be some change to Tether that it can't like permanently slow you. It's just ridiculous.
Didn't they remove the slow from it completely, didn't they? Just give you a movement speed buff now.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
No, it's still 15%, but it's like permanent.
Huh.
Yeah, because like you can't dispel it or anything. There's 3 bounty runes for them as well.
Oh yeah, slow 15%. You're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's just silly, especially mid game, like when it's like level 4. Like there should be some debuff that, like on an enemy hero, that means they can't be affected by it again or something for a while, you know?
Yeah.
Cause it's just really silly. Even in lane, like if you just stand there, Slaughter stands in front of you, you're just slowed all the time. Very silly. Very silly. So how is this TA against Slaughter IO gonna do? Honestly, I think it's very, very hard for the TA. Low range heroes against Slaughter. Good luck.
They're gonna Jarkop, but he's like barely a ranged hero. He could try to chase them out with a missile, but I think like IO and the Slaughter would just end up walking him down. Once they have level 2, it becomes super easy for the Slaughter and the IO. 1 point of overcharge and like a point of either Slithering Crush or Guardian Sprint. You probably get crushed at level 2 though.
Yeah, probably crush, and just with the overcharge, you deal a ton of damage. Was about to bash him, but said nope. I like you too much.
You can stay. Do you like Shiro?
I like Shiro. I think the comments about him being the next ARM are a little bit premature, perhaps. But he's definitely a good player. But
he was very humble in the interviews that we had with him.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the players were pretty humble in China.
They are. It's hard to find a player in China that will be like, yeah, I'm so good, and they're so bad. You know? It's like a European NA thing.
I'm all for it personally. I think it's very funny, especially when they end up like failing afterwards. Oh,
yeah, that's the best part, right? Like, some trash talk, and then they mess up. You're like,
that's probably the most entertaining part of like Pro Showdown for me.
100%, 100%. I mean, even in like real sports, right? It's the best. Like when they insult someone.
Yeah.
Oh, Shiro might be trouble down here. He has no reflection.
Yeah, he's slowed.
Where's the overcharge? Oh, it's on cooldown. Would have been dead otherwise.
And if there's a second cooldown level 1, so he's not able to get that one.
How much attack speed is level 1 now? Oh, just 50. Yeah, no 50. Problem.
Yeah.
It should be like 20 max. How is it 50?
Yeah, that ability is ridiculous. I mean, if you give it like 20, then you're doing the same thing as like Beastmaster at that point. It's in your Beast Aura. Like, what's the point of it being activatable? But it gives you a bunch of other stuff. I mean, the Spell Amp, the extra regen, they grants you as well. 50 is probably too much at level 1.
Yeah, I should probably scale a little bit differently. I just checked the Slaughter bash damage actually also gets increased by the Spell Amp.
Oh yeah, it does, because it counts as like a physical spell.
Yeah. So the combo got even better after they added the Spell Amp.
Yeah, there used to be some weird interaction with that one back in the day. You could like lifesteal off of the like Cleave and whatnot with Octarine Core, but they removed that ages ago.
Yeah, or lifesteal with Quap and Blade Mail with the lifesteal talent.
Oh yeah, I remember that on release. That one was amazing. Do you remember the Bloodseeker one? You would return extra damage with Blood Rage.
Yeah.
With Blade Mail. Yeah, that one was good.
Gyrocopter might be dead here. Overcharge on.
Yeah.
Nope. Focus the rocket instead. I like it. They're just playing the region game. Nothing too risky, you know. Oh, Zeal actually dies. What? I knew the lane wasn't gonna be easy, but I didn't expect him to die.
Yeah, just ends up taking a little bit too much harass, ends up getting right down there. So, second kill goes over the way of PSG LGD. I look very foolish right now, seeing if they weren't matched the patch. I already have 2 kills, 1 king net with advantage here, 3 minutes in, man.
I mean, it's hard to say, because as I said, Ehome, they are a good team, but I don't think they can really stand up to the skill level of LGD, just on an individual level. So this might not be their hardest test.
Yeah. But again, it's probably better this happened earlier in the season for them, for the side of Ehome. I think LGD will probably get stronger the more they get the opportunity to practice this patch.
Yeah, it's probably really good for both though, right? Like LGD probably also wants to play some of the, you know, teams they are favored against, just to be able to get a little bit better of a grasp of the meta, the patch.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of Shiro here in the bottom lane. They focus the missile down again, and they're forced to back off after that. Meanwhile, up at the top lane,
Zeal's in trouble too.
Yeah, he's silenced up.
Wait,
he's pretty slow. He's got 250 movement speed as they have bad runs him down here.
Well, Arma said
our observer
mercy.
knows better. He saw that the Centaur's walking away. We'll check out what's happening down the bottom lane.
I feel like he could have maybe even killed him if he committed on Arma, but he's like, I'll get my 2 CS instead.
Yeah, it looks like what they're doing both lanes. I mean, up in the top lane, they're just focusing on CS. Down the bottom lane, they're not trying to play too aggressive there. They're playing this as safe as possible. They're looking for kills.
Yeah, this Ember has a lot of work to do. Practically has 2 lanes that he needs to win for his team at this point.
Yeah. How does he do that?
I don't know, especially with the skill build. He doesn't have searing chains. Rotations gets pretty hard unless you get a power rune, right? Like a haste rune or invis rune or something like that.
Yeah.
But even then, they're still very sustainable. We already spoke about the fact that they have no stuns. Like, how is Centaur ever gonna reach the Medusa?
Yeah, and even if she does, you know, even a Batten behind you who's able to drop an aphotic shield on if you get that stomp off.
Yeah. He is closing in on 6 though on the Centaur. Almost 5 because he's gotten a lot of solo experience, so that's good. And once that's up, the Ember will become a lot stronger too, of course.
Yeah, just be able to run people down. Is that the logic behind maxing out the Flame Guard first? Because usually you get that when you want to just like move into the jungle and you can't do your lane anymore, but maybe it's decent when you're running people down with Centaur ult?
Yeah, it's very good for that, but it's also really good against the Storm Spirit, because at some point you will also be able to bully him out of the lane. And just, it's basically like you farm steroid, right? Like if you have a max Flame Guard level 7, you can snowball pretty hard into a game. Now, who gets the power rune? Gotta be careful, Echo.
Yeah, probably going to see some action. He ends up coming in, but Electric Vortex comes down. Yeah, he ends up getting back. Echo managed to grab that one. Impressive, but Aphotic Shield immediately purges off that stun. They just can't do anything about this. Echo has to let him walk away, even though he ended up grabbing that rune.
Imagine he had a stun there instead of a Cuddle Blast. Honestly, Cuddle this game I don't understand at all. I don't... What, they're going on Ember again?
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Vortex is coming up, but yeah, he's got the Remnant down. He's got 16 Wand Charges and a Fairy Fire as well. I don't think the Storm Spirit's going to be able to get him if he tries to run him down. He's going to try, though, but again, 17 Wand Charges. He's baiting this one out on Echo. He wants the Storm Spirit to try to continue to run at him here.
No, he wants to kill his ZQ instead.
He's going to try to run down Echo, but still 20 charges on his wand. He ends up popping that, baiting the IO. He's dropping pretty low here, but he's slowed thanks to this tether you were talking about earlier. IO's going to manage to make it away, but nothing to say. Doesn't have enough mana to keep up that chase.
That Centaur ult that they could have committed potentially for the IO, but I guess they didn't deem it worth it.
You would have had to go a little bit further forward there, right? On the Ember Spear.
Yeah.
You might have been able to turn things around the storm, so... Is that too cautious?
I don't know. Like, if I'm Ember there, I'm definitely... Like, I'm the guy that needs to feel myself in order to carry my team. Top lane, Medusa might be in trouble.
Yeah. Stomp
no Stone
here.
Gaze.
And Missile's going to come out onto her, but they're going to have to dive the tower for this one.
TPs?
She's got a little bit of mana left. Only 3 stick charges, so I think if no one TP's up here, she's definitely going to go down.
Well, that's way too late,
in, but yeah, way too late, like you mentioned. And, you know, they end up saving the Stampede, and that secured the kill onto the Medusa there. It goes over here now, but again, Io, he's just food TPing up here this late. I don't think Bad's going to be able to save him. In fact, he doesn't have enough mana to be able to keep this one up, and he says, all right, I'm going to not bring that over here. I'm going to stand my ground, so it's able to walk away.
Alright, yeah, I don't think they should have just let Armin die there like that. Even nothing to say. Sorry, Faith Bjorn could have TP'd, I feel like. Potentially even get a counter kill. But he's just really focused on trying to win the bot lane for himself.
Yeah. Is this worth it for him? Like shutting down the TA and getting an early Blink Dagger? Or is keeping the Medusa alive there more important for him?
Honestly, it's probably fine because Medusa can always snowball, or rather catch up in the jungle later anyways, especially with the skill build. So I think a fast blink, especially in conjunction with the storm, very, very strong.
Yeah.
So it's probably the right decision. But somebody needs to be ready to come there. Like, you can't have 0 mana and HP on all heroes.
And someone needs to critique it, and that's what you're here for, Black, right?
Exactly. Or Sauba also writing it down. Okay, 50 UN fine for Q, no mana. Why $100 fine? After the game, they're like, oh crap.
Didn't think you'd notice. How to get away with that one.
Yeah, when I dived the Dusa for 20 seconds, I thought he looked away.
They're gonna try to wrap around. They actually find the stacks over here in the jungle. Nothing to say to clear these ones out.
Ooh, he's happy to take that. Very, very happy.
Yeah. I'll make this one extra easy for him. And didn't actually have a vision of the Storm Spirit walking up here. I think they're moving to clear it out now. Ember Spirit coming in. Echo. I think they have to walk away here on PSG LGD. Yeah, he ends up just grabbing there with the Electric Vortex. Stampede comes out so he can stay on top of these heroes. A lot of damage coming up with the Sleight of Fist. ZZQ trying to put as much damage as he can with this Rocket Barrage missile. Ends up connecting,
but
a Phonic Shield, they can't finish him off.
Echo misses to the wrong Remnant.
Oh no. ZZQ, he's dropping super low, but they can't finish him off.
Nothing to say out of mana, bro.
Yeah, they're way too far forward. Nothing to say he's out of mana, but I think he can walk away. Not enough damage to finish him off. And Zinq
no way.
Kept alive by Instant here. And now he's at no HP as well, 33, and he's going to be able to walk away. Zeal ends up going down as well. Wide does get finished off with the Ember Spirit. He tumble toys up onto the high ground, the cliff there, and he's going to be able to get a kill off of Zinq. I don't think he's going to be able to finish off Faith Beyond, though. He ends up blinking away, and yeah, he now walks away. But Ember Spirit making it work.
Yeah, triple kill for him. He's the hero that we said needed to pop off, get a good start, and that will definitely help him. And I think he's gonna go into a fast Maelstrom. Probably. What do you even build as Ember this game? Like, fast BKB sounds like you need it, but at the same time against Slaughter, it doesn't feel very great.
Does he have to build like armor or something like that? It feels like you and Centaur definitely have to go in, and PSG LGD, they're gonna be trying to play somewhat fast on everybody other than the Medusa.
Yeah, the problem is just, if you don't buy Yules or BKB, once that Orcus is finished and you get amplified damage, you're just dead. Like, nobody can help you. So, it's like very risky to forego the BKB or Yules completely, but in this game you might just have to. Either way, like it never feels good building BKB against the Slaughter, we all know that feeling.
Yeah, you just get amped again. I mean, you can't really build a Lotus Orb. I feel like it doesn't scale well enough. You need to be doing damage this game and getting in. Lotus is like way too awkward to build on your mid laner.
Yeah, unless it's like super weird mid laner Venomancer.
You think that's what Centaur is going to build? Oh, yeah, he just queues it up right now. He's got the Lotus Orb now. He switched over from his Blink Dagger to building a Lotus Orb first.
Honestly, I don't know if I like that, because they have 0 initiation, and now they're gonna have 0 initiation for even longer. It's very good defensively, of course, but if you just think defensively the entire game, Medusa will just outscale you, I think, because TA doesn't fight Medusa well in late game at all. We've seen that matchup like 2 days ago.
They're setting up down on the bottom lane. They responded here, but this is what you're talking about, the amplified damage. If Storm Spirit goes in on this Ember Spirit, it should be pretty easy for him to find the kill. Doesn't have an Orc yet.
Right now. He has a Remnant out.
Going in. Yeah, and he just...
ZZQ, he's like, oh, bye.
Remnant's out.
They don't know he's here, I don't think.
No. I mean, just a level 5 gyro is not that important. They were definitely looking for the Ember Spirit there, but they forced him away, managed to get the tier 1 tower there, but enemy team now setting up around the mid lane. Echo is going to be forced to get back, and he does.
Yeah, look at Dusa, same level as the Ember Spirit, who is having a tremendous game. Just a lot of stacks coming out for him, and just in general, being a Dusa.
She's at the top of the net worth at like 6.4, 5k. She's definitely the top of the net worth right now. She's doing pretty well for herself. Storm Spirit behind that at 6.2k.
You know, people said Dusa got nerfed with the talent changes. Sure, it doesn't give back as much mana, but your 10 and 15 are much stronger.
Yeah.
The split shot penalty is actually a big deal.
I really liked it before. With the extra mana at it was like 15 before, and then it was at level 20, right?
Yeah.
Because they wanted to slow down her game a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to relocate up to the top lane. Zeal is here. Stun ends up connecting, but he is not going to be able to get away from this one. Even if he pops the Stampede, he's going to end up going down. That amp is too much.
It's such a crazy ability, actually, when you think about what it does. And
They
even when you
ended
get
up
the
buffing
Lotus
it as
Orb,
well.
you're still gonna go into the Midas, right? Well, Sync Q. Oh, the neutral creep gets him. That is so annoying. Well, he's actually going straight BKB on the Ember, not even Maelstrom. I don't know if I like that. Like, you gotta be able to scale somehow.
This happened yesterday in lower division.
How did that end up going?
The Ember Spirit was like doing pretty well, but obviously he wasn't able to like shove out lanes by himself. He couldn't farm. He just didn't have damage. Like he was popping off that game, but obviously if he was like super farmed, he would have done a lot better. But he had to be playing forward. This game they have the Centaur, so they can kind of fall back on that one. The Ember Spirit doesn't need to be the one to play super far forward, but he's going for this anyways. So all your eggs in the Templar Assassin basket. I'm not big on that one, man.
I mean, neither. Especially, as we said, like they picked that core matchup that counters it, right? The Medusa.
Yeah.
Oh, he has
the
not
Ember Spirit, and yeah, he's just gonna go down here. No, he ends up walking away, and Stampede ends up being enough, and they turn it back around. I know. Everyone's just gonna walk away off after that one. The Stampede ends up being enough for Echo to get out of there. There's no way he goes back in here, right?
Nah, it's gonna be a little.
Slaughter's got a
careful
blink dagger. That's risky, man.
Well, at least they survived the Orchid reveal, but you can just see how fragile he is. So that first item BKB, if he has to use it every time he gets Orchided though, that is why I'm criticizing the item as well. Like, it just feels bad. And if you don't use it, you die.
Yeah. And
but if you
at that
build the
point, you're
Yules,
just
it's also bad.
Yeah, you're just reactionary Dota at that point, right? You don't have any damage, you're waiting for the Templar Assassin, your Centaur just got like... He's changed his mind back again to the Blink Dagger, by the way, so you ended up being correct about that one. The Lotus Orb would just mean they have no initiation power.
Yeah, I like that, because he needs to be able to bail out his Ember Spirit as well. Like, you can't pop BKB every time you get Orchided. Like, if you went BKB after Maelstrom, I would be very happy.
Yeah,
Seal?
he's getting jumped here and Seal, but Relocate comes in, Orchid ends up coming out, and I think he will end up going down this one, he does. But so much damage here from the Ember Spear, ends up cleaving down all these heroes, and Alta's gone here from the Abaddon. But this amp is so crazy, man.
Yeah, it's only level 1 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the lineup for Roshan is also insane, right? With the Abaddon as well.
Yeah. Do you agree with the buffs? To
Which
the
ones?
Corrosive Have? Targets
Oh, you mean the
trail
trail
of water
thing?
behind them. Yeah. I don't know why they had to make this ability stronger.
It's pretty strong, yeah. Like, if you want to buff him, I think you buff other stuff. But Corrosive was always his best ability, right? That's why you picked the hero. Oh, why actually goes down?
Yeah, they
nice
just
pick off for Echo.
found him in some jungle there.
But it's really only 200 gold. Do you like this Ember build? I feel like Maelstrom into BKB would have been so much better in this kind of game. Like, TA cannot solo carry this game. It is just impossible.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. The Ember Spirit's not going to be able to find himself any farm after this BKB is completed. Like, Heaven's Halberds are eventually going to come out. His Templar Assassin's game is going to get shut down. She hasn't participated a ton in these team fights at this point either. Like, she's got Desert, she's got Dragonlance, but you can't blow up the Medusa that quickly in like the TA versus Medusa matchup. That's what you want to do when you're playing Templar Assassin is the one.
Yeah, nice cheeky little Manta dodge there, or Illusion Rune dodge, for the Slaughter stun from Echo. Well played, but yeah, the first Roshan is going to be very telling, right? Like, this TA needs that Aegis, and Storm with that Aegis would also be so happy. Storm is actually looking to set up top with a relocate potentially. He finds the gyro. They want to go. No.
I mean, he knows Templar is pretty close by. He doesn't have any teammates with him.
It's a little awkward.
Bit yeah. I mean, he's pretty safe. Again, like you mentioned, they don't have any stuns. The missiles, he's always going to be able to dodge just by ball lightning into them. The only thing he's worried about is a Blink Dagger on Centaur. As long as he pays attention to where that guy's standing, he's fine.
Yeah, and I guess the steering chains could also be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going Kaya Sanj, actually not BKB on the Storm. Okay, okay.
Status resist. Centaur's going to look for this one. Yeah, stomps in. They end up getting on the correct target. Io, he ends up getting blown up to start and just makes the choice to disengage there with the Storm Spirit. Yeah.
Now, do you have a choice to make? Are you going to try to defend with a buyback or just giving it up? I feel like giving it up is... it's a little... Like, why would you want to give it up? You have a Medusa there at the pin. You're very strong at the pin. I guess the choice to give it up.
Go over to it now. They're clearing it too fast. They can't get over there now.
If you want to do it, you gotta do it like as soon as they kill the IO. Like, you gotta be aware of it. But yeah, this TA now actually has a decent timing. It's gonna have a Blink Dagger soon too. And this is where they have to up the pace, right? Start invading the Medusa triangle. Try to really up the speed before she gets that very scary Skadi.
Yeah, they're faking out the stun there to try to get Zeal. He's in the river though, so he's just gonna end up walking away. Oh, Echo! Oh, tumble toys forward to hit him with the orb corrosion and slow him down, but he ends up running away again.
Yeah,
This
I like
item
the
is
way
so
Echo
funny.
plays. Like Echo is a very aggressive player, very fun to watch. Oftentimes gets him killed though. So. Nice stun.
See if he survives this one. Faith Beyond forced back in the tier 2 tower. It looks like they're gonna get the tier 1 mid off of this one. Storm Spirit not in position to defend this, so yeah, they give it up. Medusa's still working on her Eye of Scotty. This is her big timing as well, though. You've hit like the Blink Dagger Aegis on the Templar Assassin, but you're also getting close to the Scotty on Medusa.
Yep, and Medusa being at the top of the network is never a good sight, well, for the enemy at least. And after this camp, he will have a Skadi, and they might even look to defend the tier 2 mid. Oh, you don't have all the Baron, did it?
Yeah. Got a chance. Another 2 charges there on the Desolator. Very nice.
Medusa is very strong here. I think she can just pretty much solo defend this tower, and he's doing just that.
Yeah, up in the top lane, he ends up getting caught up by the Searing Chains here on the Storm Spirit. He Orchids the Ember Spirit and tries to stand his ground. The Stomp ends up coming out. They turn it around on him, finished off. Echo.
Yeah, nothing to say. Pretty cocky, honestly, that he decides to fight it. Like, there's no way Echo doesn't know that he just loses the 1v1 fight, right? Because there had to be something behind him. Now he's back again.
Yeah, no BKB available on this Slardar, and Faith Beyond, he just ends up getting blown up as well. There's no reason they don't try to continue to chase for more, but they don't want to go super far back.
Yeah,
Not behind
especially with the
tier 2.
BKB committed already.
Yeah.
Probably just want to slow down a bit. But yeah, LGD is getting caught left and right now. Ehome is playing very well. Lots of moves that they don't expect on the LGD side. But the big problem is still the Medusa. Like, Medusa in this kind of game is actually a hero that can easily 1v5.
Yeah. And it's not even like a 1v5 scenario, though. It's like the Templar Assassin's the one doing damage, and Medusa is going to be able to fight into that pretty easily.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, worst case scenario, if everything fell apart, like, Medusa would still be able to do very well in this game. Just because they don't really have much control. You probably might have to invest into a BKB or MKB at some point, because the Blinding Light will be annoying.
Yeah.
But they don't have a whole lot of lockdown, as we already said.
Got Silver Edge queued up instead. MKB I'd kind of like to see deal with the Blinding Light.
Yeah, Silver Edge for what, actually? I mean, it's just a good overall general damage item, but...
Yeah, end up going on to the Abaddon. This is one of the worst targets you can try to commit on, though. His ultimate ends up coming off. Blinding Light ends up coming on to Slardar. He's inside the river, though, but not going to be able to escape. Finished off there by Echo. They continue to chase forward here. They're going to be able to finish off the Abaddon. His ultimate is on cooldown, but Stone Gaze comes out, forces everybody back, and they're going to be able to kill the Gyrocopter here. He ends up going down. Everybody else running. Shiro trying to get back in. Blink Dagger up in 1 second. Centaur, he tries to initiate, but he ends up botching it. Blink Dagger is still up. They can try to get the backlines here on the Templar Assassin, but still can't connect with the IO. Why? He does end up going down to Echo on the backside.
Medusa's so strong
but IO
here.
is still alive. Templar Assassin, Age is still not expanded. She finally ends up going down. Medusa is out of mana.
Medusa coming in too.
Ground. Yeah, Super Vessel. IO comes back in, but Echo, he's going to walk away now. Meanwhile, LGZQ, they end up
Medusa,
losing
man.
him. That's a dieback.
He just stands there and split shots 5 heroes for like 10 seconds. They have no damage to bring her down at all. They tried so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes out from the Templar Assassin, though, right? Like, everything has to be from her. And if she's not... And nobody's able to, like, grab the eye on the backside of the team fight or the Abaddon. Abaddon went down fairly quickly, actually. I take that back. But if nobody's able to get on top of this IO, then, you know, this Medusa is even harder to kill. So Templar has to make a choice between, like, her team dying and getting on the IO or trying to fight the Medusa. It feels hard.
It is definitely hard. Like, that Medusa pick was very, very problematic for Ehome, obviously. But Slardar, I think Faith Beyond, he needs to just focus on finishing his BKB now. Like, the last 2-3 fights where he couldn't really do much is all because he doesn't have BKB. Once you get Blinding Light, you do nothing. But he's pretty close to it, right? Yeah, 200 gold away from it. Once that's up, he's gonna feel pretty comfortable in those team fights.
Yeah.
Especially if you can BKB after you get Melt struck. So you don't have all that minus armor stuck on you still. And nothing to say, going straight into the axe. It's gonna be so hard to fight into them later on. You have this axe on Storm, you got the Medusa with Stone Gaze.
It looks like they know that, though. Because Shiro's actually up to build the Aghanim Scepter herself, so they want to dodge. Top lane, they end up getting the stomp off into 2, and the IO's going to just melt. They get the chains off as well. No BKB available on the Storm Spirit. He ends up going down too. Why? He wasn't able to get the shield off, and oh no, he is so far away from the rest of his team. The borrowed time will buy him some time, but they're just going to lose him as well. chased him down underneath the tower, and that's that.
Makes me wonder if Dusa and Slaughter just TP there if they can't just fight that. I feel like they can. It's a little bit awkward, of course, but like Dusa at this point was just amp damage on a couple of heroes. More than strong enough to take him down. But well played by Ehome again. They're just catching LGD left and right all the time. Like, all the fights are happening on their terms.
It was such a sick stomp, setting all that one up and getting the perfect hero to start the team fight.
Yeah,
everyone...
I bet nothing to say has nothing to say after that one.
Another zinger.
The classic. Yeah. How long is Stone Gaze with the talent? 8 seconds. That is brutally long. Honestly, you're probably kind of happy that you are sort of forced to go into that Stone Gaze talent now.
Yeah, the other one was like decent. Like the other one made you so tanky, but this one makes it difficult for them to run at you. They do different things. Echo was getting gone on here.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine.
Yeah, he's got BKB and they actually got one remnant left. Yeah, Lotus Order ends up coming off and it's not gonna be able to keep this chase up. Gyrocopter. Faith Beyond, yeah, he's gonna end up coming in and the bash ends up being enough to bring him down. Finished off there by Zinky's auto attack.
Yeah, you can just see they're like avoiding the Medusa like the pest. Wherever Medusa is, they're like, nah, we don't want to be there.
I don't know about that one, just ain't worth it.
Yeah. I also like the TA item choice, as you already mentioned. Like just building the axe to be able to split. Because that's really Medusa's biggest weakness, right? Like you can't get around super quickly.
Yep. I mean,
well, I say that, but you have an IO, so.
I mean, you can see that you can get out. Like it's a 1.5 second channel time on the Psionic projection versus like the 3 second come in time on relocate. So you can always dodge.
It does get cancelled when it gets silenced, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they actually caught you! They waited for him at the trap!
Oh no, he's gonna get finished off here. They bring everybody onto him. They know that this guy is a pest being able to move around the map.
Oh my god, that was so well played. Like he had the trap on the creep camp and they intentionally didn't hit the neutral camp. And didn't go into the vision of the trap and he goes right back in. And dies. Oh, and he brings Medusa back on the IO and we already spoke about what that means. Run away, boys!
Echo, he's gone on. He's got the BKB available as well, though.
He's getting scottied up, though.
Yeah. Gets the Lotus Orb dropped on him. Get that imp damage off. This was such an important pickup.
Yeah, killing Sheer there means they get the entire map control now. Look at the nice Observer Ward in the top lane as well. Just to be able to deal with that split push a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah. They'll catch her out as she has to run through the lanes there. I like that.
Bot tower gone now as well. Probably just move to the mid tower right after. Dusa is so filthy rich.
Yeah, 20k net worth. I mean, this is like a game of 4D chess here. They know they can't really fight into them anymore on Ehome, so they build an Egg Scepter on Templar Assassin, but they like respond to it immediately on PSG LGD.
Yeah, but isn't it also problematic? Like you're itemizing in a way where you're just building to dodge her. When are you actually gonna itemize to address her? Because you will have to deal with her eventually. You can't just run away the entire time.
Deal with the Medusa, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they realized that they can't fight into their... Like, this is what we were talking about during the draft. Medusa was a super problematic pick, and she could eventually just 1v5, so you have to hope PSG LGD makes a mistake. This isn't a team that makes that many big mistakes like that, though.
Yeah, they have been a little bit sloppy, and Ehome definitely capitalized on that. But look at the TA item build also. Blink Axe into Silver Edge. Like, Silver Edge on TA is such a rare occurrence.
I just want to be able to dodge. Meanwhile, they end up getting on top of the center. If they can bring him down before he gets his Stampede off. He manages to pop it, but finished off by nothing to say. Meanwhile, ZZQ, Storm Spear to clean that one up.
Yeah, and this is really the problem that we just started talking about before. Like, as soon as they go on Zeal, they have 0 initiation. If your Centaur is gone on, they just can't teamfight at all. All they can do is run, and run, and run, and run. Which they're doing anyways, because they just don't want to fight the Medusa at all. So what's going to happen in the next Roche? Doesn't Medusa just walk in there, they take the Roche, and then they end the game?
Yeah, they take it pretty quickly as well, thanks to that corrosive haze. Oh no, they end up finding Planet. Ghost Scepter will buy him a little bit of time, but actually Echo's coming in as well. Don't have BKB on the Storm Spirit either. I was going to come in to try to save him and manage to get the zip out, but they're going to lose in queue for this.
Ah, filthy core players always killing their supports. Dusa actually went into the MKB. He's pretty isolated by himself right now, but they're running away from her.
Yeah,
maybe they
isolated lost the eye out. They know the Storm Spirit can't be there as well, but they still walk away.
Yeah. Stonegaze is scary, man. He actually did go into that MKB also that we spoke about. Very, very strong item this game. Oh, he's still sticking around, man. He's thinking about going in.
That is absolutely insane. They know damage isn't going to come out from the Abaddon. Oh, the jump in. The Slaughter ends up getting blown up. No, he ends up getting away. He has so much movement speed inside the river. He gets a BK.
The Amber Shiro
doesn't end up connecting. Shiro, yeah, but to go down. Zeal, they lose him as well. Echo? Oh, no. Echo
nice
gets up to the high ground.
Oh!
The damage now from the Medusa.
Nice remnant to the division, and Roshan just respawned as well.
The
see
moment
if they know
he goes
it, they
down.
know. Yeah, they know. Let's see how fast that goes. No overcharge. Don't hit him yet. You have to wait for overcharge.
Not
all the
min-maxing.
Yeah.
You want to see how quickly this goes down with the overcharge?
Well,
never going to find out now.
maybe third Roshan. I don't think it will get to the third Roshan. This Medusa is just way too rich. Yeah. Like you just saw what happened exactly. Like, they take a team fight. Medusa just split shots. Like 2 amped heroes, they all just melt.
Yeah. I mean, you're in the situation where PSG LGD, they have a lot of catching on top of you, but you can't force anything out of them. They can just walk away a lot of the time. The Centaur, it used to be a solution to this, to like taking team fights and catching the backline, but it doesn't feel like that anymore. Not in this game anyways.
Yeah, I just can't. The backline is very hard to catch, right? Like, you Stampede, you just respond with Stonegaze, and the Stampede is over, and you have an Abaddon anyways in the backline that can help you IO, and you can't burst the Abaddon. So, like, who do you really kill? Like, Storm Spirit is really your only choice. But he's pretty damn tanky too, sitting at 2.5k. Even the plate mail as well. Yeah.
So, sounds you're making it sound like Medusa was just like too perfect to the pick to close this draft out. He didn't have a way to play around that one. Oh, Zeal, they're going to try to go on. E-Blade ends up pulling out real quickly here, and so neither of these heroes going to go down. Zeal, he stands his ground for a moment. Not going to continue chasing. They don't want to go that far into the base, but the Stonegaze, like you mentioned, forces everybody back. The fight resets. Sitting at no mana right now on the Medusa.
Wait, he
but
doesn't
still
seem to care a whole
on
lot,
this tower anyway.
Maybe he should care. I mean, he has an Aegis, so...
Yeah, Stompits are coming out. This Slaughter take a lot of damage, but they couldn't finish him off. Oh no! He ends up coming in on Echo. They end up getting the Abaddon there, but that's it now. Trying to stand his ground against the Slaughter. The amp damage is there, but he finishes him off. Nothing to say. On the backside of the team fight, trying to deal with Echo while Medusa deals with your team. But Echo's going to be forced to walk away. He's got no remnants. He can't get out of here.
But he's still there probably.
Yeah, he's still there.
And Dusa is just a wall. They can't pass the Dusa. Kills Planet as well.
She's got no mana for the last minute as well.
The Paladin Sword. Oh, she just got 25 as well. Plus the Paladin Sword is going to be disgusting how much she healed.
Yeah, as soon as she runs to this next creep wave or neutral creep camp. I want to see it.
Back for
3 seconds. Come on, show
on.
Yeah. Back up to 1400 HP. The TA is buying back. This feels kind of desperate, though. She's still got 80s for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds. She's just going to let them kill her, I think.
Oh, she got Swiftly delivered just in time as well. So he's going to respawn with that. And Stonegaze in 3 seconds.
Yeah, she's just going to end up linking in on them.
Oh, he's going in?
Yeah, they just go on to
the
Ember Spear. They can't finish. He can't get the BKB off. He can't even get the Lotus Orb to break the silence, but he goes down anyway. He's dead for 100 seconds now. And that's it. GG's cold.
No chance, no chance. You killed the Dusa once after like 3 minutes of fighting. No chance you can do it again. Especially with that very, very on-point Swift Blink delivery.
Yeah, the moment before she ends up going down, she's Stonegaze coming back up as well. The game was long over before that, but getting that kill under the moment she gets the Swift Blink up just made things even worse.
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome back, buddy.
Game there, gentlemen, was just going bad to worse. I don't want to be back. I want to be in the game, man. Like, that was so scary.
No
game. A rough one to watch, you know.
Yeah, that's just what happens.
LGD.
Like, they picked the Dusa, you don't answer the Dusa, what do you expect? You know? Like, the last pick Centaur basically meant that Dusa was going to free farm in the lane. Even got a kill on him, too. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening, like getting the early kill. And to make matters worse, we were talking about it, Neff, just before the game started, about how they lack that burst damage on the side of Ehome. So even if they got the catch, thanks to the Centaur or the Ember Spirit, how do you kill these heroes, right? Especially considering the build said Ember Spirit went for as well, denied him even more damage in the game.
What did he go for, actually? He went BKB into what? He tried to build Shiva's Guard, right?
Yeah, Kai Sanj tried to build Shiva's Guard after that.
Oh, Kaya Sanj without Maelstrom too? Like, it just feels so... You know, they might as well just build the Heaven's Helmet at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, trying to go all in on the magic damage there didn't end up working out for him.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this is one of those games where net worth really doesn't tell you the whole story at all. Like, the game was really even for the longest time, but you could really see that PSG just always had the upper hand in those fights. The only reason this game was even close is because they got a couple of really clutch catches on the IO, on the Storm. But once they grouped up as 5, like, what do you do?
What do you do indeed, especially with this Medusa getting as strong as she was. And we're actually going to see, I think it's this fight, where we get a very good showcase of how strong this Medusa can be. Although, like, her allies are dying around her. And we're talking about the sustain as well. Like, Io and the Abaddon just did so much to elongate how long it took Ehome to get anything done in this here fight. And at the end of it, just it's Ame being like, oh, okay, cool. I'm just going to stand here and right-click everybody. My entire team is going to die, but who kind of cares? I'm this super big Medusa.
The Ehome communication here. No stun, guys! Go, 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 go! Well...
Fighting with that one. Yeah, that was... And yeah, I think the fact that Centaur ended up going down at the beginning of all these team fights because he was playing far forward made it even harder. This was a super sick comp, though.
Yeah. And this is exactly why the game was even just remotely close, right? If these pickoffs don't happen, they happen like 3 or 4 times, they just snowball the entire game away from them. So good on Ehome to be able to stick in the game like this with the draft they had. But yeah, like maybe they listened to us and we said their draft is a little bit too predictable, but that's not what I meant, you know?
You can't just pick a random or surprise hero and expect it to go really well. It has to also suit the game, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Centaur was able to do that. Some really clutch bans at the end of the draft from PSG LGD set them up for success, but in the game as well. Just the utilization of their spells and the damage output versus how little damage input there is just meant every fight was way too easy for them. But Neff, going into game 2, a big worry that I also had for Ehome was just how much of this game was only somewhat possible due to these pickoffs, but these pickoffs were set up a lot by Echo. If they don't have their Ember Spirit going forward for game 2, or just in any games in general, does this Ehome team, what do they rely upon? Because Echo had to do practically everything for his team to stay into this one.
He had to do everything this game because the Templar Assassin is farming and the rest of the heroes like don't really do damage. I think if they solve like the damage issues with their draft, they don't have a super hard time. Like, it's very reasonable that Ehome ends up winning this game with a slightly different draft. They made some pretty sick plays this game.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest question mark for me is still just the Coddle. Like, don't know what purpose it serves. Like, sure, you have double Sleight of Fist, maybe double Searing Chains, but that's not really a great combo come to mid game, you know? Like, usually you want to have like these really sick double stuns, like with Axe, double Berserker's Call or something like that, you know? We had nothing this game.
I think the Coddle might have made a bit more sense. Like you say, it was a different duo in the support. There was some kind of cool times we saw some mass damage coming out from him, but in tandem with the Gyrocopter, who already has an uphill climb as a support to move into the mid game and dish out damage at that point, was always going to be difficult. And LGD, they take their much deserved victory here in game 1. Played everything perfectly. Ame, of course, he's the one that dished out all the damage for his team. Look at that, 34,000 damage. Was pretty crazy, but it does feel like his team enabled him quite a lot here, Nev. And it felt like it could have been anybody playing that Medusa and they would have been able to get away with it.
Yeah, the Medusa was too difficult to break through with what they had. It's like Black I keep going back to. I think it falls to the fault of this support duo. They can't really make plays happen. They have to rely too much on the Blink Dagger on the Centaur. Different support duo, and this ends up being a completely different game. Black summed it up well enough. I feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point.
But gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to offend anyone. Isn't it a really bad sign for a team when the newest player is always your standout performer in every game? Like, something is going wrong.
How are you supposed to blame the new guy when that happens?
Yeah, like, who do you blame now? Like, do we kick everybody except Echo? Like, what do we do, guys? Right. Oh no, we're in trouble.
You start kicking in reverse order then, right? So it's like, okay, the new guy's safe. Whoever joined right before him starts mate. You're on the chopping block now, you know? You're the one that's got to go. But yeah, that really is a good point. Echo has, so far, since joining the team, been the standout player. In 201 of the DPC here, we saw Ehome do really well as a team, and often coming from the prowess of Zeal in the offlane. This time around, that focus towards Echo. Thus far, it's given them results against not the best team in the division in the form of Team Magma. It's yet to pan out here against PSG LGD. However, this is a 3-game series. A game 1 stomp can still lead into a series victory overall. So Ehome certainly will need to impress once we get into game 2. With that, we're going to be taking a short break. When we return, game 2 here with Ehome versus PSG LGD, hoping for a third one. Don't go anywhere. It's Snare, we have Black, we've got Neff, and we've got you back in a flash.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
the spark keeps igniting like a prelude.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, Dota World, here to the spring tour of the China DPC. We are deep into the game right now. Ehome versus PSG LGD, a game which could be putting PSG LGD in a spot where they now top the group. The same could be true of Ehome, but they of course need to slay the juggernaut that is PSG LGD if they have a chance. We are back here, myself, Sne, on the panel. I'm joined by Black and Neff. And gentlemen, Game 2, it was difficult in Game 1. It really has to come down to the draft. So tell me, Black, what's the one hero you think that was let through, ignored in Game number 1, but that could be a pocket option here for Ehome in Game number 2?
Neff and I, we spoke briefly about it, that we were really surprised that Grimstroke wasn't touched at all. I think Grimstroke would have answered a lot of their problems. And just overall, I think if you're Ehome, just think about picking more stuns, more ways of really approaching team fights. Like, they have done it in the past. They love the teamfight drafts, as we also see here now. Okay, yeah, the Pangolier, Phoenix, that's a pretty good teamfight combo. And that also makes me feel really good for Ehome, because Zeal is finally going to feel super comfortable in Zero. Like, that's his best, by far.
At long last. By far. I mean, in 201 Neff, we kept seeing him just tear up these games on the Pangolier, and it didn't get a lot of respect for a while until the latter portion. And then people are like, yeah, don't let him play this. We even started to see bans into that in the regional final. So I'm definitely much more happy to see this. On the other side of a PSG LGD, it looks like they are now, Game 1 is a bit more, I wouldn't say experimental, but a little bit different than 100% cookie cutter in the meta. This feels very cookie cutter, especially with DP being somehow let through.
You almost convinced me that you were like there with us at the studio with all you're talking about. Like, yeah, we talked to Snare about that one, right? No, that didn't end up happening. You just watched all the games.
I'm giving you those false Yuji memories, man.
Yeah. The gang's all there last time. Glad you're here with us this time, though. But yeah, Pangolier was picked up quite a bit on Zeal. He made a ton of plays happen in the previous season. It feels a little bit like Ehome were falling for the trap of falling back on what they know worked for them in previous seasons, though. Centaur and Phoenix used to be super popular the last 2 years, but they've fallen off in the last I don't know, half year now. And while they used to see a lot of success with this when they were under a different org name, times have changed. I feel like Phoenix isn't a strong enough hero anymore to be played as an opener, but Pango definitely is first pick material. Black, I wanted to hear your opinion on this because obviously you've probably seen other teams do this or done this yourself, of falling for the trap of sticking what you know has worked super long ago in a patch where it no longer works. Do you think Ehome's doing something like that here?
Yeah, potentially, because I don't know if it was them that picked Phoenix, but we have seen a little bit of Phoenix in the China DPC especially, and in those games, it worked out wonderfully, right?
A year and a half back.
Yeah, I know, but maybe that also just rekindles those old memories, of for example, if Planet really loved Phoenix back then, and then he sees somebody own with Phoenix last week, he's like, oh yeah, I want to play that hero because I was super good on it anyway. So why the hell not? I agree with you though. I don't think Phoenix is first 2 pick material. Not at this point, at least. There's too many heroes that counter it, and obviously BKB in general just counters it. DP with BKB can almost kill your egg alone.
Yeah. There used to be times back in the day where, this is China, so this hero has been a mainstay in the region for quite a while, as Neff's mentioned, but in recent times has fallen on hard times. Another hero which has fallen almost completely out of favor, but is starting to see a lot of play in recent days, at the very least. Well, at least in my pubs, not so sure in the DPC, but this Earthshaker here, some team fight being provided for PSG LGD. Could be the offlaner. We don't know if this is not going to be the Faith Beyond hero, and he used to specialize in this hero for quite some time. And also, I'm looking at the stats here. Neff, this looks like this might be the first Earthshaker, not just in China, but in the entire DPC.
Is it?
It's. I'm looking now, and I'm not seeing any other Earthshakers anywhere.
I could have sworn it was picked up and qualified, but yeah, I don't remember it being picked in any of the games that I've watched at the very least. I have to look up the stat. But when you were talking about Planet, I was kind of surprised when I saw this Earthshaker pick come out, because that's something Planet ran a lot, that and the Rubik. But he hasn't picked either of those heroes here. Do you think that Rubik's still viable? I feel like he could just pop off if they can fit it in the draft. The man has been absolutely insane on the Rubik play. I know you were a big fan of it in the previous season, Black.
Yeah, I like his Rubik a lot. It's just, can you fit it in with the Phoenix is the question. The answer is... Wait, I have one more.
Probably
the answer is... Probably possible, right? You can run a Phoenix 5. It's just, you feel really bad when you're Phoenix 5 most of the time, just because you don't get a whole lot of experience. And that easily killed egg is killed even more easily at that point. Which is always
easily
like,
scrambled.
I mean, if like a DP runs in and kills your egg, that's like the biggest feels bad man moment, you know? And that can actually happen if you don't have good levels.
On the bright side, though, they at least have this puck to buy space for that Phoenix egg.
They do. I mean, you know what we criticized last game? They don't have initiation, they have no stunts. Like, now they're going like complete opposite end of the spectrum. It's like, only team fight, get all this AoE control in, let's go.
Yeah, but now they have nothing to hit towers.
Yeah, nothing to towers, and nothing that scales like super ultra well yet either.
That's a bait that some teams can fall for. Is even still now they have nothing that can hit towers, but even more initiation, even more team fight. Black, you're right on the money, my man.
Okay, like, at some point, you know, you might think enough is enough. But...
Nope. We double down. We triple down. We pick another one. I mean, and not only do we pick another one, we're like, you know what, guys? Everybody expects us to lose. Let's do something that they haven't seen before. We're going to bring in this clockwork. I don't think... This is a very bizarre thing to be playing this clockwork, right? Because what's this lane? It's going to be Clock Pango? Is that the lane? Or they're going to be putting this Pango with the Phoenix, rather? I don't know. It just doesn't feel like there's that much threat here for PSG LGD for quite some time until Ehome make like big moves. And it doesn't feel like you can make moves as duos here. Like several heroes always have to be involved in these kill squads here, Nev.
Yeah. PSG LGD made like really smart picks as well. You've got like tanky supports as well. That are fighting into these heroes that want to be like running at you. The Kunko, who's like a tanky strength who likes building a BKB pretty early, is super good against the entirety of Ehome's draft. So it feels like they've Ehome gotten lost in the sauce based on what they were missing in the previous game, and has committed a little bit too hard for this one. PSG LGD is already countering it out perfectly.
Yeah, I really like how they always react to these like drafts that Ehome is throwing out at them. Like, as soon as they see they are quite lacking in the damage department, all right, we'll throw a Kunka at you. Here, minus 50% damage, guys. Good luck killing any of us now. And I mean, truth be told, Clock is really good against Bane and Earthshaker, right? Just like in a 1v1 kind of scenario, but it's just too much. Like,
there's other things happening in the team fight as well.
Exactly.
I was wondering when you were mentioning the Rubik pick potentially for Planet earlier, one of the things is having to deal in some regard with the Fiend's Grip from Bane. And of course, Clockwork can help you do that. Great against the Earthshaker, like you mentioned. But one thing I also wanted to bring up here, gentlemen, is that for PSG LGD, DP, Earthshaker, Kunka, with the sole exception of Bane, it's actually a toss-up where exactly these heroes are all laning here, and we actually do not know what it's going to be, which makes it difficult for Ehome as well, because they have no idea either, and they don't have last pick in order to comprehensively deal with it in the bans.
Yeah, but what would make the most sense is just a Shaker for DP offlane and Kunka. Well, Kunka Bane could be the safe lane. They've been running that for quite a bit, but they went away from that lately, right? Because Nothing to Say's biggest scaling hero would be that Tinker, and it's not a good Tinker game.
Yeah. It doesn't feel as good in this patch anymore either, even though he can still clear out Ancients pretty easily, especially with that Smoke of Deceit trick, which is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. That one needs to be changed. Yeah.
Or at least they should like run away, you know, so you make it really annoying to clear.
Yeah. Instead of just standing there.
And then they go for the Medusa, okay.
Ooh, okay. After
now
Medusa getting picked up.
Oh my god, this is so cocky, man. This is
what
so
the hell?
cocky.
Yeah, this TA pick is wow. Okay, it's not even that
Really?
good of a TA game, honestly.
I was about to say, like, you know, you're playing this PA into Phoenix, you're playing it into the Pangolier already. Even into Clockwork as well. You know, I've seen some of these TAs really struggle playing into this hero. So I don't know, is this cockiness, Neff, or do they have a real plan in mind?
This has to be like them trying to do psychic damage to Ehome with this one. They're like, yeah, we ended up you lost to us when we ran the Medusa and you ran the Templar Assassin. Now we're gonna do it the other way around. That has to be it. It's not. It's got to be at least a small factor here, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah,
a little bit.
probably.
Just a little
but
bit.
like, I don't know. I really don't like their draft this time around, to be honest. Like, if they pick another carry, I would have been super on board with it. But this TA pick looks very sus. You know, if you played Among Us, I would be voting out Arme right now.
Dated joke left, but you know, we'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll accept the joke. But the thing we really want is a game of Dota 2, potentially a game 3. This last pick, Medusa for Ehome, they have brought it out right now, putting their faith into Shiro and hoping that he can carry them to victory. We'll be finding out if that is going to happen. Before we go in, Black, are we getting game 3? Yes or no?
I still think no.
Neff, give us hope. Game 3? Yes, no?
I think the rest of the draft is too good. I'm not crazy about how they closed this one out with the Templar Assassin, but I think PSG LGD are going to be stronger. They countered out the rest of it too well.
I'm going to give some other hope towards Ehome and hope that they can finally pull things through, finally make a splash, and finally give us the day's game 3. So now game number 2 of Ehome and PSG LGD. Neff and Black are on the mic. Take it away, boys, and give us the hype.
Hype!
It was a nice warm up there, Black. This is bound to be, at very least, a lot of kills are going to be happening. Ehome are going to be running at PSG LGD nonstop. I feel bad for our observer this game. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of running at you for sure. But as you said, I think LGD's heroes are actually pretty good at that. Like, DP loves being ran at. So does Kunkka, really. Like, they don't really care too much about it. But I think a lot of focus is going to be on that Pangolier lane. Like, if he has a really good game, it's going to be tough for LGD to really do a whole lot.
You're a big Zeal fan, then?
Yeah. I actually like his Pangolier a lot. And, I mean, obviously LGD knew they were going to first pick it, right? Everybody knows that. So they definitely just wanted to test themselves and play against it. And if they can beat that, then, you know, after beating Echo's Ember and then beating Zeal's Pangolier, they're like, all right, emotional damage caused, job's done.
We'll let you have your best heroes and we'll beat them anyways.
Yeah, and we're gonna pick TA into the Medusa instantly. Snap pick that.
That felt like a disrespect move.
Well, they didn't even try. 3 bounty runes again for LGD.
Zinki was getting run down there, Faith Beyond as well, but you're not gonna be able to finish him off with a level 1 battery assault.
Yeah, Clockwork. I mean, I think the hero in general is pretty strong, and there is a good combo with the Phoenix, right? The Cog plus Laser in the mid-late game is very strong. But it's just like, how do you overcompensate like that? It's crazy. It's like, you have this conversation. Yeah, we really lack some stuns and whatnot. All right, let's pick only stuns.
Yeah, I feel like not enough time between games or something like that, or they had some communication issues to work out. That can happen when you change one player, though. You've got like a very good way of going over games, and then when you introduce somebody else, a new guy who performs super well, he might distract you from dealing with some of these issues or ruin your method that you have.
Yeah. That being said, though, if Ehome snowballs, they can snowball super hard, right? Because the damage issues will only come into play if the game is even. But if they're really far ahead, they can maybe even potentially build a vessel on the Phoenix. Makes all these tanky heroes not as tanky. There's a lot of potential there.
Yeah. So, where do they start from coming out ahead everywhere? What lane does everything fall apart for PSG LGD for that to happen for Ehome?
I really think it's, as I said, up to the Oh, planet. It's a lot of damage. Pangolier needs to be doing really, really well. Because he's the guy with level 6 that can rotate to any other lane and just kill them. Because they don't have the best Pangolier answers. Though, they do have a Fissure, right? The Fissure and the Bane's Grip can make it pretty annoying.
Yeah. I mean, like, they respond very well to the enemies trying to initiate onto you. Like, the Earthshaker coming with the Fissure, Fiend's Grip, and of course, Death Prophet with multiple points in the Spirit Siphon. You try to run at her. She's just so good at turning fights around. We don't have quite enough damage to finish her off. So the Spirit Vessels, like you mentioned, are pretty important.
Yeah,
but that takes
so
gold.
far, Planet has 0 CS. Not getting the most out of the lane.
Yeah. Not much happening up here in the top lane. Only 1 point of battery assault isn't that scary at that point.
Yeah. And together with the Dusa, it's like not the most kill lane. Probably there shouldn't be a whole lot of action top. Like a lot of harassment, yes, but there shouldn't be any kills. Probably bot lane is where we look at when we're talking about kills.
Yeah, you mentioned ZL finding things is going to make this a little bit easier. Phoenix not great at finding kills himself. It's kind of like if
the damage
too
on
far
ZL,
forward
man. Wow.
Yeah?
Meltstrike is so broken, level 1.
Yeah, it is. That's a power creep for sure. 5 minus armor at level 1 and 80 bonus damage.
For 12 seconds too.
It lasts too long, yeah.
It lasts too long and does too much. The scaling is very off. It used to be 246A, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, nobody was getting it at the beginning, and people were like, yeah, we want people to get at least 1 point in the meld at the beginning of the game, and so they made it just insanely good.
Make it -5, guys. The triple Blightstone.
Oh my god, they're diving in almost as far as the tier 2 up in the top lane here. Hitbeyond's taking a little bit of damage, but it's still only a level 1 battery assault, so not actually finishing anyone off. If this was later, like, you could so easily punish this, but nobody's able to make a movement over to the top lane right now, or they just creep their lane.
Yeah. Nothing to say is beating out Echo quite a bit right now, though, and Puck is definitely one of those heroes that you want to have a good lane so you can rotate easily. But nothing to say on this Kunkka. It's probably one of his favorite heroes, so no surprise there. And I haven't really seen Echo shine on other heroes than Ember Spirit, so let's see what he can do here.
I mean, the Spirit hero is all very good. Puck is basically a Spirit hero. He functions pretty similar.
He also looks kind of like a Spirit.
Huh? Nice dodge. He's got 2 points in the battery assault now? Yeah, he does, but...
He's alone bottom.
Yeah. While up in the top lane, I mean, they tried to go into Faith Beyond here, but he had 2 points in the Spirit Siphon as the Clockwork and the Medusa tried to run him and trap him with Cogs. He just stood his ground with the Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, the classic. It's really, but now they have a good window of killing him, potentially, because Spirit Siphon, of course, cooldown is pretty long.
Yep.
And Zeal is struggling very, very hard right now. Bottom of the network of the chorus.
Well, they end up catching Xin Q here inside the power cog. Shiro's going to try to finish him off. He's going to walk back into his tower, but ZQ knows he can't die. In fact, they're going to turn this around on ZQ. Yeah, one more auto attack will finish him off. Faith Beyond draws first blood.
He has boots on Kunkka. He might be able to catch a Medusa. Torrent. Nice, Torrent.
Yeah, it ends up connecting with her. And Boat comes out as well. I don't think Shiro survives this one. Yeah, she's taken down as well.
Yeah, 400 damage level 1. Ding, ding. When you hear that, you know it's done.
Oh,
I hate that sound. When I'm like a level 3 or level 4 carry and you hear ding ding, you're done, dude. 400 damage level 1 is absolutely brutal from that spell. Because you always know it's going to be typing right after.
Yeah. This build, it used to, I think ages ago it was 300, right?
Yeah, it was used to, it was like a patch where it did 500 even, I think. Something crazy like that.
It was like 300 at first, and then it scaled to 450 and 600. Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty weak, and then they buffed it, and then they nerfed it, and they buffed it. Just like everything in Dota, you know? It has to go like through 10 buffs and nerfs, and then it gets reworked.
Yeah. Science.
Yeah. Bottle refill for nothing to say as well. CZQ. Oh, he definitely saw that he blocked the camp there.
Innocence was getting run down by playing it for a little while there.
Yeah. Echo's playing well again. I like this player. He has been impressing me a lot on Ehome.
You approve of the change-up then?
For now, but as I said, I don't know if that's a good sign or not. If that just means that the rest of Ehome is not performing, you know, which could be a pretty scary perspective, pretty much. But it could be like what's happening, right? Like he always looks so good because the rest of Ehome doesn't look super good. Like just look at the side lanes again. They're both struggling quite a bit. Whereas Echo is doing just fine for himself.
Yeah. He's popped on Echo, so it means he's going to be looking for a kill down in the bottom lane, but Bane TP's in.
Oh, that's what we're looking for. Zeal level 6.
Rolling Thunder is coming out and ends up getting disabled there. Dream Coil is available. He might as well, no, doesn't even have to drop it. Zeal ends up finding 2 kills here. Nothing to say with a bunch of heroes around, but I don't think Echo actually has the damage in order to finish them off. Run comes out. Here
Hold
comes
again.
the boat.
Bam.
Plan it.
Ding ding. I'm level 4. I'm level 3, sorry.
You're level 3, I'm level 7. Very easy kill.
Yeah. But you can see like how comfortable Zeal is on that Pangolier. Like, Ahmed didn't even know that he could bounce off there. You know, he tried to TP out, like, oh. I guess you can bounce off there. Yeah, the little crystals.
Yeah. It looks so deceiving.
It does.
Is it just like a patch of raised ground that's non-pathable? All the stuff used to look different back in Warcraft 3, and it sounds like most familiar with
It's
all of
just
it.
weird how everything works, right? Like, why can't you spear the Roche Pit, but you can get bounced off it? That makes no sense. It would be a massive nerf to Pango if you couldn't bounce off these walls there.
Yeah. I don't think they'll ever
Looking
do
for
that.
a kill on the DP. Never coiled as well as you said. He actually used ult.
Yeah, he's gonna run
Oh,
down his EZQ, and he can't pop this power cogs, unfortunately. He might drop it at the same time he dies. No, he doesn't.
What? You're coming to gank me?
Go ahead, come as close as you'd like.
Insolent fool. Oh, they're actually looking for the Dusa too. Hey, he's all by himself right now. You can't hit the Dusa die here, no way. Okay, pocket the game. Good boy.
And he does his coil available as well, but this
he's gonna get pretty tanky.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky. The exorcism is going to expire fairly quickly as well. 5 seconds till the ghosts are going to come back in.
I was rolling Thunder off cooldown.
He's healed
already.
back up!
Yeah,
but it looks like he's
matter.
going to die anyways.
Rolling Thunder should not have 80 seconds cooldown. Like, that ability is like a black hole, man.
I think it's too good. I mean, Pangolier is a lot of fun to watch, is the thing. If we saw this ability get like a super heavy nerf, we'd see a lot less of it.
Yeah, happy me. I hate Pangolier with a passion.
I think that Lucky Shot is an awful concept as an ability, though.
Well, what do you
Looks like
think about his
Innocence is
W
gonna
then?
get one down.
Like that? Why is the AoE so massive?
Oh yeah, you complained about that one the other day. The 500 radius on it.
What is that?
It does not look like it has 500 radius on it.
Yeah, it looks like 300 or something, and it's like, oh, I got it anyway.
Yeah. And it gives you like movement forward as well. You can hop up and down close with it.
Gives you movement forward, it slows enemies by a ton, gives you damage reduction, deals a ton of damage. What else do you want? Or maybe it should work on buildings. Echo? Oh, he
Damage
didn't see that one
reduction for each
coming.
building hits as well.
He has no ding ding though.
Fuck, they
No,
end up
don't need
losing
it.
it.
And the region was ticking too.
Yeah. Up
gonna
the top
Faith
lane,
Beyond
Faith Beyond, yeah,
Rolling
getting
Thunder
run
in 1
down underneath the tower. They're forced to back off while his Spirit Siphons come out, and he tries to stand his ground here. He's got 10 stick charges.
Oh, Ding Ding is
Boats
coming, he might live.
in. Yeah. He's got the boat buff here on the Death Prophet. Managed to get another Spirit Siphon off as well. He is so tanky, man. He's not going down. He survives.
Oh,
he's
he's using
the swashbuckle as well.
He has no mana. He doesn't even have a TP. Seal is... You're gone. Yeah, screw you, Pangolier. Now, what now, huh? Can't use all those broken spells.
He's got stick. He can get out now, but he goes down, stunned up. Nothing to say with the double kill.
No offense to Zeal, but, like, Pangolier players deserve to, you know, defeat randomly.
So you like Zeal's Pangolier, but not enough to make you like Pangolier and not
Yeah,
see him
no
suffer.
way. Pangolier has a very special place in my dark side of my heart.
Mm-hmm. I feel the same way about Lucky Shot. Rolling Thunder is a cool ability, though. I think Swashbuckle is fairly cool as well.
You remember what I said about Io, the tether thing?
Yeah.
I feel like they should apply to Rolling Thunder too. Oh, Coil? No Rolling Thunder though. You don't have damage to kill me, he has 2k health.
Yeah, he doesn't have bow for another 15 seconds, but yeah, he's just going to walk away after this, and now...
Oh, Faith Beyond is like, I
Death
got
Prophet
you,
coming
bro.
Yeah, Zeal's already expended his ability. He's hit 3 Sextile Swashbuckles off a cooldown, so he can disengage and go back forward after this one, but looks like he wants to walk away. Don't want to
Oh,
fight
I'm
new
Kunkka, by the
Sextile.
way. I'm going back to base and come back with full.
Dude, a number of years ago, like, I don't know how far back we should go. Maybe like 6-7 years ago, you tried... longer than that? I don't know. You tried telling somebody that Kunkka would have like almost 2,000 HP at 11 minutes in the game, they'll tell you you're insane.
Oh, is he cute? Nah, he's fine. Oh, is he fine? Oh, the cleave of the cogs!
Yeah, the grip, but he ends up getting him. But he doesn't end up committing his ultimate. I think he'd go down there anyways. Might have bought them enough time to force a team fight here, though. And if you say, ends up getting the axe, the boat coming
Zeal,
back out, but the
ding, ding.
silence. Unfortunately, he timed that one onto him, so ZL, he's going to end up going down. That's the trick on that one. When you're playing against silences, you can wait 2 seconds before throwing a torrent or 1 second before throwing a ghost ship, right?
Yeah. Easy. I mean, if you play Kunkka a lot, like, you know, all these like tricks and timings and whatnot. You should have seen what Ahmed did. He almost killed Clockwork by spilling on the cogs. That was ridiculous. He had like 10 health on Clock.
Impressed. I did end up missing that one, Chaos, that last team fight.
So how's Ahmed looking? He's very rich, but nothing to say. He's the big hero right now. Coil on 2, that's nice, but where's the damage? That's what we spoke about. The damage is not there. Again, they just don't like damage. Cleave, Torrent, nice. I'm narrating exactly how I would play it.
The sleep. Is that exactly how you do it as well? Throw the sleep on him at the end?
Yeah, of course. Why not? You know, it's level 4. Throw it out, steal the kill. That pure damage.
Good stuff. Yeah, 2 coils expended and no kills from either of them.
Yeah, damage is really lacking is the problem. Like, they have the urn on the Phoenix, but as we said, Phoenix is a pretty outdated hero for a reason. Have you seen an egg yet? No, right?
No.
Yeah, they definitely need to combo that with the Clockwork. Like, Cog plus egg can be a devastating combo. Even coil egg, too. They have to really put the pieces together just yet.
I mean, Urn by itself doesn't feel that good. If you had a Spirit Vessel, it'd be great, but Phoenix isn't really a hero that farms that well.
Yeah, he really needs kills in the lane. Oh, nice hook on the Bane, but it's just the Bane. Is that really all you looking for with that smoke?
I think they should just let Bane die here.
I see it! Hey!
Whoa.
Okay.
He ends up getting a lot of hits off there. Phoenix ends up coming forward. There's the coil that comes off alongside the Phoenix egg, so it looks like they're about to lose the Templar Assassin. Ends up connecting the Phoenix Supernova Stun. There it is. Does have another refraction. Tries to meld himself, but they've got
Fate is very slow here.
Yeah, he is.
Bye-bye, Dusa.
All these heroes are coming to the boat. ZZQ gonna try to make a break for it. No way he gets away from this.
There's a trap. Right? Oh, he's gonna die to the trap. The damage.
He's got Tranquil Boots regen, but I'm not gonna be enough. No. That was last tick.
Well, they killed Ahmed, who overstepped a little bit, but they caught the Pango. He can actually solo kill him with the grip, maybe.
He's got brain tap. I'm thinking. Okay, he just ends up committing the grip onto him.
Yeah, and Suku's like, yeah.
I don't care if you end up getting the grip.
I want
my blink dagger.
You waited so
That was
long
for the
too.
sleep that he did earlier in the mid lane.
I love how he just waited when he cancels his fish out once. It's like, no, okay. It's good though. Like, he knows that he needs his blink. He needs the money for his blink. It's good.
No,
now he has
the
blink
optimal
echo.
play.
Yeah, I love this kind of stuff. Kunkka has a B. Look where he's playing, cause he has a BKB. He's literally unkillable at this point. Oh, you're stacking? Oh, thank you.
Quick stacks. Medusa's gonna. Oh no.
That
Cleave
feels
it to
bad.
clear most of this. ZZQ can't go on this either because of this BKB. Like, if he wanted to, if you hookshot onto him, he can either BKB TP or he can just like stand his ground and kill you.
He's way too rich on his Kunkka, man.
Yeah.
He's 2k never ahead of the TA almost. Who now finished a Deso, well on 20 gold, and then they just have a massive Roche timing with that Blink Dagger on Shaker now as well.
Yeah.
Picked up a smoke for himself, but doesn't look like they want to make a move just yet. Probably just wants to keep it for the pit, right?
Yeah. Last thing he wants is to be able to be caught out by the Clockwork. I mean, it's a super good counter. Clockwork's gonna be looking for a Shaker on the back line with like Rocket Flare and Hookshot. So if he has the smoke, there's no catching him.
They scouted that they're doing Roshan, but what can you do about it? Probably nothing.
Yeah.
So just try to
They don't
split
wanna
push the
fight.
tower. Man, the puck
Yeah,
is
they,
also
like-
so poor.
Yeah, if they had the perfect team fight, I think they could fight into it with like Rolling Thunder in the pit and Supernova, but like they're already pretty far behind, and if you lose a fight in the pit, then you just lose the game.
Honestly, I feel oftentimes Clockwork is kind of like a double-edged sword, you know? Because whenever you shoot a rocket in the pit, everyone's like, oh, they know. They're like super careful. But if you just smoke in there, you know, and catch them off guard.
The Echo Slammers are coming out of the puck. You waste
Oh.
no time on that Blink Dagger reveal.
Yep. The classic. Oh, you think you're safe? Bye. Oh, and I catch him too. They have a grip. Do they need it?
Yeah, they're just gonna commit onto this one anyway, so they end up losing plan as well. Lose your mid, you lose your position 4.
Yeah.
Absolutely no farm.
Probably didn't need the grip, but you know, better be safe than sorry. Now you have an excuse to die in team fights.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting
Cooldowns have been
nothing, man.
used.
Like this game is looking super rough. Like game 1 looked pretty rough draft-wise, but this game they're just getting demolished by getting outplayed.
Yeah. And I don't know, I feel like a lot of this isn't even the Templar Assassin. It's like a 4v5 right now, and PSG LGD are winning.
Yeah. Other than that one thing where Arma was like, I'm gonna hit you twice. Only caught, thank you, bye-bye.
Get him, he is way too far forward. Nice catch out there by them.
Yeah, they needed it. He's committing the Rolling Thunder on the TA. Looks like he's baiting his team in, to be honest.
But it's a lot of damage. He ends up having 36% resistance, but still almost clipped. Wang ends up finding the kill on his ZZQ. Zeal is going to make it out of here. Yeah, I'm going to be able to keep up this chase.
Can Puck there the top wave so they don't get the tower. He's looking for it. Yeah, should be fine. So it wasn't horrible. They used Exorcism as well. But yeah, it's not like they won anything, really, right? Oh, Grove Bow TA. Exactly what he needed. Also level 15 talent soon. Another 120 attack range. Why is TA a sniper now? We went full circle.
Yeah.
TA from
I
the lowest range hero to like one of the highest range heroes.
I wasn't a very big fan of like the attack range and cast range increases when they came out, but I guess it makes it more fun for supports.
He has 750 attack range now. He outranges towers. What the heck?
I think that's a bad concept, the outraging towers part. They do find Hero inside the jungle here, ZZQ, he's X-marked, and Kanka. And it's still kill stolen by Faith Beyond, alright. They end up losing Innocence as well, Bane.
Yep, burned out. Couldn't find a target to brain sap, huh?
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Did they end up fixing the brain sap on illusions yet, by the way?
You mean that you heal more?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I haven't fixed
I love picking up the shot against PLs. You just heal like 3k health. I mean, you probably heal like 10,000 health, but you only have 3k. So.
Yeah.
It's really funny how that goes. Looking for Zeal, but Zeal... Ah!
Ooh.
Ah, ooh.
Nice escape. And he's not going to be able to burst down Shiro, who's still pretty far away from his Eye of Scotty. Only has a single ultimate orb completed.
Half mana gone though, with just a couple of auto attacks. Oh, planet, ouch, ouch. Oh,
he's just forced to drop his ult, but the hook shot ends up
you're all by
missing.
yourself, man, you're crazy.
They can't do this though. He's got an Aegis. He's just going to come back up, and now the heroes are coming in. They end up stone gazing, trying to force the enemies off of them. Alright, maybe they can do this. The ends up coming in, the Rolling Thunder is trying to catch up more heroes now. He ends up trying to commit that Fissure to block these heroes off. Running down the death proper. 3 seconds until X isn't back up. He does have 3 charges of the Spirit Siphon.
Funka's coming in too. Well, you caught the Pango.
They end up getting the X before the blink.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, they end up losing him. ZZQ. He's trying to throw out the Fissure here on ZQ, but he can't.
But the Armor way overplaying his hand there. You can make that play if you have a BKB, but like this, no way.
Maybe he figured the team would come in faster, but Stone Gaze is just such a good zoning ability to stop enemies from like coming back into the team fight. And we saw it last game against the Stampede. The same sort of principle applies there after you take a hero down with the Aegis.
It's unfortunate they couldn't find more after this because it was like a really good start to the fight, but the Kunkka and the DP are just so strong right now. But they need a couple more like this. You know, the Dusa will eventually outscale. It's just, can you get to that point? He's about 2,000 away from a Skadi, which is pretty good, but not game-winning.
Yeah.
Not this game, at least.
I mean, that's the item that allows you to start taking team fights. And you're not super far behind the Templar Assassin, but we've seen nothing to say just carry game by himself on Kunkka when he's had to. Remember the game when he was in the Roche pit, double damage room, the Daedalus at level 25. That was so sick.
Look at his item build too. He's going for an Orchid because he realizes Puck isn't going for Yules anytime soon.
Smart play. And do end up connecting with the Phoenix here, and I mean,
Fisher on Echo too?
silent.
Is Echo gonna get echoed? No.
The hook shot ends up coming in.
Damage. The apple is too good.
It does. Can they finish off the... No, they can't get ZZQ before they end up losing the Bane. Echo ends up finding the kill. They get ZZQ in the end, though. Zeal coming in with the Rolling Thunder and connect with these heroes, but he's rolling out of here. I'm out.
Yeah, he saw the TA, and we all know what TA can do to a rolling Pango.
Yeah, we saw it in the last couple of team fights. This Desolator has 0 charges.
Yeah, because the only time he actually fought with it was when he blinked in 1v5.
I was talking about this earlier. It's basically like a 4v5 right now when PSG LGD's winning.
Yeah, and Arma said, what do you mean? I'm here to get some... Oh yeah, that's 4v5.
Yeah, it's odd to see the Desolator with 0 charge at this point. I mean, his farm's decent, and eventually he'll start finding kills, but he's not been able to connect with anything so far.
Did you like that change? Did it buff Deslo? But technically it's a buff, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a buff. 5
Because it was already picked up so
versus, like,
frequently.
Yeah.
Is it
You
still
picked on
bugged?
heroes that found early kills. How bugged how?
Like assists give you 2 damage too. Even though they're only supposed to give you 1.
Oh yeah, I think it's still bugged.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Classic.
I was testing a couple things with it. Ended up finding the Phoenix. That was bound to happen. If you have 2 Desolators, the last person to apply the buff onto a hero gets the charges.
Oh, so there's even more reason to never build 2. I already hated it before.
Yeah.
Exorcism committed for Clockwork. Okay, gets the X on him. Bye-bye.
He's just gonna die here.
Man, nothing to say gets all the kills, even with just a little torrent damage when there's like 10 ghosts on him.
Except for the one the Bane hit with the Nightmare mid lane earlier.
Yeah, but that's because he, like, that was his BM. Like, you want to kill? Well, try right-clicking him.
Go ahead.
And Bane is actually such a good answer to Dusa. You can dispel the Enfeeble once, but after that, you just deal no damage.
Or just putting her to sleep in the middle of the team fights as well. I mentioned that it's a real pain for Medusa to play against Brewmaster because we saw it banned out in the first game, right?
Yeah.
Tossing her up in the air. Same sort of thing with Bane.
Especially after the Etherlands. It just feels like in general, you can just tell the difference of levels when it comes to like drafting, right? Like, it's very well thought out what PSG is doing every time, whereas Ehome is a little bit more like spontaneous with what they want to do.
Yep.
Like perfect bans for the Medusa. They picked the Medusa planet. You have your BKB this time, Arma? You do. Oh, they caught the Medusa. The grip could drain all their mana.
Yeah, there it is. He's trying to find a hookshot. He ends up connecting with it, but you've lost a lot of your mana already. Does get the Stone Gaze off. Does stand his ground. Is stoned up now on Kunkka. Goes straight for this Phoenix Egg, but nobody else on his
all by
team is going
himself.
to be able to get over to it. Yeah, stunned up now. Death probably end up walking in the middle of it now. Nothing to say. BKB has expired. They're forced to get back on these heroes. Even though they got the egg off, they're losing this team fight. 2 down now, and Medusa running back into the base.
Yeah, Dusa hit Kunkka for like 20 damage per auto attack, I think. It's not a good look for her.
Yeah, the boat
Yes, the
buff came
AC.
in there.
Yeah, AC plus boat buff. He's so rich on the Kunkka, man.
He was in Stone Gaze as well when those auto attacks were coming off. It just was not doing anything.
Yeah, they tickled him. And after the boat tapered off, he was still above half health. He didn't give a damn at all.
He's actually going for an Eye of Scotty on Nothing to Say now as well. And
Yeah,
he's
not
pretty
the
close to
Orchid.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, just tank up more. Honestly, I really like the Orchid as well, just because there's so many heroes that love casting spells this game. Would have been really good. But, you know, just go for the safer choice. Why not? You're ahead.
Yeah. Playing against range position 1 and 2, Scotty usually feels pretty good.
Yeah,
in that
it's my
scenario.
motto anyway. If you're ahead, get more ahead.
I like it.
But it's only because I played a lot of RTS back then.
One of my
But I guess I
favorite
kind
things
of
at
played
Dota
Dota
is,
too, right?
Yeah, one of my favorite things at Dota is it doesn't matter if the enemy knows what you're doing if they have no way to play around it.
Yeah, exactly.
So do a predictable play if it can't be countered.
Yeah, that's why I always say like predictability is actually not a bad thing, but if it can be exploited, it is.
Yeah.
And in Ehome's case, it's definitely exploited a lot.
Yeah.
Like, really, just to kind of emphasize on it again, like the change of game 1 and 2 is insane. Earthshaker setting up for bottom. He can actually solo kill this puck. Like, he has enough damage with the totem.
He's coming up in the top lane as well. Exorcism ends up coming out.
He has a Water Echo!
Yeah, down the bottom lane as well. Yeah, he ends up just getting solo killed by Zinkyo.
Oh, the lane ward, man.
Yeah, they're losing it all over the map. The Medusa is about to get run down as well.
Stone
The boat's
Gaze?
coming in. Can she get the Manta dodge? She can't. Disarmed up. Stone Gaze ends up coming out. They're going to be forced to walk back, but you stuck down there on Zeal. He's got no buyback available either. About to lose EZQ a second time. They do. That's a dieback for him.
It's a lot of damage on Kunkka, though.
Yeah, it is. He's forced to walk away now. He's sitting pretty low. Tries to save him there with the Nightmare, but Laser ends up finishing him off, and Faith Beyond forced to TP out inside the base, but he's finally here. The Templar Assassin.
Oh, you defended, you killed the Kunkka for the first time in this game, but at what cost? So many buybacks, your Dusa died again. Oh, you gotta somehow deal with this Bane, like... man, Puck didn't buy out early enough, so the grip actually killed the Pangolier. He didn't roll at all. Like, he blinked in and instantly got grip. Well done by Y.
Well, you think that's on the Puck as far as execution goes in that team fight?
Well, I think it's more like communication or commitment, perhaps, because like he couldn't have done anything. He wasn't there, right? Like, he bought back too late. So like, if you want to fight there, you definitely got to communicate about that better.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than buying back and just not being able to do anything because of miscommunication.
Yeah, I think that was the case there. I think they figured the team fight would be fine after the Kunkka went down as well, but the Templar Assassin, they weren't really feeling her presence before, but after that last team fight, they're like, okay, whoa, she is also an issue now.
Yeah, especially now with the Daedalus too. That's wanted territory for some heroes.
Yeah. Phoenix, low armor hero being one of them. All he's got is a refresher orb.
Even Puck, like if he gets fished out randomly, TA's like, oh hi, hoop.
I see this build every so often in China, just like only refresher Phoenix. Are you a fan?
I mean, it can be good, but in this game, I just really think that the egg is super easy. Like, TA can solve the egg.
But the egg keeps getting off in these team fights.
Somehow, yeah.
They stall this out well enough.
It's a bit too late, though.
There, but Death Prophet pretty far in.
The Dusa again. It's getting grip from the low ground.
So, I mean, you're dealing with this Death Prophet on the other side of the team fight, but you got so many Spirit Siphons off. Meanwhile, Medusa is all out of mana. ZZQ about to drop. The Stone Gaze isn't going to buy you enough time to get out of this one. Yeah, they're going to turn this around. Shiro ends up going down. They lose 4 heroes. They didn't end up getting anybody. There was no way to bring down this Death Prophet. She was healing up too much. They never ended up completing that Spirit Vessel.
Just let Puck 2 to solo him.
He does. Pulls out the cheese afterwards as well.
You know what, Nev?
What?
I am the biggest hard counter to Bane, because I have no brain to stab. Oh, I always love that one.
String for you.
There's always like, when people complain Bane is to Imba, you know? I always keep telling them that, and they're like, oh, it's so lame. Anyways, there's the GG. A little bit anticlimactic, unfortunately, but it's pretty much what we expected from the draft. Like, Dusa looked like a good pick on paper, but also doesn't really add to your damage, right? Like, you have 5 heroes that really don't deal a whole lot of damage, until they get items at least. 2 rough drafts. Honestly, I can't even say, like, Ehome played super poorly. Like, sure, they got outplayed in game 2, but overall, it's just 2 times outdrafted, I'd say.
Twice outdrafted and twice outplayed.
Whoa,
and
back
twice
with the glasses,
we have
bro.
PSG LGD.
Let me just take mine off. I don't want to steal the show here.
I am channeling right now our main man in the carry position on PSG LGD. Ehome, you know, we saw at the end of the draft, we're like playing the TA into the situation. For the most time of this game, he didn't actually have to do all that much, right? Everybody else on the team was just taking care of it. They were all out there preventing the Medusa from getting online. Every time she shows up to a fight, there's just a grip onto her. Things were looking great, but, you know, he's like, you know what, guys, I'll get there eventually. And also, you know what I really want to say? A special shout out to Shin Q, y'all. My God, once he's got that Blink Dagger going, from there, it was just never stop. And now I'm asking the question, Neff, why don't we see more Earthshaker? That was amazing.
I mean, there's situations where it can be carried out really easily. If you can stop his initiation or you can get him on the back line, it's pretty easy to counter him in the team fights, and they went for that on ZZQ, but there were too many issues in the team fight. Like, Faith Beyond's going to be running at your heroes alongside Nothing to Say, and if the Clockwork is too busy dealing with Zinq, it can't be dealing with the rest of it. Like Black said, it kind of came down to draft and execution. They didn't have enough damage to deal with a lot of these heroes, and I think Earthshaker was very good this game because he's a difficult hero to blow up alongside everybody else.
Yeah, he's also a pretty
doesn't do a
popular
ton
hero
of
because
damage.
of that, right? Like
Yeah.
as you said, he's tanky, but at the same time, he can be both offensive and defensive. Like that Fissure is a super strong offensive and defensive spell. That initiation that he gets with the Echo Slam on the puck in the mid lane, the solo kill on the puck on the bot lane. Like when you play against Shaker, you never feel comfortable split pushing alone. Like, as soon as Shaker's off map, you're like, oh my god, he might just echo me anywhere.
Yeah, I think the thing that reason why it isn't picked up more is just it's not really online until you have a Blink Dagger, and this patch plays fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
patch
the lane's not
just
that
plays
good.
very fast. Yeah. Unfortunately, speaking of lanes not going that well, although things started okay for Zeal, the rest of the game didn't pan out how they expected it to. But the big thing, Black, is exactly what Neff was mentioning, and we spoke about it before the game got going. You have all this setup, you have all this put together to bring heroes into a certain position, but the damage, they just didn't have it. How many times did we see Faith Beyond especially walking away on a sliver of health, or using that sliver of health to turn around with Spirit Siphon and Ghost, and suddenly the fight is just completely unplayable?
I mean, just look at here. Like they need every ult on the planet to kill Ehome, and they have nothing left for the fight at all. So Faith Beyond just runs in and terrorizes them. Here's that nice echo that we saw. It's just,
Yeah, it was the big dig reveal.
It's just so easy for LGD to make all these plays because they have an abundance of damage and they're so tanky in all of the core heroes.
Yeah, I think Spirit Vessel would have helped, but they never ended up hitting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
I'm feeling himself a little
bit.
bit. I think it's Neff's fault because he said it's a 4v5. He's like, what are you saying, bro? Look at me doing all these plays. Oh, yeah.
Little did he know he didn't end up going 1v5. He went like 1v9. His own team is like, hey man, we don't want you to do that. That's not a play that we're looking for.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, though,
here.
Shinkyu, there was a point, one of the last fights, which I'm sure we'll see, is him. He comes in, shows up with the fissure. These fissures always catching 2-3 heroes every single time since he got this Blink Dagger. Honestly, just played this really, really well. But for Ehome, you get outplayed. It's not the worst thing in the world, but what does really suck is that unfortunately we didn't see Echo have another standout performance, right? This did feel a bit more like the older Ehome here, Neff, where it was a much more team affair, but it also it didn't feel as promising as when it is the Echo show. So does that lend credence to what Black was talking about earlier about how do you integrate this new guy without making the entire game become about him?
Yeah, I think it's what they tried to go for this game. Like, Echo popped off in the previous game, but the rest of the team didn't do so well. This time the team did better, but Echo wasn't able to shine. So I think they tried to go back for what they did before, but they didn't have enough time to talk about the draft. I would chalk that up to the fact that they've changed players. I think communicating between games is completely reworked when you add a new player to the mix.
It does change up a lot, and for Ehome, unfortunately, it will lead into a negative result for them. They get taken out 2-0 here by PSG LGD. I just want to, before we move on here, this Medusa, not that successful for Shiro, obviously nowhere near as powerful as we saw the Army Medusa. We didn't even talk about this Black, but he managed to get 1,000 GPM in game 1 on that Medusa. And this last fight here, this was terrifying. Look how long this Street Death Prophet stays alive in front of a Supernova, underneath the Dream Coil, and she just keeps the fight going, doesn't even die at the end.
Yeah, and all the while, TA is dealing all the damage on the bottom, and Death Prophet's like, what do you guys want to do? Just taunting them, running around. But yeah, it's just basically from start to finish the same problem. Like we spoke about how they can snowball if they get all that money early Spirit Vessel, like early Witchblade on Puck and whatnot, but it never really came together. And obviously, the more items LGD gets, the more items you need to even deal more damage. If you're behind with that draft, you're not winning. It's almost impossible.
Yeah. Speaking of drafts, though, Neff, we were speaking about how LGD as a team generally tends to show their best metal towards the end of a patch rather than at the beginning, as we quickly see some of the score lines from this game. Are you satisfied, right? Are you convinced that the PSG LGD we're seeing here, where are they on that journey towards 100%? Closer or further away than we would have expected them to be at this point?
I would say they're like pre-TI or TI form yet. They look pretty solid today, though. They seem to have a decent grasp on what Ehome are doing. I think they drafted very well. Black made a very good point. They're like at a completely different level as far as their drafts go and how they counter out heroes. It's, I think, execution inside the patch that is a little bit lacking. Very obviously, they took a very convincing 2-0 against Ehome today. But we had an interview with some of the players during the season, Black, and we still don't feel like we're at 100% yet. And I think that's still the case for them here. They could be playing so much better than they currently are, as scary as that is.
Yeah, I mean, on an individual level, I would say they are obviously still top notch. But as you said, like we have even seen like weaknesses in game one, right? They got picked off a lot, despite being heavily outdrafted. Ehome actually managed to stay in the game just nice because of that. And if that happens against a higher caliber team, no offense to any Ehome fans, like it could go the other way. You know, like you really gotta buckle down and make sure that those mistakes are talked about, which I'm sure, Sauba, he's a very, very strict guy. I know him personally. So the leash is definitely coming, or the whip, whatever. And they're going to get disciplined.
Yeah, definitely some discipline is required here. We saw a couple of dives from Ame as well, putting himself in really awkward positions and dying. But ultimately, they have enough quality in the tank to overtake Ehome and become the team at the top of the group right now. It is looking like it's going to be these four teams, PSG, LGD, Asta, Extreme Gaming, and RNG, competing for this 1-4 role. Ehome, Vici Gaming, looking like they'll be battling it out for 5th, 6th, but unfortunately, Magma and LBZS rounding out the pack in the relegation zone. Right now, Neff, with PSG, LGD, obviously not being at their full strength, right? For them, because we know that the gods can bleed, right? Obviously, they already had the big target on their backs, but that's like what Black mentioned. If I'm looking at this as another team, right, am I now just thinking to myself, wait a second, if I just play fast enough, catch them out, they will make mistakes, force them to make mistakes. Like, imagine if this was Chalice on the Tidehunter playing this game. I have a feeling that this would probably have gone to a game 3 if they could bring that tempo against them. So for LGD, we know the whip is coming. For the other teams looking at them, what do they need to focus on right now in order to make sure that they can beat them before they get that discipline?
I think both these games, you take a lesson from what Ehome did with the draft. The first game, they didn't have enough catchaways to initiate. The second game, they went in a little bit too hard for that one. You can get a little bit in your own head when you make the mistake that you made in game number 1, and it can cause you to have what happened in game number 2. I think the takeaway for this for other teams is don't take that psychic damage, man. It was made even worse by the Templar assassin that came out late. Just play your own game instead of trying to focus too hard on everything that went wrong. Correct maybe 1 or 2 things. Don't completely rework what you're doing or everything will fall apart.
It's very good advice, certainly. And Black, speaking of being able to just do what you're good at, Echo, this first game that we saw him not playing the Ember Spirit, right? If I'm Ehome, if you're the Ehome coach, are you trying to integrate that Ember Spirit back into the draft? Or is it now time to look back and say, okay, first tour, this is how well we did without having this guy, without focusing specifically on his small hero pool? How important is it going to be for other teams looking at Ehome to counteract Echo specifically and to make sure that he doesn't get his Ember?
I think they would have definitely gone back to the Ember if they could have, but LGD actually, as you said, they banned it. So a lot of teams are probably going to follow suit, where it might be a common occurrence to just see Pango and Ember banned against them, until like some of the other players step up. Because right now, Ehome just like no individual player other than Echo here and there looked real like scary, like fierce. It's not like, wow, if we don't stop this guy, he's going to destroy us. It's like, nah. Like, if they win, it's usually a team effort, and right now the team is not gelling very well. So that is definitely the biggest issue they have right now and need to work on. It just seems very, very subpar right now, unfortunately.
Regrettably, the Ehome that we would love to see happen, love to see compete at the top level hasn't yet emerged. But they are a young team, and there's still several weeks left of Dota to play. So yeah, soon. It could still happen. They could still find themselves leveling up. Stranger things have happened, because I'm pretty sure none of us sitting here would have expected Team Spirit to be TI winners before the tournament. And yet here we are. Reality has a way of just throwing us curveballs. The one curveball, though, that sucks, what's a straight ball rather, is that we are now done with the evening's Dota. That is it. PSG LGD with the 2-0 over Ehome will close out proceedings. And that's going to be it for the day, gentlemen. It's the beginning of week 2. Week 1, I'll be honest, was a bit disappointing in terms of no surprises. Week 2, we've not just I hope we get some surprises because we've got some really good games on the card. Neff, are we expecting any? Are you hoping for surprises as well? Or are we going to get more cookie cutter things happening this week?
I wanted to cast the RNG games. I love God King, especially after a new patch. I want to see the different things that he pulls out and tries. That's probably the game I'm most excited for coming up here in week 2, I would say, because they play twice in this week, don't they? Yeah,
they
once on the
play today, VG.
27th and then today. Yeah.
Yeah. They play Ehome next on the side of RNG, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be favored in that matchup. What are you looking forward to this week, Black? Any specific matches that caught your attention, caught your eye?
I mean, it's maybe no surprise, but I've been the biggest LGD fan for a long time. So the next LGD game on Sunday, which I'll also be covering. Oh, cool, nice.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that because every
Who wrote
time
the
I watch
schedule?
LGD,
Was it you?
I have no idea. Maybe
probably just
I'm a multi-talented man. I'm pulling the strings on many things,
Lol.
But LGD and me, we share a special bond. I've been with them. I don't even know how many years ago in LGD International. So since then, I know a lot of their staff very well. We're good friends. I'm good friends with the current team. So all in LGD. I'm not biased though, but LGD is gonna win.
Black with the lack of bias and with the complete
professional
100%,
caster.
exactly the objective
only. Yes,
analysis coming in from this man.
Yeah, 100%. If LGD lose, it's because they let them win.
They allowed it to happen.
Right.
Well, Black, I'm going to be calling on you to demonstrate your professionalism one final time by telling us, and I know you've practiced this, where can the people find you online if they still want to hear what you have to say and how you think about this game?
Black Dota 2 on Twitter, Black Dota TV on Instagram and Twitch.
Hey, there we go. Nice, succinct, and quick. Nef Sensei, what about you? The people want to find out, want to hear where you get the shirts. They want to hear about the TV in the background. Where can they find you in the online space?
I'm just at Nef Sensei on Twitter. That's the place that I'm most active, and I think people are going to find me. Either that or message me on Discord, Nef 8120 if you really want to talk to me. I actually respond to most of my DMs.
Hey. Nef is a great guy to respond to. And of course, if you want to follow me, you can follow me at Snaregrodamus on Twitter, Snarecasting on Twitch, and Snarecasting on Insta. What you got, Nef? What's the last one?
Message me to discuss Fantasy Dota. That's something that I want to talk about this season. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Nef, that is the way to close out the show. Fantasy Dota, but we've seen some fantastic Dota today. 2-0 for PSG LGD, 2-0 earlier on for RNG, and of course, 2-0 in the morning for Sparking Arrow Gaming. That is going to be rounding out the second day of week 2 here in the China DPC. Make sure you're also following this particular channel and the Perfect World Esports channel on Twitter itself. I'll be posting all the links for you in the chat just so you are aware. With that, though, we finally close it out. Snare, Nef, and Black saying goodbye and waving it off. Until next time, we'll see you then to continue more incredible Dota 2 action.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Save me!